Happy Dragon Boat Festival. I wish you all a smooth and successful gold list title. Although Wu Hao and Sun Shaoyang are talking about smallpox, everyone is very interested in their proposal. But for the sake of fairness and insurance, they must produce stronger evidence to prove the feasibility of this scheme. In other words, before the final bidding stage, they must perform a field demonstration to test the reliability of their technology. If they successfully demonstrate the reliability of their technology, they can win the bid. Because other bidders' schemes are similar, they are far less shocked by this project. If they fail to demonstrate, then the Yangqing Propaganda Department can only choose one of the other alternatives. Wu Hao is naturally confident in his technology, but this time it is 4,000. And it is necessary to complete the commissioning of the Tani system within half a month, which is undoubtedly a huge challenge for them. I want to know that although he brought Yang Fan and several technicians this time, it was only him who really understood the system. Yang Fan can help with the drone debugging, as for several other technicians, they can only fight. No way, these people are too short to join the job, and have not had time to provide relevant training. So often when he is busy, these technicians can only stand side by side and look at it stupidly. There is no help at all for him. I can only teach these people little by little during the work period, and let them take charge of simple tasks slowly, and still make mistakes. No problem with drones. Sun Shaoyang transferred 4,000 drones specially for performance at the fastest speed, all of which were developed by Dejiang himself. It is better than Wu Hao's certain treasure they used before. I don't know how much, which also relieved him a bit. Of course, Sun Shaoyang also helped a lot in the debugging of the drone. Just because of the need for confidentiality, he has to do some work himself. In a wide open space, on the outskirts of Luoyang City, everyone was busy at 40 degrees. Although the weather is hot, today they are conducting the most critical real machine test. Despite the hot weather, the leaders and experts of the Yangqing Propaganda Department rushed over and wanted to check their test results on the spot. Report: all drones have been turned on. The report from the field staff came from the intercom. Wu Hao glanced at the data on the screen, and then said to the technician next to him, "The coordinate base station is turned on. The coordinate base stations have been powered on. 8 coordinate base stations are working normally and the signals are normal. Drones are connected." Drones started networking. 600, 1000, 2000, 3000, and finally 3961 drones were connected to the network. 39 of them were not connected successfully, which is below the 1% allowable failure rate. Keep the data, and the field staff will check the malfunctioning drone to find the cause. Load the Sky Game system. Start uploading the Tani system. 5%, 10%, 20%. The Tani system has been uploaded successfully, and the installation will begin. Tani system was successfully installed. Restart the system. The field personnel evacuated and started the real machine test. Wu Hao picked up the intercom and ordered, "Report. Venue personnel have evacuated beyond the security line." I heard the report from the intercom. Wu Hao glanced at the leaders and experts standing behind him. Sun Shaoyang nodded to the side, and then gave an order: "The drone start. All parts take off in sequence, and fly to the designated airspace at a height of 50 meters." With Wu Hao's order, the drone parked on the ground quickly took off. I saw the drones taking off, forming 8 formations of about 500 in the air, and then gathered into the airspace in the middle of the field. The 20-minute test was completed quickly. While the leaders and experts were still immersed in the shock of the test performance just now, Wu Hao had begun directing the landing of the drone. Drone landing is complete. Start uninstalling the Tani system. Xiao Wu, this test is not good. Why uninstall the system program? Professor Sun asked Wu Hao. Seeing the previous test content, this changed his attitude towards Wu Hao by 180 degrees and became enthusiastic. "Oh, our system is temporarily installed, and it will be automatically uninstalled and cleaned up after the performance. Wu Hao explained to the leaders and experts with a smile. It's so troublesome, why should you uninstall it? Is it bad to keep loading? Someone asked. Wu Hao looked at Sun Shaoyang and explained with a smile. This is for the purpose of technical secrecy. The area where the drone performance is located is relatively open, and there is a lot of traffic. Research. All the system programs installed on the drone are temporarily installed, and will be uninstalled and cleaned automatically after the performance. Of course, if a drone leaves the designated area, it will also automatically clear the programs inside. And our system can track the specific location of each drone www.mentalnovel.com and collect it back. He said this is actually a wake-up call to Sun Shaoyang. Let him do less moves. They are willing to cooperate with Wu Hao. In addition to wanting to display and promote their brand image, I am afraid they have the purpose of spying on their technical information. Wu Hao is very clear about this, so a lot of preparations have been made in this regard. The reason why he still has to say this is mainly because he doesn't want their cooperation to be in crisis because of the small actions of the other party. Hearing his explanation, the crowd nodded involuntarily, affirming Wu Hao's meaning and means of technical secrecy. Xiao Wu, it's so exciting. How did we all think that this drone show can be so exciting? It's daytime, and it will be even more exciting if we switch to nighttime. Director Su held Wu Hao's hand excited. Wu Hao saw the excited expression of Director Su, and then added a clue. Director Su, this test only shows some basic performance content. For real large-scale performances, the content of the program needs to be rearranged. This also takes into account the specific requirements of your customers, such as whether to add some local characteristics and cultural elements to the performance. So if we really reach a cooperation, we have to communicate more in this regard. No problem, we in Yangqing have a very rich local culture, and we need to show it with the help of wonderful performances like yours. This test is enough to prove your strength. I think it won't be a problem to win this bid. Director Su said excitedly in his heart. He can imagine what kind of sensation such a shocking performance will show to the audience and the former world. This is the project he is responsible for. The result was not the same. Wu Hao finally won the bid with this set of schemes. Although other bidders have criticized this, but after seeing their demo video, they all lost their voices. Compared to their plan, as well as the technology and performance effects of the demonstration, their plan is almost unattainable. Everyone does research on drone technology. The domestic circle says that small is not small, and big is not big. So I naturally know that Wu Hao and his previous exhibition in Hangzhou City are very sorry that Daejiang can cooperate with Wu Hao. I just think about it. Why is Wu Hao ignored by the industry leader, and I have to cooperate with them? Of course, Wu Hao's plan is not without its shortcomings. One of the biggest shortcomings is that the leaders have discussed the most about price. This time Daejiang offered a price of 120 million, note 1, which really caused the leaders a toothache. Sure enough, good things are not cheap. Although this solution works well, it is really too expensive. However, in the end, the big boss still agreed. Compared with the expensive price of 120 million yuan, if this show can further expand the influence of Yangqing and show the new image of Yangqing to the world, it will definitely be a steady gain-lost business. More importantly, this 10,000 drone cluster performance will create an unprecedented new record, which will also show Yangqing's strength as a technology capital. To show the world the strong scientific and technological strength of our country, which is particularly rare in this period. After the successful bidding, Wu Hao and they immediately started to work, because the time left for them was really limited. 10,000 drones, large-scale cluster formations, and ultra-dense arrays will achieve a wonderful performance of 25 minutes in a complex environment. This will undoubtedly be a huge project. First of all, drones. The drones used for the previous 4,000 performances were basically emptying all of Dejiang's inventory. So after winning the order, Sun Shaoyang immediately started coordinating the production of the remaining 6,000 drones. Only the production of these drones takes over half a month to work overtime. In addition, to achieve the network interconnection of 10,000 drones and perform responsible attitude control, it is necessary to re-upgrade the hardware inside the drones. More than 6,000 new drones can be carried out in the factory, and the original more than 4,000 drones require them to carry out related transformation and upgrades themselves, which also requires a lot of time. After that, it is to enter a long actual machine test link, not only the network test, but also the system operation test, stress test, anti-interference test and so on. I am not saying that with the drone-equipped system, we can directly perform. This requires sufficient preparation in the early stages. When you perform, you have to face the millions and millions of residents of the entire city, as well as the numerous media and the countless audiences who watch through the media. Once something unexpected happens in this performance, it's a big thing. With the current speed and coverage of the internet, there is no chance of remedy at all. This requires them to be 100% sure that the performance is foolproof, and the pressure can be imagined. So experts and leaders are hesitant to decide whether to make their bold plans. In the end, the big boss agreed to take the risk. He saw the self-confidence in the eyes of Wu Hao and their young people, and wanted to give these young people a chance to show themselves. Whether it is Wu Hao or Sun Shaoyang, naturally knows that this opportunity is valuable, so he also goes all out to strive for the perfect completion of this performance. For this reason, Wu Hao led the team to stay in Yangqing throughout July and August. The team led by Sun Shaoyang conducted numerous tests and optimizations on the entire drone fleet, as well as the entire Tani system, in order to achieve an optimal state. With the support of this team led by Sun Shaoyang in the UF hardware, with sufficient funds and excellent conditions, Wu Hao also made very bold innovations in system procedures. It can be said that the new Tani system has a higher level of cluster control in fixed venues than the original Tani system. During this period, he only left once, and it was still a technical seminar held by Ali on the new company's upcoming new project Smart Logistics and Storage. This project is led by Zhu Xiaodong, but this is the first technical seminar. Zhu Xiaodong is not enough, so he has to come forward to participate. On the other hand, although Zhu Xiaodong is familiar with this set of technology and system procedures, he is only exposed to the use of this system, and he does not understand the true core technology. So many times, there are some issues related to the core technology. Zhu Xiaodong also needs to help Wu Hao remotely in real time. Ali attaches great importance to this project and directly provides them with a new automated logistics warehouse at the Hangzhou City Logistics Space for research and renovation. There is such an automated logistics warehouse in the county seat. You reading www.uukanzu.com naturally helps them develop a new intelligent logistics system. Many of their ideas and technologies can be verified through actual testing in this automated logistics warehouse. However, Ali also has a requirement that they must complete the relevant testing work before the Double 11 shopping festival this year. If it is not completed, the automated warehouse will be restored to its original state before this, and it must not affect its logistics and transshipment work after the shopping festival. In other words, the time left for their joint R&D team this year is very limited. Once there is no achievement at this node, they will have to wait a long time. Until the pressure of logistics transportation drops in the second year, the joint research and development team will not be able to get the automated warehouse for testing again. In addition to this, there are projects of the Beijing Air Force Equipment Research Institute. Although he was very busy at this time, the connection with Zhao Lao's research team has not been broken. The general progress is up to him, and it is expected that outdoor mid-air flight test of drone cluster will be conducted by mid to late September. Before that, he had to participate in a series of testing work until the actual machine test was completed. That is to say, From now until the Chinese New Year, he has no rest time, basically turning on the wheel. Note 1, this price is not fabricated at random, but has actual case references. According to the previous Xacity 1000 Drone Light and Shadow Performance Project transaction announcement, 1,374 drone performance costs up to 10.5 million. The scale of drones is about the larger, the more difficult the technology needed, and the higher the cost. Therefore, the price of 10,120 million is not expensive. The performance date was originally set to be mid to late August, but July and August happened to be a typhoon season. Due to strong typhoons, the time could only be postponed later. Facing the bad weather, Wu Hao and their helplessness can only wait anxiously. For this performance, they did countless preparations. First, the small-scale formation combination test, and then the large-scale formation scheduling and ray deformation test. Only after these have reached the ideal state, they will follow up the suggestions of folk culture experts invited by the Yangqing Propaganda Department to design relevant program arrangement content. Just as actors perform rehearsals behind the scenes before performing on stage, drone cluster formations also need to perform corresponding rehearsals. So come up with a set of performances with the best performance and the most reliable performance plan. Although Wu Hao's system can support real-time control of the drone array for live performances, it is such a big event after all. It is difficult to guarantee that there will be no accidents in real time by controlling the performance in real time. So for safety reasons, you must also perform pre-programmed rehearsal exercises. Of course, pre-programming does not mean that the preset program needs to be executed stiffly. Wu Hao, they can adjust according to the actual situation at the scene, or even switch to full manual control to ensure foolproof. In order to better show the performance content, they did a lot of testing and rehearsal work, and repeated the rehearsal 8 times just on the spot. Of course, in order to ensure the effect of the program, they also carried out corresponding confidential work during the rehearsal. For example, the first few times were small-scale formation tests or directly placed during the day. Even at night, they turned off the lights on the drone and simplified some performances. Despite this, their series of rehearsals has attracted the attention of the people and the media. Only the Drone Light and Shadow show is not new now. Everyone feels no different from other shows, so there is not much attention. On the evening of September 7th, due to advance notice and weekend relations, a large number of citizens and tourists on both sides of the Pearl River drama where the performance area is located, the initial estimate may exceed 1 million. And it continues to increase rapidly. At 8 o'clock, as the leaders and main guests entered the viewing platform, the performance officially started. The first is some regular performances, such as songs and dances, which are mainly used to mobilize the live atmosphere, and their performance is put at the end. But on the console set up by the river, Wu Hao didn't have the mood to watch those performances close at hand, but they were all working hard. Wu Hao, I just received the data from the Meteorological Observatory. It said that the humidity on the river today is relatively high, and there are 2 to 4 breeze. I am afraid it will affect our performance. Give him the word. Wu Hao took a look at the report, and then said to the people next to him, it is within our data allowance. There is no problem, just pay close attention. For such a big scene, the whole team is under great pressure. At this time, Wu Hao can only be as stable as possible, so that everyone can try to calm down. Otherwise, once people get nervous, they are prone to make mistakes and may even directly affect the success or failure of this performance. So despite his own internal pressure, he is still trying to reduce the burden for everyone. There is still half an hour. The departments will report the situation. Wu Hao looked up at the time and then picked up the intercom and called. Every departure area is normal and ready. Everything is fine at the landing site, ready. Every coordinate base station is normal and ready. The command and control department is ready. Everything is normal. Everything is safe with the security patrol team. After listening to the reports from various departments, Wu Hao grabbed the walkie-talkie and said, Safety training team, Your first task today is to cooperate with the security department to keep an eye on the outer area of the performance venue to avoid the interference of the performance process. The security patrol team understands. Attention all departments. Countdown 25 minutes before the show. 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Pay attention to each takeoff field and coordinate base station. The drone and coordinate base station are turned on. Coordinate base station report. All 12 coordinate base stations around the performance venue are all turned on and running normally. At each takeoff site, the drone has been turned on. Wu Hao took a breath after hearing the report, and then said to the technical staff next to him, "Begin the cluster formation network, and load the Skygame system." The cluster formation network was successfully established, and the Danny system began to be uploaded. 5%, 10%, 20%. The Danny system was successfully uploaded, and the installation started. The Danny system was successfully installed, and the system was restarted. After the system restarted, it worked normally. Data shows that a total of 10,317 drones are in normal condition and 183 have failed. The failure rate is slightly larger, but still within the allowable range. Yang Fan stared at the screen and said, "I heard Yang Fan's words." Sun Shaoyang showed a helpless expression and said, "No way. The humidity is high tonight, and the failure rate of the drone is naturally higher. There is no problem with the fault now, just don't have a fault in the sky." www.mentalnovel.com. Wu Hao shook his head. This time they prepared a total of 10,500 drones, of which 500 are used to replace any drones that may fail at any time. No way, the equipment may fail, not to mention more than 10,000 drones. Even if the failure rate control is small, that is a large number. The humidity is too high, so you can't just leave it on. Start the drone, and eliminate the drone that may malfunction in advance. Wu Hao frowned as he felt the breeze on the riverside. Sun Shaoyang frowned when he heard the words, "If you start it in this way, it will consume the power of the drone and affect the flight." Wu Hao waved his hand. "I can't control that much. Let's make sure that the entire fleet is normal before talking. As for the usual aspect, it's enough to cut off one or two actions." After hearing what he said, Sun Shaoyang sighed after thinking quickly. Yes, from the current situation, Wu Hao's disposition is completely correct. Although the field test rehearsal has been performed 7 or 8 times before, none of them has such a high humidity. Although drones have taken these factors into consideration when designing and manufacturing, some problems still occurred. 1 minute countdown. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. The drone takes off. As the speed of the propellers accelerated, more than 10,000 drones made a buzzing sound. However, these were all covered by the huge sound of music at the scene. The people gathered on both sides of the river finally saw that a group of fireflies were flying towards them in the sky. Just as the people looked at each other, these 5 groups of fireflies gathered in various places changed. The group of fireflies quickly gathered in the air and turned into 5 cricket-like white goats. The 5 white goats seemed to be summoned, and they hurried toward the sky above the Pearl River in front of Xiaoyao Waste. Everyone can see that there are 5 sheep with golden spikes running towards us. These 5 sheep flew to Yangqing, leaving the harvest to the people in Yangqing, and wished that there would never be a famine here every year. People here are thankful these 5 sheep, so this place is called Yangqing. 25 areas gathered together to play with each other. Very cute. This aroused cheers from the people on both sides of the Pearl River, and everyone picked up their mobile phones and began to record this magical scene. At this moment, the 5 sheep chasing after the playful animals quickly dissipated, and then gathered together again to form a huge sphere. The sphere slowly spins up, slowly showing the outlines of the oceans on the continents of the Earth. Immediately, the Earth started to shrink, and a moon orbiting around it appeared. and then it became the entire solar system. I saw the colorful 8 stars spinning around the huge sun in the middle. This scene is like a CG special effect shot in a science fiction scene, but now it really appears in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, the people on both sides of the Pearl River exclaimed in excitement. Everyone knows the solar system, but when someone displays it in front of everyone, everyone can't help but be shocked by its hugeness and beauty. While everyone was exclaiming, the change did not stagnate. The solar system is also slowly shrinking, and then a number of light spots gradually appear. These light spots are rotated around a black vacuum area in the middle to form a huge silver plate galaxy. This is the Milky Way. Someone clapped with excitement. It's the Milky Way. You can see that the ones that are rotating are the Milky Way cantilevers. The area with no bright spots in the middle is the black hole, so there is nothing. A young man with a little knowledge of astronomy said, "My God, this is too beautiful," praised the girl with her hands folded. With the exciting music, the huge galaxy slowly spins in the air, emitting light. Countless people looked up silently, feeling its vastness and beauty. This is the Milky Way. The legendary Dan in the myth. This is the Milky Way, the home of the solar system. People are really too small. While everyone was watching, the galactic galaxy gathered suddenly exploded and turned into countless white light spots scattered slowly in the air. The background music also eased from the previous excitement. With the music, these light spots began to gradually gather towards the center. When the lights were dim, a beautiful green peacock appeared in the air. The peacock flies in the air leisurely, and finally falls down, then looks for food while looking, as if looking for something. With a long beep, the peacock directly in the air turned on slowly. Light spots of various colors make up the peacock's fan-shaped tail slowly swinging, very dreamy. I even whispered, even the people watching it, for fear that the elf in the air would be astonished. Okay. Ready to start the next move. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, change. On the console, Wu Hao is concentrating on the drone cluster constantly changing in the air and continuously giving orders. Slow down a little bit more. Yes, slow down a bit more. Pay attention to the timing of the exchange. The wind speed on the river surface increases. Pay attention to maintaining the erase spacing. Report. Unidentified aircraft found over Linjian Park, approaching the restricted area quickly. More than half of the performance. Just as Wu Hao was relieved, there was a sudden call from the security patrol team on the intercom. What's the situation? Wu Hao felt a little in his heart, immediately grabbed the intercom and called. There was a burst of noise from the radio station. Report to the control center and find that the unknown aircraft is approaching the fleet quickly. Hurry up and start the emergency plan, and immediately implement the interception. Do not let it approach the fleet. Do not let it approach the fleet. Already stopped, but the unknown aircraft is too fast. We have asked the on-site security to assist in the interception. There was a hurried voice from the intercom. I can hear it. There is a mess there. Wu Hao quickly thought for a moment, and then ordered, the drone cluster slows down and the distance is widened to prevent chain reactions. Xiao Wu, why don't I go for a trip? Sun Shaoyang agitated at him. Wu Hao shook her head and said, you can't help if you go, just keep your eyes on it, don't panic. Panic will cause chaos. On the other side, not only Wu Hao's safety training team, security teams, police patrols, joint defense team members, or street ants acted. Everyone took the horn and began to find among the dense crowd, whose drone, take it back immediately. You have been suspected of breaking the law, please surrender immediately. Zhao, it's not a problem to find it like this, you must hurry up and find a way. It's so dark. www.mtlnovel.com. Our electronic control guns are not exactly targeted. We must find out the controller quickly. If you don't shoot a net gun to capture it, let it fly in the air so that one accidentally hits the aircraft. No, the target is too high, the net gun cannot reach it. Safety training team, report the situation. On the console, Wu Hao are also anxiously waiting for news. Report. The unknown aircraft is still hovering in the air in the restricted area. Wu Hao fired. Have you found anyone yet? We are already searching for it with all our strength. Too many people are difficult to find. Anxious voice came from the intercom. Wu Hao looked at the drone array being performed in the air and extinguished the smoke on his hand. Launch the final plan, mobilize 2 drones, and knock me down this aircraft. Yes. In this case, Wu Hao's final emergency plan, each safety training team is equipped with a backup drone to prevent possible accidents. They used their own drone to hit an unidentified aircraft. This is probably their last resort. It will not be implemented unless it happens. On the console, the hearts of Wu Hao and Sun Shaoyang also mentioned the pole. Once the collision fails, or if the unknown drone finds the impacted drone and evades, it may accidentally fly into the array. This will be a devastating blow for the entire drone cluster array. The formation of such a high-density array will cause a chain reaction if an external drone breaks in, which will cause the entire formation to fall apart instantly. After months of hard work, hundreds of millions of funds are thrown into the water. While Wu Hao was anxious, the security patrol team on the other side also started to operate. I saw them lift a box out of the car with a white drone inside. I put this drone on the open space, and a young man immediately picked up the remote control and started to control the drone to take off, and quickly flew to the drone in the air. Suddenly, the drone in the sky seemed to be close to this drone, and then began to avoid it. 2 drones began chasing in the air, moving closer and closer to the array of drone clusters being performed. Suddenly, at this time, a black drone about the size of an adult palm suddenly appeared in the air. I saw that it was very fast and very flexible and bumped into the unknown drone. The unknown drone wanted to avoid it, but was hit by the black drone directly. Hey! 2 drones collided together, and a small black drone directly smashed a propeller of an unknown drone and fell into the river. The unidentified drone is hovering in the air after losing a propeller because of its large size, but it is much slower. At this time, the unknown drone noticed the danger and was about to retreat, but it followed the white drone behind the buttocks, which was controlled by the members of the security training team, and crashed directly. The propellers of the 2 drones hit together, and then fell straight into the river. This immediately relieved the safety training team and security patrol police who had been watching the scene on the river embankment. Report, unknown drone has been hit, unknown drone has been hit. Who heard the sound inside the intercom? Wu Hao could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, then walked over and took a picture of Yang Fan, who had just removed his FPV glasses. Look back. I'll help you get a new one, better than that. Yang Fan heard his words and shook his head slightly. He personally picked up this crossing machine, unmanned racing machine. Speed can reach 100 or 200 kilometers, so he cherishes it very much. Even during this business trip, Yang Qing brought it with him in order to have an addiction when he was free. I didn't expect that now, but in order to save the entire fleet, I controlled the crossing machine to hit an unknown aircraft by myself, and the complex mood was really beyond words. While relaxing, Wu Hao had the opportunity to lose his temper with the walkie-talkie. How can you do that? Even a drone can't stop it. Can you eat dry food? In the face of Wu Hao's scolding, the members of the security training team over the walkie-talkie couldn't say anything. With so many people at the scene, and it's a big night, this can't be prevented. But for the reprimand of the big boss, they can't go back. After all, this is their failure. If it wasn't at the critical time that the crossover aircraft appeared to have played a role, I am afraid that the unknown drone really couldn't intercept it. So the leader of the security training team can only reply weakly. The patrolling police has already begun to organize investigations and will definitely dig this person out. I must find this person for Lao Tzu. Hundreds of millions of projects almost ruined him. He must pay the price. Everyone can feel Wu Hao's anger across the walkie-talkie. I heard Wu Hao's words, and everyone could not help fighting a cold war. If the person is only accused of black flying and disrupting public security, it can only be held for up to 15 days in administrative detention, and then compensate for related losses. But if it is endangering the safety of hundreds of millions of projects, the nature will be different. Anyway, this person is enough to drink a pot. After the fire broke out, Wu Hao's attention returned to the performance project, and at this moment the performance has come to an end. He stared at the data on the screen over and over again, looking at the changing drone cluster array in the air. Okay, the last performance unit. As the order was issued, the drones in the air quickly spread out, and then gathered and changed into hundreds of colorful butterflies dancing in the air. The butterflies fluttered with gorgeous wings and gathered towards the center, then gathered into a bright red flag. Wow! The people who were looking up at the sky on both sides of the Pearl River saw the national flag floating in the air and fluttering in the wind, and burst into warm applause. Even many people saw this situation and burst into tears with excitement. I love you, my motherland, I cheer for you and bless you, you are our eternal pride. At this moment, the atmosphere on both sides of the Pearl River reached its zenith. People cheered again and again, applauded, while gazing at the national flag flying in the air. At this time, the national flag gradually disappeared, and a row of rainbow-like Chinese characters appeared in the air. Happy birthday to our motherland. Cheers and applause erupted again on both sides of the Pearl River, all of which was spontaneous, voluntary and sincere. At the time when everyone thought the performance was over, I saw the floating text in the sky suddenly exploded and turned into fireworks one after another, colorful and gorgeous. In the cheers of everyone, the scattered drones quickly gathered into a colorful ribbon and flew towards the landing site in the middle of Jiangxin Island. The people on both sides of the strait stood there watching the tapes that were gradually shortening until they all disappeared, and everyone was reluctant to leave. Wu Hao, who was on the podium, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then slumped on the chair. This kind of work is really too tiring, and the pressure is too great. It is estimated that most people can't support it. A breeze struck www.mentalnovel.com. Wu Hao felt that the t-shirt on his body didn't know when it was sweaty. His sweat was making him uncomfortable, and he was about to take off his t-shirt. I saw Director Su walking towards them, beckoning at them as they walked. Little Wu, little son, please clean up, the leaders are coming to condolences to you. Director Su was talking, and not far away, a group of people came to them around a few leaders in white shirts, and there were many reporters carrying cameras or holding cameras around them. Wu Hao saw this and quickly stood up and packed up. In fact, there is nothing to do, nothing more than dragging clothes and the like, and now they have no image at all. At this time, a group of people swarmed directly onto the console, and Wu Hao and Sun Shaoyang and Yang Fan were surrounded by them. Leaders, referred to as abbreviations, these two are the persons in charge of this performance project. This is Comrade Sun Shaoyang, the technical director of our Shenzhen Dejiang company, and this is Comrade Wu Hao from Anxi Hao Technology. Introduced to the leaders. Thanks everyone. Okay, thank you for bringing us such a wonderful performance. It is really pleasing and refreshing. Especially when I saw that the team members behind the project were so young, it was really amazing. Our society needs such high-tech talents, and our country also needs such high-tech skills. Only by mastering such cutting-edge technologies can we rejuvenate the country through science and technology and avoid blackmail from outside threats. From you, let me see the hope of continuous advancement of cutting-edge technology in our country, and let me see the rapid growth of the young generation of technicians in our country. After Wu sent the leaders away, Wu Hao and they could finally rest. Director Su arranged for a supper. However, the weather was hot, and the exhausted crowd had no appetite. After a few bites, they hurriedly lay down and continued to work. After the event, naturally it is necessary to recycle the equipment to clean up the scene and the like. Although there are Dejiang personnel, after all, they work together, and they can't stand idly by. After waiting for the scene to be cleaned up, it was already over 4 in the morning. Wu Hao then dragged his tired body back to the hotel, took a bath, and fell asleep in bed. While Wu Hao was sleeping, the video of the drone light and shadow show had fermented on the internet. Of course, The short video platform was the first to start fermentation. The short videos shot by the people on the scene were quickly forwarded by many netizens. In just a few hours, the number of likes and reposts of the most short video has exceeded 1 million, and it is still increasing. No less slow than the short video platform is Weibo. Several Weibos containing video content and photos have also been reposted by many netizens, and even some official accounts have been reposted. This has also allowed more people to see these video photos, and has also made several words such as Yangqing Wanjia drones and drone light and shadow shows appear on the top of Weibo's hot search. Of course, this is only the evening. The next morning, when the information is really fermenting, sure enough, the next morning, no matter it was the short video platform or the Weibo community, major official accounts and some big vloggers forwarded and commented on the content of the drone light and shadow show last night. No matter who it is, it doesn't matter who knows technology, news, music, entertainment, digital, automotive, military, photography, even beauty and fashion accounts have reposted commentary about the performance from their own perspectives. Not to mention some celebrities and marketing numbers. Some people even started to buy online to get exclusive photos and videos in order to increase fan traffic. No way. Who let the traffic in this era mean money? At this time, those media invited yesterday will naturally not miss this great opportunity, and who have exposed their own unique perspective. The videos and photos from professional lenses are much better than the blurred video photos taken by the public, which also allows netizens to really see last night's performance for the first time. I am terrible, my country. So beautiful. 666. This is really beautiful. Regret not going to the scene to see. Cry, cry. Technology power, great. So beautiful. Alas, let the world remember that this is the technology of our country. What else can I say besides shocking me? I can also say I cow. Too beautiful and spectacular. Proud, heart. My heartfelt pride has done a great job for my Yangqing. I have to repost the collections. The scientists are terrifying my country. This look is amazing. Behind the beauty, thank those technicians who paid silently. Of course, in addition to the public praise, there are some netizens' analysis and discussion. Hey, although it is very beautiful, but I want to ask weekly, is this great? I ask the same question. How do you think some people call the cutting-edge technology? In the face of this part of netizens' problems, there are professional netizens saying, as a relevant practitioner in this industry, I can tell you responsibly, it is really amazing. Cluster control technology, which is a hot field of research in various countries around the world, is called cutting-edge technology that can change future life and even military combat methods. The highest record in the world is set this spring, with a total of more than 2,000 drones. It was just that there were only some simple flying movements at that time, far less than this time, and the movements were complex, flexible and quick. This requires ultra-high cluster control technology to achieve the cooperation of so many drones with each other, and the data to be processed will also be a huge number. Wow, it's too good not to be overpowered in the field of drones. Daejiang is really a bull, and no wonder people want to punish it. You upstairs are wrong. Although the drones for this performance are all Daejiang, the real technology is Heo technology. Didn't you read the report that it was jointly developed by Daejiang and Heo technology? Just kidding. What kind of rotten fish Heo technology is, can actually cooperate with Daejiang? I think it must be to provide some services and buy news enthusiasm. I don't know. Don't blindly spray it. If it's a small company that's hot, it's worth so many media to report it with Daejiang, who has sprayed blindly. Have you heard of Heo technology? Don't talk nonsense before hearing that. Heo Technology is a newly registered company by fresh graduates. The cluster control technology developed by them was exhibited at the Hangzhou Internet Plus Innovation Expo in May, and it shocked the audience at the time. There are related videos on the internet, you can click to see them. Just kidding, a new company just registered. What new graduates can come up with high-tech technology? I think it's capital at work again. Just pick out any talent, come up with a technology, and then crazy money. The examples that happened before were not proof. Alas, the truth emperor upstairs. Hold a bunch of ignorance brains, don't understand. Don't blame trademark. You know www.mentalnovel.com. Hey, or technology is your father, so you maintain it. My brother, give an account, you can make money together. I would say that it is not helpful. I directly click on the picture. This is a screenshot of this morning's Guangdong Satellite TV news report. The leaders in the picture are sympathizing with the team behind the performance. Standing on the left is Sun Shaoyang, Deputy General Manager of Dajiang's technical department. You can find it online. The big leader is shaking hands with He Wu Hao, who is the inventor of this technology and the general manager of He Technology. What does this mean? Tong Tong asked. What can this show? Aren't the leaders consoling the team members behind the scenes? And the cleaners are also the employees behind the scenes. Oh ha 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 ha. Cowby upstairs. A bunch. Despite a lot of online doubts, many people still put their eyes on Wu Hao's immature face. So soon He Technology, Wu Hao, cluster control technology, these information have been pushed to the audience by the media. Therefore, everyone knows that behind such a wonderful performance, there is such a cutting-edge technical support. Behind this cutting-edge technology, so many young people silently pay. For a while, Wu Hao and his team and this cluster control technology were quickly pushed to the forefront. Boss, did you wake up? Something went wrong. Yang Fan knocked loudly outside the door. Well, what happened? Wu Hao was awakened by Zhang Jun's shouting and knocking, and then yawned and got out of bed and walked over to open the door. Boss has an accident. Why did your phone shut down? It's noisy outside. Sorry, I have something late today. Looking at all the news on the internet, Wu Hao really smiled bitterly. For one night and half a day, the news of their performance last night and information about him and Zhang Jun were spread everywhere. If it's all true and objective, that's fine. But a lot of hype processing from media and marketing accounts has made many things lose their meaning. As a result, some netizens heard that the wind was rain and directly joined the team that attacked them. There is no way. In this era of network information development, everything, whether true or false, can be quickly amplified and spread to the entire network, becoming the focus of public attention. Now some people have seized Wu Hao's hype about cooperating with the SPX company in the country, saying that they have sold this cutting-edge technology to foreign countries. I was so embarrassed that some people started to attack them, even greeted the 18th generation of their ancestors, and said something like a modern traitor. If only they were personal, that's fine. However, with the promotion of some unscrupulous people, this matter has begun to involve people around them, such as schools, such as their family, parents and friends. The worsening public opinion has forced them to remain silent, and they must respond quickly. Otherwise, this matter will continue to ferment, and I don't know what will happen. So He Technology's official Weibo hasn't released any news since the application. I didn't expect to give this public announcement for the first time. In response to false statements on the internet, the company makes the following response. First, all business activities of the company are in compliance with domestic laws and regulations. If there is any misconduct, netizens are welcome to come up with evidence and actively report it to relevant departments. After verification, our company will accept any punishment with an open mind and apologize to the public. Second, all the company's technologies are independently developed by the company's R&D team, without plagiarism or plagiarism of any other technology. In addition to the core technology, our company also holds a number of domestic and international patents. 23. The company had contact with SPX company, and the two parties were very happy during the conference. It is only because their respective positions are different that it is a pity that cooperation was not reached. 24. The company has obtained important cooperation in many fields in China. This UAF cluster array light and shadow show is only part of many cooperation projects. In the future, we will continue to cooperate with Daejiang in this field, and strive to show the public more exciting performances. 25. Our company Poly has the right to pursue its legal responsibility for some self-media marketing numbers and individual netizens' slanderous attacks on the company. Axitan Law Firm has been entrusted to collect relevant evidence to prepare for prosecution. The internet has never been a place outside the law. I hope that the majority of netizens will actively maintain a good network environment for the network and spread positive energy. This statement was posted on the internet together with a lawyer's letter from Tan Law Firm, which immediately stopped those accounts that were still jumping up and down. Some self-media marketing accounts and netizens who had previously attacked and abused the secret contents of the former, and then collectively aphasia. Sure enough, it still works. If these people are convinced that what they say is the truth, then they will not secretly delete the previous content after Wu Hao issued this statement. I saw a lot of cessation on the internet, which made Wu Hao take a sigh of relief. In this era of highly developed network information, more traffic means considerable revenue. As a result, there are some people who gain public attention by making all kinds of information, so as to obtain traffic benefits. I don't mean that this is not good. In fact, all kinds of cultural content we are in contact with are produced by content information manufacturers. But some people do whatever they can in order to fabricate an explosive content that can attract people's attention, and to implement illegal means. Distortion is an important one. Anyway, the risk is small. It doesn't matter if the situation is not right. Delete it. The low cost of breaking the law has made these people more and more brazen. No matter how unscrupulous I am, there are also some bullies who are afraid of being tough. When they encounter a tough master, these people immediately soften. For Wu Hao, they don't really have to hold these people accountable. After all, network information evidence is too difficult to collect. It takes time and effort, and they don't have the energy to investigate these people. No way. This is reality. Although very helpless, in fact, most companies and celebrities are like this. The rumor was clarified, and the storm was calmed down, but this matter is far from over. I have the most influence on Wu Hao. I am afraid they all appeared in the public view. The information of several people was made transparent, and they scared them to delete historical Weibo overnight. In order to prevent those previous remarks from being reopened and used by some people, it has become an attack and a handle to attack them. I also almost overnight, Wu Hao's Weibo fans rose from more than 100 to more than 100,000. As a result, they had to go to Weibo for real name authentication to prevent being impersonated by a high imitation number, and then make trouble. Of course, in addition to these messy things, there are many things that make him very headache. Youkanzu www.youkanzu.com, such as the company, has received interviews from several media, but he was directly pushed away. After the show achieved great success, many places and some cultural festival exhibitions have invited them. Daejiang also tasted the sweetness in it and began to ask Wu Hao to continue their cooperation. And this is also in Wu Hao's interest. Otherwise, how could they spend the energy and time to jointly develop this drone cluster array light and shadow show in Yangqing and Daejiang? He just had a lot of things to do with Wu Hao, so he pushed this matter to Jiang Junian Anxi Company. You arrange the company's affairs, and then fly to Yangqing to discuss the next cooperation with Daejiang's team. Wu Hao said to Jiang Jun over the phone. Jiang Jun on the phone replied, "Okay. I will bring people to Yangqing as soon as I have arranged my work. Will you not return to Anxi? The time is so tight." Wu Hao glanced at Yang Fan sitting next to him, then nodded and said, "No way. The Beijing site has urged several times. I won't go again. they will scold the mother. So I have to rush right over and go to Hangzhou by the way to see the progress of Dongtsai. I only talked to him on the phone in the morning, he said it was good. It went well. Jiang Jun's voice came from the phone. Wu Hao smiled when he heard the words, "That's good. I'm afraid he can't hold a scene." Since this is the case, then I will take Yang Fan directly to fly to Beijing, and there is a tight press there. Okay, leave me other things, you can rest assured. The body is the capital of everything. Take care. Jiang Jun answered with a word of concern and let Wu Hao's heart warm. Wu Hao led Yang Fan and several capable technicians to fly to Beijing without stopping. Instead, he was directly picked up by the car arranged by the research institute, and then headed north all the way after getting on the highway. After about 4 or 5 hours of driving, they finally met Zhao Hongs in a rare mountain area in Mongolia. Xiaowu, the road has been hard. Professor Yang Zhuai smiled forward and greeted him. Wu Hao quickly held Yang Zhuai's hand and said, "Sorry, Professor Yang, we are late." I know it's too late. Zhao Hongs looked at Wu Hao with a dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha, Zhao Lao is angry with you. Yang Zhuai smiled at him. Wu Hao nodded, and then apologized to Zhao Hongs. "Lao Zhao, sorry, you also know that there are more typhoons over Yangqing this summer in Yangqing, so the project has been dragging. I am also anxious to come here, but they can't just let go of the project." "I think you're making excuses. Why didn't you come over immediately after completing the project? It still took a few days. Do you feel that you are famous and you don't need to worry about our old things?" Zhao Hongs turned his head to the side and didn't want to ignore him. Forehead. Wu Hao flashed a few black lines on his forehead. "It is said that the old child, this Zhao Hongs is less than 70 years old. How a child temper." At this time, Yang Zhuai patted his shoulder and laughed. "Zhao Lao is eating. We have all seen your performances in Yangqing. How did Zhao Lao think such a good technique was applied to useless performances?" "Okay, Yang Zhuai. Did I say that? And let's misinterpret my meaning." They have been paying attention to Wu Hao's Zhao Hongs, and they were unhappy after hearing what Yang said. Say ha 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 ha. Wu Hao, Yang Zhuai, and everyone laughed when they saw the situation, and Zhao Hongs also reflected that the young and old were kidding him, and they were tricked in secret. After laughing, Zhao Hongs looked at Wu Hao and said slightly, "I watched your performance in Yangqing. It is very good. You seem to have completed the related optimization and upgrade on the previous technology." Wu Hao nodded and said, "It is the relevant targeted optimization of the entire system. This is mainly due to the good equipment hardware provided by Dejiang, which makes the performance of this system a great deal." Zhao Hongs nodded when he heard what he said. Dejiang can be at the forefront of the entire industry in the field of civilian drone technology, or it has its own unique technology. After you left the capital, after initial mastering your technology, we optimized it for our application scenarios. The effect is good in all aspects, but it is still not ideal in some aspects. That's why I hurriedly come here this time to see if we can solve these problems before our test flight. Wu Hao nodded and said, "We must cooperate fully." "Okay, it's been hard along the way. You take a break first, and then let's have a meet up together." Zhao Hongs looked at the tired Wu Hao concerned. "I have heard about things on the internet. Clear. Don't bother too much." "Thank you, Mr. Zhao." Wu Hao thanked him. Zhao Hongs waved and then slowly went out. Wu Hao rubbed his sore nose and then greeted everyone to take a rest. When he was resting, Wu Hao finally saw the whole picture of the whole test field. It is located in an arid mountainous area and the vegetation is relatively thin. The surrounding area is sparsely populated. The nearest town is also 20-30 kilometers away. The experimental team is resident on a mountain beam with a special dirt road and the outside world. In addition to some large and small tents on the mountain beams, there are also some equipment vehicles. The most interesting thing is the drone flying platform built along the outside of the mountain beam. Said to be a flying platform, it is actually a launcher. It is similar to a bookshelf, except that instead of books, Each white grid is a white fixed-wing drone. How many are there? Yang Fan couldn't help sighing as he looked at the launches that filled the whole mountain beam. Let us say 1 or 2,000 less, said a technician next to Yang Fan. Another technician shook his head and said, I can't stop it. The whole mountain beam is at least 4 or 5,000. A total of 3,500 planes. At this time, only Saw Director Liu Kai and a major came over and returned to them. Xiao Wu, the road is hard. Liu Kai shook hands at Wu Hao. Wu Hao quickly responded, sorry, Director Liu, late. Liu Kai shook his head and said, it's okay, it's not too late now. Yes, you and your team members signed this document. Wu Hao took the document handed over by the major with a doubt and glanced at it. Non-confidential agreement. Hasn't I signed this before? Oh, the content is different. Sign it. Each of us signed it. Liu Kai explained to them. Wu Hao nodded his head, signed his name on the document, and then said, how big is this time? www.untlenovel.com. I thought it would be 1,000 to test it first. Why? Have no confidence in your technology. Liu Kai joked as he watched him. Wu Hao shook his head and looked at the drone launcher of the entire mountain beam with a bitter smile. The more the number, the greater the pressure. I really don't want to relax. Ha, the pressure on the researcher is not great. Liu Kai smiled, and then pointed at Zhao Hongs, who was looking at the information under the tent in the distance, said, look at Zhao Lao, it's almost 70. It's not with us in this ravine. At his age, he could be carefree and hug his grandson to support him for years, but now he is taking the young people to suffer here. For what it is not yet the sense of mission and the sense of urgency of our country in this area of technology. I was beaten when I was behind, and I was subject to others when I was behind. Imagine the pressure on Zhao Lao. I understand. Wu Hao looked at Zhao Hongs in the distant monograph and nodded heavily. It is true that for people like Zhao Hongs, there is no pressure in life and naturally there is no work, because neither the unit nor the country has any hard requirements for them. The so-called pressure actually comes from themselves. It is the pressure they put on themselves. Their strong sense of mission and responsibility prompted them to have to seize every minute and every second and want to contribute their light and heat within the foreseeable life cycle. It is also with such a group of older scientists who are silently and willingly paying that our country can make major breakthroughs in many key scientific research fields in such a short period of time, laying a solid foundation for the rise of our great power. Because this is not the first time for cooperation, everyone will not have too much politeness, and soon enter the topic. Buzz system. Wu Hao wondered, seeing the name on the data. Zhao Hongs nodded, yes, this is the internal code of this system. Your name is not used here, Wu Hao said with a smile. The name is also good. The Mad Bee colony is indeed deadly and very visual. Okay, don't talk about that. Let's talk about business. You come to see here, every time we test, we just can't get through. It always shows a dull error and even causes the system to crash. Zhao Hongs waved and pointed at the screen. The data is directed at Wu Hao. Let me see. Wu Hao scrolled and stared at the data on the screen. Compared with the cluster array control technology for fixed sites, the cluster control technology for outdoor mobile sites is more complicated and more difficult. One of the most difficult problems is how to process the information fed back and processed by a large group of drones in real time. In terms of positioning, the previously fixed coordinate base point is definitely useless, so satellite navigation technology and digital terrain matching technology are used for positioning. Of course, there is another type of inertial navigation, but it is not suitable for such a large fleet. This problem, too many navigation and positioning data, the drone cluster is difficult to process in real time, resulting in a series of subsequent calculation errors and even downtime. Wu Hao pointed to a key program on the screen. But we are using your technical structure. You can use my 10,000 drones for this performance. We shouldn't have such a problem at 3,500. Gao Feihang said doubtfully. Wu Hao heard a shake and said, this is different. We are on a fixed site. The coordinate position is relatively fixed, and the transmission distance is short. Therefore, the connection is closer and the data processing speed is faster. You are out of the room. The positioning coordinate information is transmitted by Beidou in space. The 3500 aircraft needs to receive 3500 real-time positioning coordinate data, and then performs complex calculations to determine the real-time position and relative position of each drone, which is too complicated. Simplify data information? Zhao Hongs thoughtfully. Wu Hao nodded, then pointed to the content on the screen and said, "You see, these are all coordinate position information, too much, and not very useful. We can completely remove them and only retain key location information for sharing." "Do you mean to achieve mutual positioning and share location information?" Yang Zhuai flashed, as if he had caught some excitement. Wu Hao said with a smile, "Yes, we only need to know the coordinate points of several key positions in the drone group, and we can use these coordinate points to position each other with other accompanying drones, so as to find that there are no people in other positions." Machine coordinate points. As a result, the amount of calculations has been greatly reduced. First establish the backbone coordinate base points, and then use these base points to find the position of other drones. 1, 2, 2, 4, 4, 8, so that they spread out layer by layer. The entire transmission structure is like a pyramid, with only a small number of top drones receiving satellite coordinate signals. Other drones are just based on these drones to determine their own position, and then form a complete cluster coordinate data information. Zhao Hongs smiled. It was indeed the authorities who obsessed the spectators. Why didn't they change their minds and think about this issue? Gao Feihang thought for a while and asked his own question. Although this is a cluster, it is not a stable group. What if the cluster is to perform decentralized grouping to perform multiple tasks? In case of receiving Beidou navigation data, those drones have problems. Don't the fleet lose their coordinates? He. Wu Hao and Zhao Hongs laughed. Wu Hao looked at him and explained, "We are not the only ones that can receive satellite navigation positioning data. If there is something wrong with these drones, then we should change another batch. This is like the head geese leading the flock of geese. It is dead. The flock of geese can also quickly select new head geese to continue to lead the way. It will not affect the team flight of the entire flock. It is important to say that it is important, because it will lead the entire group of geese to fly. It's not important or important, because it can be replaced at any time. We have the entire cluster of drones that can receive positioning coordinate information, but we don't need that much. Once needed, changes can be replaced or added immediately. This is indeed a good idea." Yang Zhuai praised it, and then excited, "We can also let the entire fleet make autonomous judgment based on demand. If the terrain is complex and the signal is weak, we can add more drones to accept the relevant position data. Under normal circumstances, we can take turns replacing drones that accept positioning and navigation data." www.mtlnovel.com. This can also save a lot of energy. It's like this. This technology is not difficult, it can be easily implemented, and then it can be directly embedded into the entire system to replace the previous program. Wu Hao smiled. The crowd nodded when he heard what he said, and Zhao Hongs said to him, "Since Xiao Wu is familiar with you, let it be your responsibility. I ask Fei Hang to cooperate with you fully." "Early test flight." "No problem, we are here to work," Wu Hao said with a smile. "As soon as they come, they will be safe. They can only leave if they finish their work quickly." In this difficult mountain nest, there seems to be no distractions other than work. With the cooperation of Gao Feihang and their professionals, Wu Hao and they are making rapid progress. In fact, it is nothing more than modifying and optimizing the existing program. Although it is tedious, it is not difficult. It just needs to take time to test later, and then continuously modify and optimize it to fit the entire system and hardware equipment. The 3,500 drones used this time are all fixed-wing aircraft. So in speed, control, altitude, and other data indicators are very different from the 4-axis vertical lift drone. This requires continuous test optimization, although Zhao Hongs has done related test optimization before. But a change in data will affect the entire system, so multiple rounds of testing are needed. However, time is limited, and they must complete the relevant test flight work before September 25th. Therefore, we must seize the time to complete the relevant optimization and modification tests and prepare for the relevant test flight as soon as possible. On the 23rd, the weather was fine with no wind and clouds. Early morning, everyone rose. After eating a few large buns made by the villagers, everyone hurried to the test field. Except for those who are on duty at the test flight these days, everyone has been staying at the homes of villagers who are not far away. Although the accommodation conditions are relatively poor, the villagers are relatively enthusiastic and the food is not bad. Today is the day of the test flight, so in addition to Wu Hao and Zhao Hong's research team members, there are some other helpers. These people will be scattered at various observation points with a radius of tens of kilometers in order to observe and record the first-hand data. In addition, they also installed cameras on nearly 100 drones to record the flight attitude of the entire fleet in multiple directions. In addition, the research team also relied on the advantages of the service to apply for relevant drone reconnaissance assistance from the Air Force. They will observe and record the flight test process of the entire drone cluster from the air when they test. Of course, that's not all. There is also a mobile radar unit on the ridge not far away to search and detect the flight data of the entire drone cluster. In addition to helping to record relevant data, it is also a targeted test. They also want to know what the state of such a high-density drone cluster is in the radar. The entire test conditions can be described as very luxurious. "Are you ready?" Zhao Hongs asked at the crowd, sitting under the tent. "Everything is ready. You can start at any time." As the on-site master dispatcher, Gao Feihang replied loudly. Zhao Hongs beckoned and said, "Let's get started." All departments are ready. The Busby system is activated, the drone is activated, and networking is started. Flying field report. The drones have all been activated and in good condition. The network was successful, and the upload of the Busby system started. The system is uploaded and loading is started. 10%, 20%, 30%, 100%. The system is loaded and restarted. After the restart, the data shows that a total of 3,482 drones are in a normal state and 12 have failed. Within the allowable failure rate of 1%, the next step can be performed. After listening to these, Gao Feihang looked at his teacher, and Zhao Hongs nodded at him slightly when he saw this. Gao Feihang took a breath, and then continued to give orders. "Attention from all departments. Drones are about to fly. 5,4,3,2,1. Let go." Flying field report. The first drone has started to launch. The crowd who gathered at the control center heard the words, and they picked up the binoculars that had been held in their hands and began to look up. I saw the drone launcher placed on the ridge in the distance, and started to launch the white drone quickly outward. A drone was ejected, and then quickly flew into the distant airspace. At the same time, a new command came from the command and control center. Drone clusters begin to gather in airspace number 3. As the order was issued, I saw a satellite map on the large display in front of the crowd, and some blue dots on the map were moving. This is the flight track data transmitted by the drone cluster. It took about 10 minutes, and more than 3,000 drones were launched, and then assembled into a huge fleet in airspace number 3. These drones hovered in the air like a group of densely flying birds. Through the telescope and the high-definition video images transmitted from the observation points below the airspace of number 3, everyone can clearly see the flight status of the entire fleet. Report. The comprehensive optoelectronic reconnaissance data of the Air Force drone came over, received on the big screen. Zhao Hongs waved. Under everyone's attention, a video image taken by a high-altitude drone appeared on the big screen. I saw a large group of drones circling an oval shape in a relatively open valley. Zoom in. Zhao Hongs pointed at the screen and said to the crowd, "You see, the entire structure of the drone cluster is still very complete, and the spacing within the cluster is also well controlled." Yes, The data is also performing well. Yang Zhuai stared at the data on several screens and smiled. Let's start the next project. Let's try to test more today. Zhao Hongs waved with satisfaction. What could please him at this moment more than the preliminary results of this project? Thinking of this, he could not help but glance at Wu Ha, who was sitting beside him, and his mouth could not help rising. The next test content: simulate the cluster autonomous attack test. With the order of Gao Feihang, the operator immediately marked 5 points on the satellite map, each of which had a different size and a different distance. As the order was uploaded to the drone cluster, I saw 5 squadrons separated from the entire fleet. Through monitoring information and data, Wu Hao can clearly see the number and direction of these separated drone squads. The number of these 5 squadrons is more or less. The few are 30 or 40, and the most are 1 or 200. According to the size of these marked points, the 5 drone squads also made corresponding choices. And all of this is controlled autonomously by the drone cluster. The Yu Reading Book www.yuukanzu.com Control Center just issued a few target points to the cluster. Crackling. Everyone applauded when they saw this, and the fact that drone clusters can do this means that their technology has been more than half successful. Release the attack mission. Order these 5 squadrons to fly to airspace number 7 together. Zhao Hongs ordered. Yes. As the 5 target points on the map disappeared, the 5 drone squads began to change direction and flew towards the airspace of number 7. The main cluster of drones began to perform terrain matching and autonomous route selection tests. This test content requires the UAF cluster to support low altitude or ultra-low altitude slightly lower flight with the support of satellite navigation and digital terrain matching navigation technology, and according to the terrain autonomously choose the flight route. This is a bit like the function of automatically planning the navigation route in the navigation software we use, but the difficulty is not a level. The automatic route planning in the navigation software is based on the choices made by existing road routes. That is to say, there are already existing routes. The navigation software just selects a short route, better road conditions, and no congested routes. However, the technology in the drone cluster is to plan alternative routes in areas without routes. It also takes into consideration factors such as terrain, distance, and climate information to make the best choice. As the order was issued, I saw the hovering drone cluster on the satellite map on the screen turned into a long dragon and began to fly to the marked area. At the same time, several planned schemes appeared on the map, as well as a flight route it independently selected. Why did it choose this route instead of the closer route? Liu Qi, who had rarely spoken, asked at this time. Because this is the optimal route. Wu Hao smiled back. Liu Kai heard his answer and asked, the best route? Wu Hao nodded, then pointed at the big screen and said, look, the drone cluster has planned a total of 6 flight paths, including the shortest and the longest. However, the one selected by the drone cluster is not the shortest of the several schemes, but rather this one has many twists and turns. If we carefully check the topographic map, we can see that the 2 shortest routes are flying along the valley, which is really good, and it can also avoid radar detection. But did you notice that there are several sharp bends below 90°C in the valleys that the 2 routes pass by? If a large fleet of aircraft passes these sharp turns, it can easily cause a large number of drones to crash, so it has abandoned this recent route for safety reasons. As for the farthest one, there is no doubt that the route is too far. After hearing Wu Hao's words, everyone nodded while watching the big screen. Indeed, compared to other routes, the flight route chosen by the cluster is the most suitable. Wait a minute, why are there so many drones crashing? Just as everyone was talking, Yang Zhuai suddenly shouted at this time. Everyone heard the words and looked at the past, and saw that there were some red dots on the trajectory of the drone cluster on the screen, which means that the drone has fallen. If it turns into a black spot, it means that the drone has crashed and lost contact, and the black spot is the location where the system finally accepted the signal. Zhao Hongs frowned and asked, Is there anything found in the aerial drone surveillance images? There is nothing special for the time being, a technical staff reported. Wu Hao looked at the screen, then raised his voice, tune over the video recorded by the drone with the camera in front of the cluster. Report. UAF number 021,078 is in the forefront of the aircraft group, and the video has been transmitted to the big screen. At the same time, surveillance video images from the perspective of these two drones appeared on the big TV screen. When everyone saw this, they stared at the big screen, but found nothing unusual for a while. Zhao Hongs asked, "Is there anything unusual at the observation points along the way?" Report. The drone passed through the valley area, leaving the field of view of most observation points. Only a few observation points can track the flight status of the drone cluster, but the distance is too far, and nothing abnormal is found for the time being. The number of falling drones is still increasing, and there are currently more than 100. Gao Feihang stared at the data on the screen anxiously, reporting, "Xiao Wu, is there something wrong with the autonomous control system of the cluster?" Yang Zhuai worried at him. Wu Hao heard some words, but turned to look at Yang Fan, who was staring at the data on the other side. Yang Fan shook his head slightly at him, signaling that no abnormalities were found on the system control program. Where did the problem occur? Wu Hao stared at the video images on the big screen and thought about it. He had never encountered a crash before for no reason. "Lao Zhao, stop if you can't do it. We have achieved great success. There is no need to take this risk." Yang Zhuai then suggested to Zhao Hongs. I heard Professor Yang's words, and everyone immediately focused on Zhao Hongs. At this time, Liu Kai on the side also said, "I think Yang is right. Let's stop for a while. We will test it after we find the problem. Anyway, it's not a short time." Zhao Hongs was hesitant after hearing the words of the two. He turned his gaze to Wu Hao, who was still thinking, and asked, "Little Wu, what's your opinion?" I heard Zhao Hongs's words, and everyone looked at him again. But now Wu Hao is still immersed in his thoughts. "Little Wu." Wu Hao was awakened and said, "What's wrong? What are you thinking?" Zhao Hongs asked at him. Wu Hao felt the crowd focus on him, then shook his head with a smile. "Maybe, I already know the reason." Zhao Hongs suddenly became interested when he heard what he said, and quickly asked, "Oh, what's the problem? Did you notice the lush vegetation and trees in the valley?" Wu Hao answered with a smile. "What do you mean?" Zhao Hongs flashed in front of his eyes, and all of a sudden came over. Wu Hao nodded and said, "This is not a problem with our system programs and drones at all, but the data is inaccurate. The data we have obtained, especially the terrain data, are based on mountain terrain mapping. Very few of these tall and dense trees are noticed. So I analyzed that our falling drones are likely to be blocked by these tall trees and vegetation, causing a fall failure. Yes, it must be this reason. The terrain and landform data we have all come from the previous database of surveying and mapping, not what we survey and map in real time. During this period, a mountain may suddenly grow in these mountains www.mtlnovel.com, or there may be more buildings, electric wires, or obstacles such as landslides. This can cause the data to be mismatched with reality and cause the drone to crash. When I heard Wu Hao's explanation, Yang Zhuai was excited and agreed. Liu Kai heard the introduction of the two, and was slightly disappointed. In this case, our technology needs to be optimized and improved. Wu Hao smiled and comforted. In fact, it is not as complicated as everyone imagines. Generally, we cannot encounter this situation. What we tested today is just under the set limit environment. I want to solve this problem. It's very simple. I already have two solutions here. The first UAF and the existing system technology do not need to move, and only need to import the latest topographic and geomorphological mapping data to solve this problem. Second, upgrade the drone hardware and system software. Drones can be equipped with detection radar, range sensors, or other detection equipment. In this way, the surrounding ground information can be detected in real time while the aircraft is flying. Not only can these obstacles be avoided, but the location of the target can also be accurately searched and detected. Zhao Hongs nodded and smiled. Xiao Wu is right, it is not as complicated as you think. Our drone does not have these sensors, so it will cause problems in such strange areas. Compared to the first solution, I am more optimistic about the second improvement solution. In this way, our drone cluster can perform tasks in unfamiliar areas at any time, greatly increasing its use environment and scope, and can increase its power. Yang Zhuai nodded, and looked at Wu Hao with a smile on his face. Since the problem is found, this test does not have to be carried out. Zhao Hongs then ordered the test to end, and saw that a large cluster of one drone and two drones that were still performing tasks began to quickly stretch the height, and then assembled in the designated airspace number 4. After the two drone clusters got together, they immediately merged together. Then, according to the set procedures, they landed in batches on the open space below the number 4 airspace. The people who had been there for a long time quickly began to recover the landing drones. In addition, special personnel began searching for drones that crashed during the test. These drones are not worth much money, but the data information in the drone is important. Although there are protection programs, the drone will automatically clear the data when it fails. However, there is no guarantee that accidents will not occur, so it is safer to recycle and protect the environment. Although there was a surprise at the end of this test, it was generally successful and the results were very fruitful. The research team naturally reported this news quickly, and then received a congratulatory call from the research institute and relevant authorities. Of course, there are two notices along with the congratulatory message. The first notice is that they are required to submit relevant information immediately. After being reviewed by the competent unit, it will be reported to the media and released as a gift. This is why the research team has such a tight schedule that it is necessary to complete the relevant tests before October. The second notice is to let Zhao Hongs return to Beijing with relevant test data and main R&D personnel to participate in relevant test results seminars. The finishing work here is left to the rest of the team. Zhao Hongs paid no attention to the importance of the institute and the competent department. Immediately after sorting out the information, he explained the work, and then drove back to Beijing with the main members. Wu Hao thought the test was over without him. He was planning to fight back with Yang Fan. I didn't expect that his name was on the backbone member list. Although helpless, I can't get rid of it. He could only ask Yang Fan to pack up and return to Anxi in advance, and he followed Zhao Hongs to go to Beijing to participate in the test results seminar. Wu Hao originally thought that this was an ordinary tea party, but he did not expect to attach such importance. In addition to the relevant leaders of the research institute and the competent unit, there are also some army representatives, experts in various fields, and academicians alone. It can be seen that the above attaches great importance to this technology and the high specifications of this test results seminar. Therefore, during the meeting, Wu Hao was basically in a supporting role in playing soy sauce. The whole process was explained by Zhao Hongs and Professor Yang Zhuai, and the other members of the team assisted. Through this series of test data, leaders and experts have also seen the power of this technology. Although everyone had thought about some results before, I didn't expect that the results this time would be awesome. From the data, this technology has basically matured. In other words, it won't take long for this technology to be practically applied and very versatile. I have reached this level, and everyone no longer avoids it, and directly analyzes the military use of this technology. First of all, the most intuitive, it must be the drone cluster strike technology. This is the most successful test result of this test. According to various data, this drone cluster strike technology has reached a level that can be used, which means that it can be put into use immediately with a little improvement. In everyone's intended use scenario, a large number of micro-suicide drones are released over the battlefield through transport bombers or fighter jets, or put it off the battlefield, and then be controlled by the cluster to fly over the battlefield. Using remote command or preset attack targets in advance, mark the targets that can be attacked in the battlefield, and then the cluster autonomously controls the attack, or remotely controls the attack. Once a large number of drones are released over the battlefield, even if the enemy has an advanced air defense system and a large number of missile fighters, it is impossible to destroy all the enemy's armed targets in the controllable area before its organization can effectively defend the air. Even if the enemy forms an effective air defense force, it is difficult to deal with these tens of thousands of micro-drone clusters. The second usage scenario: if such a large number of micro-suicide drone clusters are deployed on the battlefield, then the ground combat unit can call the command aircraft group at any time to attack the enemy's related armed targets, and it can also quickly provide fire support to any area on the battlefield. The third usage scenario applies this technology to related cruise missiles or ship-to-ship missiles, or directly transforms into suicide drones. A fighter or missile is launched from a local defense fortification or a warship air defense area. An attack cluster composed of a large number of missiles or drones will break through the enemy's dense fire defense network against targets in a saturated manner. Such a large number of attack unit clusters is enough to tear up all the advanced dense air defense networks nowadays. Unless there is new defense weapon technology or targeted countermeasures, this type of attack will be in a state of no solution for a long time, especially for attacking large surface ships or large ship formations. In theory, a 10,000 scale UAF attack cluster can completely destroy the combat effectiveness of a large surface ship formation, and the combat effectiveness is very objective. This will be our defensive weapon for the intervention of naval countermeasures. At this point, everyone couldn't help but look to the side. Sitting there was no sense of existence. The young and a bit excessive Wu Hao, the 22-year-old, with a few friends, developed the technology in just a few months. The technology, which was not optimistic at first, has realized its true potential, and can even change the traditional combat methods and break the existing battlefield rules. At the same time, such a cutting-edge technology was researched by Air Force equipment, so it was bought at a very low price. This made everyone jealous of it. This is a shit. This is a cross-era technology. It seems that this time the Air Force Equipment Research Institute and Zhao Hongs are going to be in the limelight. Of course, the use of this technology has not yet ended, and everyone has proposed strange and incredible use scenarios and areas. For example, the information interconnection information sharing system of various combat units, especially grassroots combat units. For example, the battlefield airspace surveillance monitoring system launches multiple drones to realize the battlefield and information perception of the battlefield environment. For another example, recently hot 5G networks can launch drone clusters in the region, realize emergency 5G networking in the air to ensure smooth communication. Little Wu, sit down. Li Weigo, deputy director of the institute, beckoned at Wu Hao. Wu Hao saw Li Weigo tell him to wave quickly. No need, I'm sitting fine. This is a celebratory banquet for the research team. Both the heads of the competent department and the institute will attend. Wu Hao is a non-member of the R&D team, so he also participated in this celebration party. Originally, he was sitting at a table with several young people of Gao Feihang. The position was not bad, but he was beckoned by Li Weigo to let him go to the first table. Hurry up, you are an important contributor to our research team and are definitely qualified to sit here. Zhao Hongs said to him. Zhao Lao, I'm sitting very well. Everyone is young and have a common topic. Wu Hao shook his head and refused. It was an honor to be able to sit at the first table, but it was really difficult for him, a 22-year-old young man, to sit with a group of leaders and old men. Liu Kai got up and beckoned at him and said, come here, grind it up. Today's celebration feast, you can't start without this party. Yes, Xiao Wu, hurry up. The leaders will come in a moment. Yang Zhuai persuaded him. Gao Feihang, who was next to Qiang, also smiled at him. Let you go and go, isn't it just a meal? It will soon pass. Seeing that everyone was persuading, Wu Hao felt that it was a bit arrogant to refuse, and he did not insist anymore. So he said to Gao Feihang and the others at the table, Then I will pass first, and we'll have a drink later. Okay, anyway, don't you want to stand up and go out today? Say ha 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 ha. In the laughter of everyone, Wu Hao walked over. Zhao Hongs pointed to the empty spot next to him and said, "Come, sit." Wu Hao came to the last place and said, "I'm just sitting. This is the most comfortable. Look at your success." Zhao Hongs glared at him, but then laughed with everyone. I chatted a few words with everyone, and the warm and solemn welcome march rang, and I saw a group of old people wearing military uniforms shining the stars. With applause from the crowd, the chiefs and others began to take their seats under the guidance of the service staff. I first gave a speech by the leader. He addressed the Chief of the Air Force. He was very gentle, and his humorous speech made people laugh from time to time. After the speech of the leader, the representative spoke, and naturally speaking on behalf of the team was Zhao Hongs, the head of their research team. Zhao Hongs first thanked the audience and then briefly introduced the achievements of the entire project to the leaders and other guests who attended the celebration party. Finally, look forward to future plans and express your determination. After these are over, it really comes to the banquet. However, like this formal banquet, everyone basically chats and basically doesn't use chopsticks much. The leaders were also very interested in the young Wu Hao who was sitting at the first table. With the introduction of Zhao Hongs, the leaders finally knew, and then encouraged them. I want to respect Mr. Zhao for this first glass of wine. This project would not have achieved such great results without Mr. Zhao's perseverance and hard work. The director raised the wine cup and said sincerely to Zhao Hongs. Zhao Hongs quickly raised the glass and said, "This is all thanks to the care and attention of the leaders and the efforts of the team members. Otherwise this project will be difficult to achieve so quickly." Of course, everyone is a hero. So are you. After talking about toasting with Zhao Hongs and toasting, the director swept the crowd around and looked at Wu Hao. "Come, Comrade Wu, this is the second cup of respect." Wu Hao stood up and panicked quickly after hearing the words, "Head, I can't afford this, I don't really do anything." The chief executive raised his glass and smiled and shook his head. Young people should not be too modest, otherwise they will be disguised pride. I know your technique. I also watched the performance in Yangqing, it was amazing. Mr. Zhao told me that this project would not have come to fruition so quickly without your technology. And you can reject hundreds of millions of dollars of contracts from foreign companies and leave this technology at home, which is very remarkable. Thank you, Director, we haven't done enough. Wu Hao raised his glass to pay respect to the director and then sighed. Okay, that's the vitality of young people. The chief drank the wine, and then watched him smile at the crowd. I look at the boy very easily, or else he will be recruited directly into the army. I see. Say ha 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 ha. Everyone heard the words and watched him laugh, which made Wu Hao flushed and didn't know how to respond. After the toasting session, everyone sat down and chatted again, and the cheerful atmosphere of the entire banquet hall also reached its peak. Xiao Wu, you don't have to worry about us. We should eat, we are not so particular about being soldiers. Wu Hao laughed while sitting in front of the other side, sitting and laughing. www.mentalnovel.com. Thank you, Chief. Wu Hao thanked quickly. This kid is so talented that Zhao Lao and I mobilized him as our graduate student. As a result, he didn't bite alive, as if we were going to eat him. Yang Zhuai laughed at the crowd and said, "Ha ha. It is understandable for young people to have their own concerns, but it is precisely this way that we have to explain our special recruitment policy more patiently, and only in this way can we continuously attract outstanding social talents for our troops." After the chief spoke, he turned to look at Wu Hao and said, "Xiao Wu, do you have any concerns or other ideas? Today you can talk to us here. We just want to hear the true psychological thoughts of your young people. Provide some suggestions for our future work." How come? This topic touched him again. Wu Hao couldn't say anything in his heart, but he could only respond to the rules of the chief and everyone. "Chief, in fact, I have long been yearning for the military camp since I was a child. Also, I am a military fan myself and am very obsessed with military culture and military equipment. Because of this, I usually do some small research on my own, and this technology originally originated from the thoughts I got after watching a military science and technology news at that time. Zhao Lao and Yang Lao, they mobilized me several times, but I have a little idea in my heart. Oh, what are some small ideas? Tell us all. Not only the chief executive himself, but everyone here was also very interested. The chief and Zhao Lao Yang Lao, they valued this boy so much, and they didn't know how the boy thought about it, and why they refused such a good opportunity. Wu Yuhao glanced at the crowd, and then looked at the chief executive and said, "In fact, I am a more casual person and can't stand too many restrictions. The environment of the institute is very good and the research equipment is complete, but it is too restrictive for me. I can still take care of the limitations of life, but I cannot adapt to the limitations of scientific research. I want to use my knowledge to achieve more achievements, give back to society, and serve the country." Take this technology as an example. It is a weapon to defend the homeland against foreign enemies in the military. However, in the civilian field, it can bring technological upgrading in many industries, and even an industry innovation. For example, the drone light and shadow performance technology that we cooperated with Dejiang has gained a very good reputation after the performance in Yangqing. Now many aspects invite us to perform. Also, we have cooperated with a smart logistics technology, which has also made quite good progress. It is expected that soon, our only logistics warehouse can suddenly test run. R&D of drone express delivery technology will also start soon, which is expected to set off a storm in the entire express logistics industry. And more timely and fast drone delivery will also benefit many people in remote areas. There are also calculations for driverless, smart agriculture, and more. In addition, I have other related research and development plans myself. In fact, we have already begun preparations. During this time, we have recruited a considerable number of scientific and technological personnel from various fields. I think you will be surprised when this technology is developed. Haha, let me say, it turned out to be reluctant to enjoy the good environment outside. The chief laughed. I understand. This also represents the true thoughts of the majority of young people. The living conditions of the army are definitely not as good as the local ones, so most people there will be such worries. But we are already carrying out related reforms in order to attract more people of insight to join. Only in this way can our national defense be stronger, and can we better safeguard national security and protect people's lives. Of course, we respect your choice. I also believe that talented people like you can glow everywhere. I also look forward to your continued efforts to create more and better scientific research results, benefit the society and serve the country. Thank you, Chief. I will continue to work hard. Wu Hao nodded seriously and said, although I am in society, I am concerned about the army. As long as the army needs it, I will do my best to learn everything. Okay, I want your attitude. The army also needs the help of high-quality people like you in the society. The chief praised him. Xiao Wu, can you tell us about the new technology you are preparing? This is no outsider. You can talk about it, and we will not leak it. Yang Zhuai is very grateful to the new technology Wu Hao just said. Interest. Zhao Hongs nodded and smiled, speaking, I am also very interested. During this time, Wu Hao got along with them day and night, so outside of work, they also talked about other things. I also knew that Wu Hao's company had been hiring everywhere during this time and had bought a lot of equipment. Everyone is curious about this, but every time Wu Hao regrets his words and doesn't want to say more. This time he happened to say it, so Zhao Yang, who had always been interested, took the opportunity to ask immediately. Seeing the gaze of the chief and everyone interested, Wu Hao had to bite the bullet and said, in fact, there is nothing. It is a technology about intelligent voice assistants, which is not much different from those smart speakers on the market. Okay, I heard him say so. Everyone was more confused. Since it is almost the same, why did he spend so much time studying this technology? No, there must be something that this boy didn't want to say. Facing the questioning eyes of everyone, Wu Hao knew that these words were not enough to deal with these people, so he continued, in the recent or long period of time, AI technology has been enthusiastic for discussion and discussion, the hype topic. Of course, indeed, many surprisingly advanced AI technologies have been born in this field, and many of them are under the guise of AI to engage in hype and attract attention. I will not give examples one by one. What I am interested in or inspire me is actually a new AI technology that was born in the past 2 years. Deepfakes, face exchange technology, as the name implies, is to replace one face with another face in an image or video. In fact, this face exchange technology is not new in the field of film and television production. It's just that the previous face-changing technology was very complicated and required a lot of time and energy from professional post-effect experts to complete the entire step. This deepfakes can be said to be a breakthrough in face exchange technology. Using the relevant AI algorithm, we only need some materials, an ordinary computer, to be able to produce fake face-changing videos, which is very convenient. Recently, a new technology has emerged in this area. www.mentalnovel.com. They can use AI algorithms to simulate human lips movements and change the mouth shape of a person's speech. In other words, what this person looks like in future videos. What he said may be false, which undoubtedly brings new challenges to the future network information security. This technology is really tricky for social information security. Everyone is a military expert. The first thing that comes to mind is the military use of this technology in his mouth. If even a person's appearance and mouth can be imitated, it will be too much for propaganda, intelligence, and psychological warfare. For the inside of the combat object, it is definitely a nightmare. Because most people cannot distinguish between what is true and what is false, this will greatly destroy the resistance of the internal forces of the combat object. When he thought of this, everyone frowned. Zhao Hongs looked at Wu Hao and said, "What's the connection between this technology and your intelligent voice assistant?" and said you. Wu Hao nodded with a smile and said, "I just have some ideas. I don't know if it will succeed." Since hearing what he said, everyone could not help but take a breath. Now it is possible to simulate the appearance and mouth shape of a person. If Wu Hao's program that simulates real human speech comes out, what kind of disturbance will it cause? As soon as I thought about it, everyone couldn't help but discuss this technology. How to use it in the field of military operations and how to prevent it has become the focus of discussion. However, everyone seems to focus on the 4 words smart voice in Wu Hao's words, but instinctively ignores the assistant behind. This is the technical problem that Wu Hao wants to overcome, and it is also the core of this technology. Wu Hao glanced at the crowd, and then looked at the chief executive and said, "In fact, I am a more casual person and can't stand too many restrictions. The environment of the institute is very good and the research equipment is complete, but it is too restrictive for me. I can still take care of the limitations of life, but I cannot adapt to the limitations of scientific research. I want to use my knowledge to achieve more achievements, give back to society, and serve the country." Take this technology as an example. It is a weapon to defend the homeland against foreign enemies in the military. However, in the civilian field, it can bring technological upgrading in many industries, and even an industry innovation. For example, the drone light and shadow performance technology that we cooperated with Dejiang has gained a very good reputation after the performance in Yangqing. Now many aspects invite us to perform. Also, we have cooperated with a smart logistics technology, which has also made quite good progress. It is expected that soon, our only logistics warehouse can suddenly test run. R&D of drone express delivery technology will also start soon, which is expected to set off a storm in the entire express logistics industry. And more timely and fast drone delivery will also benefit many people in remote areas. There are also calculations for driverless, smart agriculture, and more. In addition, I have other related research and development plans myself. In fact, we have already begun preparations. During this time, We have recruited a considerable number of scientific and technological personnel from various fields. I think you will be surprised when this technology is developed. Haha, let me say, it turned out to be reluctant to enjoy the good environment outside. The chief laughed. I understand. This also represents the true thoughts of the majority of young people. The living conditions of the army are definitely not as good as the local ones, so most people there will be such worries. But we are already carrying out related reforms in order to attract more people of insight to join. Only in this way can our national defense be stronger, and can we better safeguard national security and protect people's lives. Of course, we respect your choice. I also believe that talented people like you can glow everywhere. I also look forward to your continued efforts to create more and better scientific research results, benefit the society and serve the country. Thank you, Chief. I will continue to work hard. Wu Hao nodded seriously and said, although I am in society, I am concerned about the army. As long as the army needs it, I will do my best to learn everything. Okay, I want your attitude. The army also needs the help of high-quality people like you in the society. The chief praised him. Xiao Wu, can you tell us about the new technology you are preparing? This is no outsider. You can talk about it, and we will not leak it. Yang Zhuai is very grateful to the new technology Wu Hao just said. Interest. Zhao Hongs nodded and smiled, speaking, I am also very interested. During this time, Wu Hao got along with them day and night, so outside of work, they also talked about other things. I also knew that Wu Hao's company had been hiring everywhere during this time and had bought a lot of equipment. Everyone is curious about this, but every time Wu Hao regrets his words and doesn't want to say more. This time he happened to say it. So Zhao Yang, who had always been interested, took the opportunity to ask immediately. Seeing the gaze of the chief and everyone interested, Wu Hao had to bite the bullet and said, in fact, there is nothing. It is a technology about intelligent voice assistants, which is not much different from those smart speakers on the market. Okay, I heard him say so. Everyone was more confused. Since it is almost the same, why did he spend so much time studying this technology? No, there must be something that this boy didn't want to say. Facing the questioning eyes of everyone, Wu Hao knew that these words were not enough to deal with these people, so he continued. In the recent or long period of time, AI technology has been enthusiastic for discussion and discussion, the hype topic. Of course, indeed. Many surprisingly advanced AI technologies have been born in this field, and many of them are under the guise of AI to engage in hype and attract attention. I will not give examples one by one. What I am interested in or inspire me is actually a new AI technology that was born in the past 2 years. Deepfakes, face exchange technology, as the name implies, is to replace one face with another face in an image or video. In fact, this face exchange technology is not new in the field of film and television production. It's just that the previous face-changing technology was very complicated and required a lot of time and energy from professional post-effect experts to complete the entire step. This deepfakes can be said to be a breakthrough in face exchange technology. Using the relevant AI algorithm, we only need some materials, an ordinary computer, to be able to produce fake face-changing videos, which is very convenient. Recently, a new technology has emerged in this area. Youcanzu.com. They can use AI algorithms to simulate human lips movements and change the mouth shape of a person's speech. In other words, what this person looks like in future videos. What he said may be false, which undoubtedly brings new challenges to the future network information security. This technology is really tricky for social information security. Everyone is a military expert. The first thing that comes to mind is the military use of this technology in his mouth. If even a person's appearance and mouth can be imitated, it will be too much for propaganda, intelligence, and psychological warfare. For the inside of the combat object, it is definitely a nightmare. Because most people cannot distinguish between what is true and what is false, this will greatly destroy the resistance of the internal forces of the combat object. When he thought of this, Everyone frowned. Zhao Hongs looked at Wu Hao and said, "What's the connection between this technology and your intelligent voice assistant?" and said you. Wu Hao nodded with a smile and said, "I just have some ideas. I don't know if it will succeed." Since hearing what he said, everyone could not help but take a breath. Now it is possible to simulate the appearance and mouth shape of a person. If Wu Hao's program that simulates real human speech comes out, what kind of disturbance will it cause? As soon as I thought about it, everyone couldn't help but discuss this technology. How to use it in the field of military operations and how to prevent it has become the focus of discussion. However, everyone seems to focus on the 4 words "smart voice" in Wu Hao's words, but instinctively ignores the assistant behind. This is the technical problem that Wu Hao wants to overcome, and it is also the core of this technology. After the celebration party, Wu Hao immediately bid farewell to Zhao Hongs and others and returned to Anxi. He originally planned to stay in Beijing to watch the military parade, but a CXX report from me made him have to give up the idea and leave in a low-key manner. The reason is that Zhao Hong's research results and related experimental video materials were reported by the news. This did not cause much sensation in China, mainly because there were too many dedication results reported during this period. Compared to other dazzling scientific research results in the news, this news that only appeared in the news for more than 10 seconds seems nothing special. Huang is just 2 dozen seconds of news, but it caused a shock abroad. Combining the spy satellite photos provided by the Mi intelligence agency, CXX directly came with an article: "China successfully experiments with large-scale cluster weapons and will change the way of future operations." The scriptures first reported on the videos and satellite photos in domestic news reports, and then arrogantly rendered the horrible lethality of this weapon, and then criticized it on a moral level, how deadly this weapon will be, and it will accidentally hurt civilians and so on. Of course, CXX has always talked. Everyone is not surprised. The problem is that at the end of the article, a content that makes Wu Hao nervous. Some experts inside said that the military technology tested may come from a technology developed by several college students at a science and technology exhibition in Hangzhou in May. The report not only showed the photos they showed at the show, but also video clips of a recent performance in Yangqing. Obviously, this report is aimed at them. Although his name is not mentioned in the text, in this era of information development, just a little check can know the age of the team members who displayed the technology at the time, and even some other basic information. What's more, there were domestic media reports on them, and some people on the internet treated them as human flesh. Now their information is probably online except the color of the underwear and the ID number. This makes Wu Hao nervous, and even the leaders of the institute are paying attention. So on the day he returned to Anxi, comrades in security found him. "Comrade Wu Hao, hello, introduce yourself." Xihu, a middle-aged man, about 36 years old, shook hands at him. "Hello, trouble you?" Wu Hao apologized. Xihu waved his hand, and motioned several people to sit down and said, "In fact, we have known you for a long time. You haven't left our field of vision since you returned from Hangzhou." "You mean Wang team?" Wu Hao thoughtfully. "Their experience in Hangzhou has not spread much, and it is limited to a small number of people." Xihu knew and paid attention to them, which should be what Wang Gofeng told. "I think that's right. After all, it involves sensitive technology. Wang Feng can't let them leave without asking, and there must be some arrangements." Xihu nodded and smiled. "You don't have to be so polite, we are not too different in age, you just treat us as ordinary people." "We are also ordinary people, but we just did a job that the outside world felt mysterious after all." Seeing Wu Hao nodded and relaxed, Xihu continued, "Protection of key scientific research projects and cutting-edge technologies has always been within our scope of responsibility. What's more, your technology also involves some sensitive military fields, so our bureau leaders take it very seriously. The focus on you and your company has never stopped. This time we attach great importance to this matter. and the other side deliberately renders it like this, there will definitely be many forces who will focus on you. In their eyes, you are a piece of braised pork with oil. Therefore, in daily life and work, you must pay more attention to it. Of course, you don't have to worry too much. In the future, we will increase protection for you. As long as you live and work normally, you will not go to a remote place, and basically there will be no danger. We are very confident in this. After a while I will give you my call. If you encounter something that you think is wrong or unsure, you can call me. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Hao thanked quickly. Xihui shook his head and continued at him, these are what we should be. Okay, let's talk about your technology and company. First of all, about your technology, because it involves many high-tech areas, and it is also related to national security. So I hope you will provide this technology to the National Confidential Technology Evaluation Center for evaluation as soon as possible. Although we believe that you have your own confidential technology, it will be evaluated by a professional confidential organization, which is responsible to you and the security of this technology. No problem, we will start to prepare the relevant information later, and strive to submit it as soon as possible. Wu Hao nodded back. Well, Xihui continued to look at him and said, second, given that your related technology involves sensitive technology, we hope that you will start to apply for relevant secret certification. This is not only about the certification of secret information system products for your technology www.mentalnovel.com but also for the certification of secret qualification companies. Although these two certifications are very difficult, it is definitely a good thing for the future development of your company. Can you understand what I mean? I understand. Wu Hao smiled. With the relevant confidential qualification certification, it means that they can access more first-hand information and participate in more high-tech research. This is very good news, both for him and for the company. Well, you understand it. Xihui expressed his admiration. We will definitely give our full support to our technology companies with potential in Anxi. Don't worry, we will try our best to help guide you in this regard. Thank you. Xihui's arrival gave Wu Hao a sigh of relief, and what made him happy was the news brought by Xihui. Once the relevant confidential certification is applied, it will be clear of obstacles for them to enter some sensitive areas, and they and the company will be equipped with a shield. With this shield in hand, most people really want to pay attention to their own weight. The neat cues and brand new weapons and equipment made Wu Hao and their army fanatics addicted. In the face of the lively ceremony, Wu Hao couldn't help but regret it. If there is no such thing, he will definitely appear on the viewing platform and feel everything close to the scene. As a result, the sky didn't follow anyone's wishes. He could only stay with Jiang Jun and stare at the screen in front of the TV. Maybe one day, how will the unmanned opportunity using their technology appear in the weapon array? And everyone is full of expectations. Because of this incident, Wu Hao worried for a long time. Although he has more things in his mind than ordinary people, after all, he is a young man in his 20s. Faced with such a thing, and the dangers that may arise, it is inevitable to think wildly, and it is somewhat nervous. But after a long time, nothing happened and he relaxed. During this time, in addition to the apparent increase in the number of unknown hacker attacks on the company's internal network, other influences have not been affected. As for those network attacks, all were blocked from the firewall written by Wu Hao. This has led to more attacks and probes, and even some curious people who are simply interested in this firewall program. With the arrival of Double 11, Xiaodong's collaborative R&D project can only temporarily stop. Although this intelligent unmanned logistics and warehousing project has made good progress, it is not enough to put it into use immediately. In order to ensure the parcel sorting ability during the shopping festival, Ali had to temporarily stop the project. The logistics warehouse was lost for testing. The R&D team also suspended its work, and Xiaodong and other technical staff dispatched in the past also rarely returned to Anxi for repairs. Low in November, Anxi ushered in the first snow this winter. The whole city was covered with thick snow overnight, as if entering the snow and ice world in fairy tales. This snow made young people very happy. Everyone excitedly picked up their phones to take pictures of this beautiful snow scene. Of course, this snow has also made countless office workers suffer. Roads closed in heavy snow, roads blocked, serial rear-end collisions, subway crowds and more. At the same time that people feel the beauty brought by this snow, they also bear the severe cold and trouble it brings. At 10 in the morning, a small conference room on the 4th floor of the company whispered hot tea and talked about the fun in the snow. Suddenly the meeting room door opened and saw Wu Hao and Jiang Jun walking in. The crowd stopped and talked, sitting and watching the two. "Okay, meeting," Wu Hao said to the crowd. "It is almost time for the new year. So the main purpose of the meeting today is to talk to you about our work plan for the new year. Early this year, our company was established and immediately achieved very good results. But everyone knows that these achievements are based on the technological achievements we have developed. If the company wants to develop, we must not rely on this technology to win the old one. And you also need to prove your value on new projects. No matter what company or position, everyone has to prove their worth. Those who have no value are not needed, and those who are not needed are naturally worthless. I hope you can seriously take this sentence into your head and put it into practice. The rewards I have prepared for those who fully prove their worth are so great that our CEO Jiang Jun has some criticism. But the problem is that first of all you have to show your results and convince me to get this reward. Wu Hao's remarks made the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly serious. Although he usually stayed in the laboratory and didn't care much about the company's daily affairs, it did not mean that he really didn't care about the world. Many things of the company need his nod to execute. Even Jiang Jun and Zhu Xiaodong, they have to follow his opinions on some things. Everyone here knows that the young man in his 20s is the real helm of the company. After sweeping everyone around, Wu Hao then quickly smiled and said, "Okay, don't be so serious. Just relax. I also highly value the happy and relaxed working environment, and I look forward to becoming friends with everyone. The future is long. And I also hope that you can have a group of like-minded friends to fight with me." He. Everyone laughed lightly, and then relaxed. Their bodies were not as tight as before. Seeing everyone relax, Wu Hao said with a smile, "Well, let me talk about the work arrangements for the next period. First of all, we must integrate the company's current projects to form a project, and coordinate most of the company's current projects. For example, we have cooperated with Ali in technology research and development, and Dajiang's drone light and shadow performance project. I'm going to give Yang Fan responsibility for this part of the job. He is very familiar with drones and our technology. He is also a member of the original technology research and development team. Of course, his main job is to dock with other partners. As for the commercial operation of Project 1, let the Commerce Department be responsible. This is the company's main profit point at present, so your business department must pay attention to it." After Wu Hao's remarks, Dong Yiming, director of the Commercial Operations Department, responded immediately, "General Manager Wu, rest assured that our department will go all out to ensure the smooth development of each project." Dong Yiming, 42 years old, should be said to be the oldest of all employees in the company. The reason why such an older person was chosen to be the director of the Business Operation Department www.mentalnovel.com mainly focuses on the stability of this person and the ability to control risks. Wu also did have this person. Wu Hao and their follow-up cooperation negotiations with Dajiang and other project negotiations went smoothly, and they also won considerable benefits for the company. Wu Hao had some concerns about choosing Dong Yiming as the head of the more important business operation department, because Dong Yiming was also the deputy general manager of a well-known internet company in Anxi. Many headhunters recommended it to them. Since so many people recommended it, Wu Hao and Jiang Jun tried to talk to him. "I didn't expect this person to have a strong working ability, and he has his own unique insights into the development of technology and business operations, and in the company's operations. He also provided Wu Hao with a lot of very good suggestions. Therefore, after repeated consideration, Wu Hao decided to hire him as the commercial director. I hope to use his rich business operation experience to make up for their shortcomings in this regard. However, the reason why Dong Yiming was able to agree was mainly to see the huge potential of Wu Hao. The previous job was not bad, but he was already the vice president. He almost reached the ceiling. I hope that this job will allow him to break through this ceiling and rise to a new height. Wu Hao nodded and said, "Everything is still stable, don't be greedy for speed, and get time for our new project development. Of course, this time will not be too long, and it is expected to produce results soon. Therefore, you must strengthen the construction of business operations team, and soon you will be able to flex your muscles." "You mean a new product?" Seeing the excited expressions of everyone, Wu Hao nodded and smiled. At present, some progress has been made, but there is still a long way to go. He has been in charge of the company's R&D laboratory. Even Jiang Jun is not sure, let alone other employees. Now he suddenly threw the news, which really scared everyone. After waiting for everyone to discuss something, Wu Hao pressed his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. "Well, you will know the details of the new project soon. I won't reveal much here. Continue to talk about other things below. Dong Tsai, you give Yang Fan the item on hand, and then you come to the lab to help me." Zixia Dong heard Wu Hao a glance, and then he was a little worried. This project is at a critical stage. Is it not good to replace someone to take over? Wu Hao heard Zixia Dong's words a bit surprised, then looked at him and laughed. "You don't have to worry about this. Just change the person in charge, it will not affect the normal progress of the project." This is the result of a discussion between Wu Hao and Jiang Jun. Currently, he needs an assistant who can help him in the laboratory. From all aspects, Zixia Dong is the most suitable. In addition, Zixia Dong was responsible for the project with Ali, which was a bit wasteful, so I planned to transfer him back and let Yang Fan, who is more familiar with this technology, take over all responsibility. "Well, I will hand over the work as soon as possible." Zixia Dong nodded. Although nodded, everyone felt Zixia Dong's face was unnatural. This matter Wu Hao they talked to him before. He also agreed at that time. I did not expect this reaction now, which disappointed Wu Hao and Jiang Jun. Except for a few of them, who is not a person who has been in the workplace for many years. I'm afraid that after today, there will be rumors of discord between them in the company. Wu Hao shook his head, and then directed at the Human Resources Director Lin Jianlian, "We must continue to strengthen our talents. At present, we need a large gap in professional talents, which will affect the development of our new products. We are already stepping up our efforts. After the autumn, we organized 4 or 5 school recruiting teams to go deep into the campus to attract outstanding graduate talents for us. In addition, we have also stepped up our efforts. Recruiters are set up in first-tier coastal cities. Rest assured, we will definitely complete the relevant recruitment plan in time," Lin Jianliang assured him. "Okay, I'll wait for your good news." Wu Hao nodded with satisfaction. "The administrative department, complete the decoration of our laboratory as soon as possible. I will officially enter after the Spring Festival." Wu Hao continued. Because of the continuous expansion of the company, the number of employees is also increasing. In particular, the number of scientific researchers required by Wu Hao is increasing rapidly. The previous 4-story office building was already a bit crowded, so they had to rent a new 4-story small office next to it, dedicated to the research and development site of their laboratory. This is also in response to the requirements of the security department to better confidentiality of important departments. The new office building will be dedicated to new technology research and development, and no one other than technical staff can enter. And as Wu Hao's own R&D center, the access control system here is designed and installed by a professional company certified by the security department. In addition, Wu Hao also designed and compiled a security system for key protection in core areas. The company's daily operations are still entrusted to you. My focus is still on our new project, Wu Hao said to Jiang Jun next to him. Jiang Jun nodded and said, "Rest assured, there is me." Wu Hao smiled when he heard. After the meeting, Wu Hao returned to his office. Although he is usually in the laboratory, Jiang Jun has prepared a spacious office for him to handle some company affairs. It wasn't long before the gang's office, Jiang Jun came in. Wu Hao, who was working on the file, looked up, then shook his head slightly. "I thought it was Dong Tsai." Jiang Jun poured a glass of water to himself, then sat on the sofa and pouted. He went to work with Yang Fan, and it looks like a bit of anger. Hee. Wu Hao smiled. "How long have you been out here? Why can't the company stay?" It is understandable that he has opinions. After all, there are tens of billions of cooperation projects, and he is our representative there. The natural environment and conditions there are very good. Now you pull him back and let Yang Fan take over. He is naturally unhappy. Jiang Jun relieved at him. Wu Hao came to Jiang Jun with a cup of water and sat down, sighing. "Sheng mai narizu? Do me nourish lazy people, den me nourish enemies." Once a person loses his eyes, he will take into account brotherhood. I originally wanted him to come over and gradually take over this new project, but I didn't expect him to behave this way. It really disappointed me. It's only been a long time since I've been thinking about my little 99. Jiang Jun frowned and said, "Well, I'll talk to you." After all, a brother who has been in the dormitory for 4 years, don't hurt feelings. Wu Hao heard what he thought, and nodded at him. "Okay, you don't have such a big gap with him. Talk to him and see what he thinks. www.mentalnovel.com. If you don't want to stay in the lab, just let him switch to operations." "Okay." Jiang Jun heard a little surprised, but soon understood. Then he sighed at him. His technology is not bad. Isn't it a pity to just switch operations? Wu Hao shook his head and said, "If a person's mind is not here, what is the point of forcing him? But I just hope he doesn't lose our will. I will talk to him well." Jiang Jun nodded. Wu Hao threw a flu at Jiang Jun. "Don't reveal too much. Let him make his own choice. I gave him the opportunity, depending on how he grasped it." "Hey." Jiang Jun sighed and took a deep breath. "The company is getting bigger and bigger, and we really can't be as motivated as before. Only then can we go a long way. Work is work, and affection is sentiment." Wu Hao played the ashes. "As friends, we certainly hope that all 4 of us can go on. But as the helm of an enterprise, you and I must both be sober and not be controlled by feelings. In the future, you will face many situations like this. If you do not treat them equally, how to manage other people in the company?" I heard him say. Jiang Jun glared at him and said badly, "You guys are good. You got into the lab and don't ask questions about the world. You just threw me all the bad things out of the shop. It was a headache." Wu Hao smiled and said, "Well, everyone is doing their job. Someone sings a red face, and naturally someone has to sing this black face. Your kid has a bigger face and a better match with black face. What is this logic?" The 3rd floor of the entire company office building is the company's R&D laboratory. With the increasing number of newly recruited technicians, the entire 3rd floor became crowded. As a last resort, the laboratory took up some office space on the 2nd floor and rushed the original company's administrative and operating staff to the 1st floor. For this reason, the small activity room and restaurant on the 1st floor were temporarily occupied. Even the girls in the administrative office had to free up their offices in the grievances. This is why Wu Hao is eager to let the administrative department renovate the new laboratory. If there is no new office area, I am afraid that the new employees will not be able to join the job. Wu Hao went back to sleep to write a subroutine code at dawn last night, so he didn't come to the company until afternoon. The attendance system of laboratory technology R&D personnel is much looser than other administrative operation departments. One of them is that there is no hard and fast rule when it comes to working 8 hours a day, when it comes and when it leaves. This also originates from Wu Hao, because he often stays up late. He often arrives late and leaves early, so he simply ordered such a rule. Of course, it's 8 hours, but in fact, in order to match Wu Hao's research and development progress, everyone's tasks are relatively tight and the work pressure is naturally very high. Basically, as long as everyone gets into the laboratory, they forget the time, and basically no one goes out for a dozen hours. Every time I get tired, I go to have a hurry to eat a meal, and then go to a nearby hotel to rest. And in order to take care of Wu Hao's group of uncles, Jiang Jun directly rented a dozen rooms directly at a hotel near the company for these people to rest at any time. He walked into the laboratory. Wu Hao saw Zixia Dong, and saw what information he was sitting in the rest area. Seeing him coming, he stood up quickly. Wu Hao smiled and said, "Think clearly." Zixia Dong nodded and said, "Think clearly. Don't force it," Wu Hao said with a smile. Zixia Dong shook his head without answering, then looked at the busy technicians in the laboratory and said, "What do you want me to do?" Wu Hao smiled slightly, then patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let's open your eyes first." Zixia Dong nodded when he heard the words, and followed his to walk in the laboratory. It seems that Jiang Jun's conversation is very useful, and Zixia Dong has clearly realized his correct position. He is Wu Hao's buddy, and was a member of the original entrepreneurial team. But in the company, even if they have a good relationship, they have to abide by the rules and regulations. Wu Hao is the leader, and he is the employee. Although he may become a shareholder and obtain a higher position in the future, first of all, this must be agreed by Wu Hao. You can only get it for you, and you can't force it without it. Zixia Dong now consciously came to the laboratory, and his attitude was sincere, indicating that Jiang Jun had made clear the strong relationship to him. Although this is a bit emotional, but if you don't clarify something now, it may be more troublesome in the future. The number of teams and companies that existed was because of internal discord, and the company collapsed and collapsed. Wu Hao is very clear at this point, so it is necessary to resolve the unstable factors in the bud. If Zixia Dong chooses another option, it will be another result. Simply, he was reasonably sane, which also gave Wu Hao Chang a sigh of relief. After all, he is a partner who has been living together for 4 years and starting a business together, and he does not want to make that determination. Walked into the middle of the laboratory, Wu Hao picked up a Bluetooth headset and put it on his ear, then shouted, 1010, "Yes, sir, what can I do for you?" I saw a gentle and easygoing female voice coming from a speaker standing under a large TV screen, and listening to this voice is still very young. Probably only about 20 years old. The words were very clear, and it was natural to settle down, as if a real person were speaking. "How's the weather today?" As soon as Wu Hao's words fell, a female voice came from the speaker. "Today, most areas of Anxi are cloudy and sunny. The temperature is slightly warmer than the previous few days, -10 degrees to 8 degrees above zero. Accompanied by grades 2 to 3. Northwest wind. Poor air quality. We recommend that you keep warm and protect yourself when you go out." "It's cold enough, I won't go out," Wu Hao said. The sound immediately sounded, "Sir, proper outdoor exercise is good for your health." "But what should I do if I'm afraid of cold?" Wu Hao smiled. At this time, the TV screen lights up, and a cartoon-style personal warm clothing protection diagram is displayed inside it. "Sir, you are afraid of cold because you have not done a good job of warm protection. It is recommended that you add clothing and match hats, scarves, gloves and other items, which can be effective to keep warm." "Never mind, I don't want to go out." 10. "Help me order 50 cups of hot coffee and I'll treat you." "Good sir. I have searched for nearby stores that sell coffee." From the store rating evaluation analysis, we recommend that you choose Xingbagrams, which is 1.2 kilometers away from us in a straight line. The estimated delivery time is 35 minutes. Whether to place an order. At the same time, the TV screen showed the information of nearby stores. as well as basic information recommending this Starbucks order. Okay, what kind of flavor do you like at www.youcanzoo.com? TV introductions of various flavors of coffee appear. Let's do it a bit, Wu Hao said. Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly. Wu Hao repeated, I said, come with one each. Sorry, I didn't understand you. Same point. Sorry, I didn't understand you. 5 cups for every taste. Okay, please take out your mobile phone to confirm the payment. Finally, a takeaway app interface information appeared on the TV screen, and at the same time, the order payment page flashed on his mobile phone. After quickly entering the password, Wu Hao was finally relieved. Herko, boss, is this the intelligent voice assistant you developed? Zixia Dong, who was watching aside, finally woke up at this time, and then grabbed his face with excitement. Sir, your order has been delivered, and the estimated delivery time is about 35 minutes. Drinking too much coffee may pose risks to your health. Please drink in moderation. After listening to this voice, Wu Hao shook his head, then smiled at Zixia Dong, who was still shocked. How? Quite awesome, boss. How do you do that? This voice is no different from a real person. Zixia Dong rushed to Wu Hao eagerly. Wu Hao shook his head and said, there is still a difference. You can hear it carefully. That's also amazing. It's not a little bit better than those voice assistant software on the market. I'm sure that our technology interview will definitely cause a huge sensation. Zhang Junhong were waving at him excited with both hands. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile and said, no, it is just an unfinished product. There are still many problems that need to be solved. For example, in the dialogue just now, it is more difficult to understand and deal with vague contexts. Vague context? Zixia Dong stunned for a moment, and soon came to understand. This seems to be difficult for us to understand, let alone the machine program. Boss, I don't quite understand. Speech recognition and speech dialogue are currently being done by most technology companies, and the results are good. The recognition degree of these speech software for our normal speech is also very high, which can basically reach more than 99%. But the response speed of these softwares is far less than that of our technology. The ability to understand is not as strong as it is, and the processing power of Lenovo is not comparable. In addition, in terms of voice dialogue, how do you do that, so that the language of the machine can be so close to the voice of a real person? We need to know that human hearing is still very sensitive, and whether it is human or machine program sound can be distinguished quickly. Wu Hao heard a lot of questions from Zixia Dong and asked him, what do you think is the biggest difference between a real voice and an AI voice? Zixia Dong thought for a moment, then replied, is there a lack of peace? Wu Hao shook his head and said, this is not the most critical. In fact, some voice software on the market can already simply calm down. That is. Wu Hao looked at Zixia Dong's inexplicable look and said with a smile, emotions? All the voice program software on the market now have no emotions. Emotions? What's this joke? How can the program have emotions? This is a talent. Zixia Dong shook his head and could not understand. Wu Hao smiled, and then controlled the computer to display a structural diagram on the big screen and said, it's not the language but the emotion. When we are speaking, the other party can clearly perceive the emotional changes when we speak. This is the emotion and this is also the language temperature. What's more, the language program reacts according to a fixed formula. So it can't understand the temperature of each sentence. Naturally there is no temperature in generating speech. What we need to do is to add an understanding of the language vocabulary environment in the process of speech recognition stereotypes, and analyze the temperature of the discourse and the speaker's emotional changes from different tones. I still can't understand how people's emotions change when they speak and how the program can capture them. You need to know that sometimes slight changes in language and tone can show two very different meanings and two emotions. How the machine can tell? Zixia Dong said his doubts. Wu Hao smiled while demonstrating the content on the screen, and replied to him, this is the use of AI technology. Everyone's language is different, and the expression of emotions is also ever changing. If we use the traditional method, we need to change these: grab, collect, analyze, and define the language, intonation, context. If this is the case, the workload can be too much. So the learning and evolutionability of AI technology allowed me to find ideas. We can train a set of basic AI voice programs by capturing the loving voice information on the internet. Of course, this is just a sample of the basic program. We need to make corresponding adjustments according to the habits of users. Let the program learn to adapt to the user. The longer the user uses it, the more accurate the recognition and understanding of the AI recognition program. Speaking of this, Wu Hao laughed. This is actually very similar to the way we live in real society. After two strangers get along, both sides gradually figure out how to adapt to each other. The longer the time, the more familiar the two parties will be. Even one party can receive and understand a simple word, gesture, or look accurately. This is called tacit understanding. What we need to do is to cultivate the tacit understanding of procedures and people, but the user is difficult to change, and can only have a subtle influence. So we have to start with the program software, let it adapt to the user, and change the user implicitly. Only in this way, human-computer interaction will be more tacit. This is also the reason why I couldn't understand my ambiguous context when I was talking with Ten. It didn't adapt to my speaking habits, so it didn't understand what the ambiguous words I said meant. What, how many, how much, so, where, random, these uncertain and ambiguous words, the program is difficult to understand and deal with, and this requires us to give a basic definition of these words. This definition cannot be rigid, but also has to be modified according to the context of the user. After saying this, Wu Hao looked at Xiaodong and said positively, only after the program understands the emotional temperature in our real words can the program simulate a voice similar to a real person's speech. Anyway, this is a major breakthrough in the field of AI voice technology. I think this technology will definitely shake the world once it is released, but it represents the real arrival of this intelligent voice era. www.mentalnovel.com. To be honest, I can't wait any longer. Xiaodong licked his dry lips and said excitedly. Wu Hao waved his hands and said, "It's not as exaggerated as you said, but it is indeed a major breakthrough in technology." Boss, do you intend to use this technology directly for the mass consumer market, or do you cooperate with corporate users, sell technology and related patents, or provide services for them with open source relaxation? Xiaodong wondered at him. This is a heavyweight technology. No matter who you work with, it will bring a huge shock to the industry. What do you think? Wu Hao did not answer directly, but asked back. Xiaodong thought about it, and then said to Wu Hao seriously, a company that wants to become bigger and stronger cannot be confined to a single field. Cooperation with enterprises can save a lot of things, but the risks are great. With more advanced technology, we face the risk of being abandoned. So I think we should develop the mass market, use this technology to build our brand among the people, and expand our influence. Only in this way can we reduce unnecessary troubles and resistance in future development. The analysis is in place, but the market has huge potential. Monopoly alone is definitely not enough. We still need to cooperate with those companies. Of course, we cannot lag behind in the mass market. So I'm going to do both. And this smart voice assistant is made for the mass market. How about, put out the video I just showed? What do you think will be the reaction in society and industry? Wu Hao asked with a smile. You mean? Haha, I look forward to it. Since the previous internet turmoil, Wu Hao's personal Weibo has also received considerable attention from netizens. Everyone is very interested in what kind of person the genius in this legend is. But the result disappointed many people, because Wu Hao's Weibo, apart from some previously published content, had not sent any information after exposure. But on Monday morning, Wu Hao's personal Weibo watcher was finally updated. A video was posted with a text, "A new personal assistant, it's not bad." This Weibo was reposted by the company's official blog shortly after its release, and responded very mischievously, "Boss, remember to raise your salary." Originally thought that this was just a piece of daily hydrology, brushing on the existence, but when everyone opened it, they exclaimed one by one. At first I thought it was a conversation between the boss and the secretary, but after seeing the back, everyone was stunned. This is not a human at all, no. The female voice in the video should not be a real person at all. Oh my gosh, they seem to have discovered an incredible secret. So the netizens started to discuss the excitement one by one. Even some netizens didn't think it was a big deal. They also specially had known some technology bloggers and media officials. For 2 hours and 8 minutes, this Weibo was quickly reposted by many netizens and well-known bloggers, and jumped to the second place on their hot search list. Shocked, the boss's secretary is actually artificial intelligence technology surprises. AI technology enlarges the move. Wu Hao, a talented young scientist, releases an experimental video to expose his intelligent voice assistant. It's a blessing or a curse for the artificial intelligence to emerge from the network. The greatest crisis in human history has arrived. An artificial intelligence technology has made breakthrough progress. With the spread of the major online media and public accounts from the media, this video was quickly reported by the major news media, detonating the entire network at one time. The well-known science blogger Star Watcher wrote on Weibo, "The biggest reason why this video is so popular across the internet is because people are longing for and afraid of artificial intelligence. If the content in the video is true, then there is no doubt that it will be the greatest invention of the beginning of this century." Frosty machine programs are attached with feelings, which is undoubtedly a huge breakthrough in artificial intelligence. I don't know to what stage AI technology and Wu Hao developed this technology, but if it really looks like in the video, I think we are not far away from that new era. Another editor in the technology circle, I want to be quiet, is more pessimistic. He wrote on Weibo, "First of all, we have to find out whether the video is true or false, whether AI technology and Wu Hao's spoof attracted attention, or a real experimental video. Secondly, if it is true artificial intelligence speech technology, have you ever performed a Turing test?" Another thing to note is the environment under which this test was conducted. Is the test content rehearsed in advance, or is randomized for no purpose? There is a big gap between the two. I hope ADAT can respond. As a responsible company, I think it and its managers should respond to the people's questions as soon as possible. Technology should not be a tool for your hype to attract attention. At this time, the boss of a company known as the Canon in the technology circle, Wang Xiaoran, finally couldn't help but speak up. "I was swiped by this news early in the morning. It didn't matter if I looked closely. It was just a voice test. Although the authenticity of this video is not clear, it is not as exaggerated as the news says. The arrival of mankind is about to perish. All shit. It's worth a few young people to be able to come up with new technologies in such a short world. But I am afraid that these young people will lose their eyes due to the achievements in front of them, and fool in order to attract eyeballs. I have seen many young people like this. I sincerely urge them to engage in scientific research with ease, and announce that they have made some amazing new technology. If the new technology is so easy to develop, it will not require so many researchers to work harder. Just move your mouth." Sure enough, with the mouth of Wang Canon, he immediately won the agreement of a lot of dog legs, and they began to verbally criticize Wu Hao. Even some netizens went directly to Wu Hao and the company official blog to abusive and attack. This is not the end. There are also a large number of private letter attackers who are kindly persuaded, private letter forensics, those seeking cooperation, and those who sell miserably for money. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands. Wu Hao did not expect that it was only to release a message to the outside world and warmed up in advance to lay the foundation for the next operation and release. I didn't expect that as soon as this video came out, they immediately pushed them to the cusp. "Hey, Xiaowu, it's been a long time since I saw you. How can you smell like a horrible city? Is it true that your video went down?" Zhao Hongs, who was far away in Beijing, heard the news. The first time I called him concerned about the situation. Not only Zhao Hongs, but also Song Chunming of Shanghai Microelectronics Research Institute also quickly called to inquire www.intelnovel.com, and Dajiang's son Xiaoyang also quickly called and asked about the situation. "Hey, Xiaowu, I'm your little sister. I heard that you have made big news again." Giggles. "We also have a very deep research on artificial intelligence. How about, let's talk about cooperation?" Xiaoya, Ali's senior vice president, personally called and said enthusiastically to him. There was no tit for tat during the previous negotiations, and the tone was like a good friend who had known him for many years. In addition, there are many other people who contact him for the first time, and want to find some useful information from him. In this regard, Wu Hao also had a headache, and finally shut down and went into the laboratory without asking about the world. Hey, these people who couldn't find Wu Hao turned their attention to Zhang Jun, the company's deputy general manager. Poor Zhang Jun was charging these phones with patience while explaining to these people patiently. At last, under the plea of Zhang Jun, Wu Hao finally responded on Weibo. "Every technology has experienced countless failures and doubts. However, we are not afraid because we have the courage and determination to face failure and wind and rain. This technology is not perfect, and she still has a lot of room for improvement. Our technicians are working day and night, in order to show her in front of everyone as soon as possible." Li Wu's family has a young girl who has grown up, but she was raised in a deep boudoir. The little girl is still waiting for her character. She learns to play chess, calligraphy, and poetry. When she came to her court, she found a gentleman, willing to be with the gentleman, and willing to be with the gentleman. See the bustling end and spend a lifetime with the king. Sure enough, Wu Hao's Weibo did not quell the internet storm, but poured fuel on the fire and became more and more intense. Regarding his Weibo content, netizens also analyzed and discussed, especially the word used in his Weibo as her, not it, and the famous sentences that "my family has grown up" in the early days, giving people ample space for imagination. Netizen Chfok said, "My family has a young girl who has grown up and was raised in a deep boudoir." I think Wu Hao's sentence can be interpreted as that they have developed artificial intelligence, but no one knows in the laboratory. Netizen countered in 1852, I think he used several of her in the text instead of it, which shows that it is a real person, not an artificial intelligence. Reply 1852, this just shows that Wu Hao has developed a real artificial intelligence, so it is called her. Zeiss tweeted, "I think Chfok is right, you pay attention to what he said. Obviously it is said that the technology is still immature in the laboratory function." And Throat replied, VMSVMAM said, "Actually, I really expect this technology to be real. If it is true, no matter how much money I have to buy one." I like the last words in Weibo very much. "I find a gentleman and spend a lifetime with him." It is beautiful. Yeah, if it is true, that would be great. My life will no longer be lonely. 5660 hoped. Respond to 5660. Hold your claws. A person's life is really lonely. I come back to work every day, and then stay alone in the room alone for a while, really miserable. I despise your group of otakus. If you have time to hang out and have fun, you will have a chance to meet your sister when you have more friends. The celebrity sent a few disdainful expressions. Ha1846 said, "Some people are inherently introverted, and some people have no time or money. I hope this technology can really change the lives of these people. Haha, I hope to come out soon. It is best to have a doll model. It's okay to be more expensive. The important thing is to feel real." Clam sent a row of smirk expressions. "I'm going upstairs. Your idea is too. But I like it. Hee hee." Zatan Meridian shook hands several times. "Comrades in the same community. I'm going to be insignificant, serious upstairs. I don't believe you haven't thought about it." What have you thought about? Kids don't ask so much. In addition to these, there are many hot, touch porcelain, and ridicule and criticize attacks. For example, overnight, A short video platform was full of imitation funny videos. There are also some boxers who profess to be discriminatory in WuHao's 2 Weibo posts. There are some so-called experts and authorities, and they have issued questions of criticism, asking relevant departments to intervene, investigating the authenticity of this information, and so on. WuHao thinks nothing about this, because he drilled in the laboratory and didn't ask about the world. Jiang Jun couldn't take it anymore. The various phone calls and sounds made him more stressed these days and almost collapsed. I love you very much. WuHao can't count on it, so Jiang Jun can only find a way to calm down the storm on the internet. So soon, the company's official Weibo Haoy Technology released a Weibo. All the company's projects are in compliance with relevant laws and regulations, and there is no improper behavior. The funds for its research projects also come from the company's normal revenue projects, and there is no way to raise funds in any form. The most precious advantage of mankind is the exploration of the unknown. The original intention of our establishment of Haoy Technology is also to better explore those unknown things for the benefit of mankind. We will release relevant updates on this project in due course, and everyone is welcome to continue to pay attention. Although this Weibo answered some questions, it did not calm down the incident. Now everyone is most concerned that the person WuHao can come forward to make a positive answer to the previous video, but WuHao has never appeared. Some media are also very interested in this, and have sent reporters to Anxi one after another, want to find out on the ground what kind of company Haoy Technology is, and whether WuHao's technology is true. In addition to this, there are some muddy waters that touch fish and often hang out outside the company. The property in the park had to be sent to guard patrols, and even the management committee sent police duty cars to prevent accidents. Jiang Jun, who couldn't handle it, finally rushed into the laboratory in a hurry, watching WuHao and Zhu Xiaodong's group of technicians sitting there joking. This guy is not angry at the two of them. I said you are really not in a hurry. They are about to fight outside. It's about to happen, isn't it yet? I haven't seen the police sent police on duty. They don't care. WuHao said with a smile. Jiang Jun glared at him and said, less ridiculous things. You quickly come forward to solve them. Throw less to me. You do not know how much pressure I have these days. All kinds of telephones and various people. I want to pick a pick. There are also girls from the company's administrative office www.mentalnovel.com. Now I'm standing at the door every day, staring at the door like a thief, for fear that someone might come in. I don't want to talk about them anymore. I am all a little bit nervous. In addition to some reporters outside the company these days, there are still some unknown personnel. In addition, I told you that the leaders of the management committee have spoken. Let us eliminate the negative effects as soon as possible. How can there be any negative impact? Isn't it just some voices of doubt? Zhu Xiaodong dismissed it. Jiang Jun shook his head and said, regardless of whether or not, the management committee meant that we should drive these reporters away as soon as possible, or something would happen sooner or later. Also, the leaders are not very confident about our technology. They asked me several times to ask about the situation. What does this have to do with them, and what are they afraid of? WuHao said inexplicably. Jiang Jun glared at him and said, we are the key support enterprises in the development zone. If we have a problem, we will definitely involve the management committee. Can they not worry about it? Let me tell you, I can't handle this situation now. Please come out and explain it. It happened that a reporter from CCTV came and named down to interview you. You just used this opportunity to explain. A reporter from Yangtai is here? WuHao was surprised. Jiang Jun nodded badly. Not only did he come, but also Jiang Nan, the host of the dialogue section group. Let me tell you, this person has a great influence in the press. If she doesn't handle it well, in case she says something, it will be endless trouble for us. WuHao frowned when he heard the words. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Okay, I will accept her interview. The conversation column of Yangtai is an interview column for its excellent people. It has interviewed many famous guests. In recent years, in order to meet the market demand and expand its influence. The column began to invite interviews with some influential people among young people, as well as people and events that people and netizens pay more attention to. Young Tai also hopes to make this column a gold business card in the news field, so it has invested a lot of resources, so that the dialogue column has a greater influence among the people. This is why Wu Hao agreed to accept an exclusive interview with this column. On the one hand, this column is absolutely formal and has a huge influence. They have to give this face. On the other hand, Wu Hao also wanted to use this program to respond to some previous controversies and hot issues. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Hao finally met the second elder sister of the legend at the door of the company's office building. As for a sister, it is the one who appears every night at 19, and will not easily go out of the mountain. "Hello, Miss Jiang." Wu Hao reached out and laughed. "Hello, Wu Hao, you look much more handsome than I thought." Jiang Nan shook hands with him, and then looked at Wu Hao's office building. "Is this your office building? It doesn't look big." In the face of this camera, Wu Hao was somewhat restrained, but still smiled and said, "Our company was relatively young, so we don't have our own office building yet." "This building is for rent?" Jiang Nan asked. Wu Hao shook his head and said, "To be precise, it was provided to us free of charge by the Park Management Committee." "It was provided for you free of charge. Is it only for you?" Jiang Nan keenly grasped the key words in Wu Hao's words and asked, No. Wu Hao shook his head and explained, "In fact, for the technology companies settled here, the Park Management Committee has related support policies. The preferential conditions we received are actually similar to other airline companies that have stayed. But they didn't score as fast as you did, and they were so dazzling." Jiang Nan exaggerated, and then smiled at everyone at Wu Hao. "Everyone is relaxed. Just an ordinary interview. We will edit these shots when we go back. Those shots that are not good will not appear on TV. He. Everyone heard a chuckle, and the atmosphere relaxed. Jiang Nan turned his head and smiled at Wu Hao. "So, Wu, you just call me Xiao Wu? So kind. Everyone likes to call me like that," Wu Hao said quickly. Jiang Nan nodded and said, "That line, you don't have to leave you. Just call me Sister Nan. Anyway, we are not too old." Wu Hao was silent for a while. "My heart is almost 20 years old, and there is not much difference. But women are like this. Even if you are old enough, you have to call your sister." Auntie's face is absolutely unhappy. "Sister Nan," Wu Hao said neatly. "Hey, that's right." Jiang Nan smiled and said, "In this way, we are now divided into two ways. One of you will take our team members to arrange the recording site for an interview. The other way, you take me to visit your company. Don't you mind?" Wu Hao shook his head and said, "Don't mind. We are also very happy to show ourselves to the outside world through your lens." "Well, let's break up now." After arranging related matters, Wu Hao and Jiang Nan began to walk around the company under the care of the camera. "Your office conditions are not so good." After a turn, Jiang Nan looked at the crowded workstations and busy employees. Wu Hao nodded and said, "The main reason is that we are expanding fast this year, so the office space is not enough. The new office is already being renovated and can be moved in after the year. This will make the working environment better. High-tech companies like yours should have corresponding support and help. Why haven't you reported the situation to them?" Jiang Nan threw a bomb at him at this time. Wu Hao nodded and said, "Yes. But it is also very generous. It is just that there are many companies like us, and we cannot obtain all the resources, which is unfair to other companies. And relatively speaking, we have also made some achievements, and the pressure on the operation is not great, so these support resources should be given to other companies in need." "Is this your laboratory?" Jiang Nan asked, looking at the scientific research equipment and some busy technicians. Wu Hao nodded and said, "This is only a part, and there is a third floor. Can I take a closer look?" Jiang Nan looked at those devices with interest. Wu Hao smiled and nodded, "Of course, you are the first visitor to enter our laboratory." "Oh, so you haven't received outsiders yet?" The confidentiality system is strict enough, Jiang Nan said a little unexpectedly. Wu Hao led the roadside and explained, it's mainly because there are some secret projects in our laboratory, so it's not easy for outsiders to come in. Will we be able to go in today? It won't cause any trouble. Jiang Nan stopped and asked. Wu Hao waved his hand. I am sure you can see that there is no secret. www.mentalnovel.com. Rest assured, we have made relevant preparations. Oh, I can rest assured. Despite that, Wu Hao could still feel the disappointment in Jiang Nan's discourse. After all, for reporters, what they want to see is naturally invisible to ordinary people. Now that I've prepared, I'm afraid there is nothing of value. Wu Hao took her and the cameraman to the third-floor laboratory and explained with a smile, this is our laboratory. Except for the company vice president, no other employees in the company have come in. So strict. Jiang Nan looked at the surrounding environment in surprise. The employees looked up and then continued to work without any impact. From the dense contents of several whiteboards, the work intensity here should be great. I think everyone looks very young. Jiang Nan looked around and said. Wu Hao nodded back and said, yes. Our technical researchers are basically after the 1990s, there are still many after the 5th, and only a small amount of the 80s. Why did you choose to use a young team? For what considerations? Jiang Nan asked. Wu Hao heard a helpless expression and said, this is all a helpless choice. The main reason is that scientific researchers with a certain foundation and achievements don't look at small companies like us. How can you? But you have made brilliant achievements in the industry before, it should not be difficult to attract talents to come in. Jiang Nan was puzzled. Wu Hao shook his head with a bitter smile. No matter what, it is also a small company that has just started, and a lot of people who have made some achievements in various fields often think about them. With our current conditions, we can't really satisfy them. After walking around, seeing that there is no valuable discovery, Jiang Nan simply said to Wu Hao, I am here on behalf of the audience to explore the secrets. Shouldn't you let me be disappointed? You posted that before. What about the new technology in this video? Don't you want to show us? Wu Hao smiled and shook his head. Of course, we are all ready. Please here. Said. Wu Hao took Jiang Nan to the test center in the middle of the laboratory, then took out a small microphone and handed it to her. This is our latest research and development of intelligent voice assistant, you can try to say hello to it. Minutes. Jiang Nan nodded and took the microphone, but held it in his hand for a long time without opening his mouth. Finally, he turned to Wu Hao and asked, what should I say? Whatever you want. This can also be tested in disguise for us. Wu Hao said with a smile. Minutes. Jiang Nan smiled when he heard the words, thought about it, and said to the microphone, hello, I'm Jiang Nan, I'm glad to meet you. Minutes. Jiang Nan's words fell, and I heard a young and beautiful female voice coming from the speaker standing upright. Hello, Miss Jiang Nan, you are welcome to come home. Huh? Jiang Nan was a little surprised, and then asked Wu Hao, can it recognize the user's gender? Wu Hao nodded and said, yes, the voice, tone, color, and frequency of each person's speech are different. And the same is true between men and women. This system can collect user voice information for analysis to determine the user's gender. This accuracy, we 99% can do that, and 1% have a special voice, so it's hard to tell. Can you simply introduce yourself? Jiang Nan asked with a smile into the microphone. Soon, the sound rang. Hello, I'm 14, January 4th, Mr. Wu Hao's personal assistant. I'm glad to meet you. Is 14 your number? Jiang Nan asked. Audio returned. No, 14 is my name. Miss Jiang Nan, what can I do for you? What do you know? Jiang Nan said with more interest. The sound sounded. My job is to provide daily information service for my host Mr. Wu Hao, and to provide relevant services within the reach of the visitors. I can adjust the temperature of the air conditioner, the intensity of the light, and the bath water. What do you need to play TV channels, order takeaways, read the news, forecast the weather, etc.? No, thank you. Can I ask you a question? Jiang Nan glanced at Wu Hao standing next to him. and then his mouth slightly tilted. "Of course, I will be happy to help you." Minutes Jiang Nan put a smile on his face and said, "Will you hurt humans?" "Sorry, I didn't understand you." "I said, would you hurt humans?" Jiang Nan repeated slowly. "Sorry, I can't understand what you mean." Minutes Jiang Nan heard some doubts, and then turned to look at Wu Hao. "Is it avoiding the question or refusing to answer?" Wu Hao shook his head with a smile and said, "It is neither avoidance nor deployment to refuse to answer. But we have not set up relevant answers for it, or even included it in this regard." "Well, haven't you set up the 3 laws of robots, Note 1, for it?" Jiang Nan was surprised. Wu Hao shook his head and said, "Let's talk while walking." "It is good." Minutes Jiang Nan nodded and then went outside with Wu Hao, and said a little eagerly, "Can I understand that you are avoiding this problem?" Wu Hao shook his head with a smile. "This is not avoidance. But our current technology is not up to that level, so there is no need for this. But I think your technology is very annoying and developed. If I didn't see it myself, I wouldn't realize it was an artificial intelligence voice assistant. Whether its thinking logic is very fast and meticulous, and the language is very natural," said Wu Hao explained with a smile. "In fact, it is an AI voice assistant, but it is slightly more humane than other voice assistants. Humanization is not exactly the characteristics of intelligent robots. Is it rare that they are not intelligent robots in this regard?" Jiang Nan once again raised a sharp question. Entering the already arranged recording scene, Wu Hao explained with a smile, "Humanization actually has a lot of meaning. It is not exclusive to intelligent robots. For example, we sometimes say that the performance of a dog and a cat is more humane. Do they have human command thinking, AI, artificial intelligence? It is actually divided into many categories. What we are currently in contact with or use can be called weak artificial intelligence, and what we long for and everyone is worried about is strong artificial intelligence. What's the difference between the two?" The two sat down and a makeup artist started to help them make up. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan continued to ask at him. Wu Hao smiled and said, "Different intelligences have different thinking structures and thinking patterns. In my opinion, strong artificial intelligence has its own independent personality, can think independently, and has its own soul. Weak artificial intelligence is just an imitative application of the human way of thinking. The two are far apart." "Soul?" Minutes Jiang Nan expressed a puzzled expression. "How should this be understood? Belongs to the field of science or theology?" Wu Hao waved with a smile. "In fact, we are still in a very early stage of understanding of the soul. You can find out that when you consult the relevant literature and books. In fact, there is not much difference between the understanding and definition of the soul by science and theology. You are reading books www.uukanzu.com. The boundary between the two is blurred. What I am talking about here actually refers to independent consciousness, which is the key to judging whether a machine or a program really has human characteristics or human nature." I heard Wu Hao's introduction. Jiang Nan nodded, and then asked him, "Well, you smart voice assistant, what stage has it reached and whether it has human consciousness?" Wu Hao shook his head and said, "No, it is just a program. To put it plainly, it actually responds to what the user said or issued instructions. There are tens of thousands of such responses. The advanced feature of our technology is to choose a response that fits the actual scene from these tens of millions of responses, and express it in a way that simulates a real human voice. So it's just a smarter intelligent voice program." Jiang Nan looked at him and said. Wu Hao nodded and smiled. "Yes, it is a smarter voice program. Only people expect it too much, so it will be controversial and cause fear." "You mean this is people's fear of unknown things?" Jiang Nan summarized the meaning in his words. Wu Hao smiled and shook his head. "No, it is people's fear of themselves." Note 1, 3 laws of robots. Robots must not hurt people, and they must not stand by and watch people being injured. 22. The robot shall obey all human orders, but shall not violate the first law. 33. The robot shall protect itself, but shall not violate the first and second laws. Later, he added the 0 law of robots. Robots must protect the overall interests of humans from harm. Makeup is fast. Wu Hao is a boy, and his face is also handsome, so it doesn't need much modification. Just apply some foundation powder to fill the light. And Jiang Nan himself put on makeup. Now it's just a makeup. So quickly, the two sat in front of the camera and started talking. When Jiang Nan came up, he directed Wu Hao directly. "What do you just say about the human fear of ourselves?" Wu Hao smiled and said, "To this day, human beings are basically the absolute masters of the earth, and there are actually very few external things that can be feared. So what really scares humans is the mistrust and misunderstanding between them. This will cause many misunderstandings and conflicts, which is the instinct of human self-protection. Many people are afraid of robots, thinking that it will destroy the world. But I don't think so. I think it is only humans that can destroy the world. Even if the robot has consciousness, it will not be stupid enough to actively destroy a world. Even if there is such a tendency, it is the result of human influence. To put it bluntly, if such a strong intelligent robot really exists, it will be a clean white paper at first. Its cognition and behavior still depend on how we humans teach it. It's like we are raising the next generation, and the impact parents and schools and society have on them is crucial. I can see that you are very optimistic about the future, Jiang Nan said. Wu Hao smiled. Of course. No matter what the future, we must maintain an optimistic attitude. This is not exactly what is taught in the textbook. Don't give up hope. Jiang Minutes nodded when she heard the words, and saw that the conversation was almost the same. She then changed the topic and said, "Speaking of your technology, how do you make the voice program feel like our humans actually speak?" Wu Hao drank with a smile. "In fact, I prefer to call it the language temperature." Language temperature? Wu Hao nodded and explained, "Yes. The previous speech program could not imitate the emotional mood contained in human speech when speaking. Our technology is to let the program learn and simulate this emotional mood, so you will be so natural when you listen. It's that simple." Is it difficult to do? We know that so many companies have spent so much financial resources and material time without researching and developing, and you only spent less than half a year. What is the secret of success? Jiang Nan asked Road. Wu Hao shook his head and laughed out loud. "Oh, there is no secret to technological research and development. We have come step by step. We are just lucky. We have found a shortcut. In fact, this technology was in my college time. It's already being conceived, but there has been no chance to realize it." Hearing what he said, Jiang Nan came with interest and said, "I'm particularly interested when you talk about this. Through some interviews and information, we find that your 4-year college is no different from ordinary college students. How did you graduate soon?" It suddenly broke out. Suddenly came up with a sensational cutting-edge technology. Wu Hao heard his thoughts for a moment, and then said, "In fact, I am no different from other classmates, but I like to make things myself. Of course, this is just entertaining myself. Due to conditions, I can't let these ideas in my head came true. The reason why I broke out when I was graduating was mainly due to my failure to find a job. At that time, I invested in hundreds of companies and interviewed dozens of times, but all ended in failure. So I was forced to start a few people in our dormitory to start a business. I didn't expect all this to go smoothly, and our technology was recognized by the industry." "Why did the interview fail? Did you analyze the reasons afterwards?" Jiang Nan asked. Wu Hao heard a helpless expression and said, "The main reason is that my thinking is too jumpy and too many ideas. What the enterprise needs are young people who are stable and can calm down and learn in peace. In fact, I am very grateful to them. Without them, I would not be able to make this determination and take this crucial step. I think those companies must now regret it and miss this outstanding talent." Jiang Nan laughed. Wu Hao heard Jiang Nan's exaggeration, but shook his head. "No, I think they should be fortunate that we did not take them side by side. If they really listened to my words at that time, they might be bankrupt. He. Jiang Nan laughed. What kind of person are you in your life? Jiang Nan changed the subject. Wu Hao thought for a while and then said, should be regarded as a very boring home. Is this what everyone calls a technical house? Jiang Nan joked with a smile. Wu Hao shrugged his shoulders and said, the ones who can relax and engage in technology are basically technical houses, which is why netizens say that technical houses can change the world. Is there any girlfriend? I think everyone must be very curious about this. Jiang Nan gossip said. Wu Hao immediately shook his head and said, no. Simply? Wu Hao smiled and shook his head. No or no, there is nothing to hesitate about. Are you running out of time or unwilling to find it? I haven't met the right www.mtlnovel.com. Our science and technology boyfriend circle is too narrow, basically all boys, and the chance of meeting girls is too small. Wu Hao complained with tears. Giggle. Jiang Nan smiled inhumanely about Wu Hao's complaint. What kinds do you like? Look back and introduce one for you. Is this a public notice of marriage? Wu Hao asked weakly. Minutes. Jiang Nan laughed and said, if you don't mind, we would be willing to reduce this paragraph alone to help you put it at the end of the film. Well, no need. Wu Hao shook his head and quickly broke away from the topic. In fact, there is nothing special about the other half. I just want her to be independent, intellectual, and kind, and everything else doesn't matter. Very rational request. Minutes. Jiang Nan praised him and said to him, I have experienced your intelligent voice assistant. It is very good. I don't know when I can meet the public. This is unclear, because there are still many problems that we need to solve and improve. Of course, we will speed up the progress and strive to share with you as soon as there is news. Wu Hao shook his head. It is true that there are still many things to be perfected in this technology, and even if it is to be put on the market, it is very troublesome to solve a series of problems in production and operation. I hope to be listed sooner, so I can order one. Jiang Nan said to him. Wu Hao laughed. If it goes on the market, I will give you one as soon as possible. Well, let's make it happen. Jiang Nan stood up and shook hands at him. Wu Hao stood up and held Jiang Nan's hand and laughed. Sure. After having a meal with Jiang Nan, Wu Hao sent away this somewhat embarrassing second elder sister. In fact, they talked a lot about the topic in private, but there are a lot of things that are not suitable for the camera. How Jiang Nan was full of good feelings for the 22-year-old boy, and took the initiative to leave contact information, and formally invited him to do another interview with him at an appropriate time in the future. Although I talked well this time, because I didn't make any preparations in advance, I only talked about some topics that the audience was interested in. Regarding technology and the future, Jiang Nan still has a lot to ask, but this time does not have this time. While they are hot, they must rush back to make this interview program as soon as possible, and then quickly broadcast it. The column group naturally hopes that this interview will have a high topicality and ratings. For Wu Hao, this interview was broadcast early, which will help them calm down the internet. After seeing Wu Hao being interviewed, many media came to ask for an interview, but all were blocked out of the company. In addition to these media reporters, these days Zhang Jun also received a lot of venture capital funds and companies and individuals who came to seek cooperation. Now they're like a delicious piece of fatty meat. They are all individuals who want to come and test it to see if they can take a bite. According to Zhang Jun, not many people came to fight their ideas these days, but they were all sent away by Zhang Jun. At this time, it has to be said that the brand of the pilot unit of military-civilian cooperation hanging on the door of the company really scared off a lot of people. I also did not buy it, but all were kicked out and ignored. Although some troubles occurred, it was not a big deal. Of course, Wu Hao threw it all to Zhang Jun, and he continued to enter the laboratory with a group of technicians. Although the project is progressing well, in fact, there is still a lot of work waiting for them, and there are still many problems that have not been resolved. The most urgent thing for them at present is to perfect this technology, and fix and optimize some program bugs to make it reach an ideal state. In addition, Wu Hao and they also want to tap the full potential of this technology so that it can be adapted and used in more scenarios. At present they are only using this technology for home and personal services, but in fact, with its capabilities, it can be used for other things. For example, the automobile industry, mobile terminals, corporate office services, and urban convenience information services. In addition, this technology is only in the laboratory. How to put it on the market and make it accepted by more users is also a question they need to think about. Whether to be an independent product directly facing the mass consumers, or to continue to be a professional technology supplier, license it or embed it into some ready-made products, etc. Of course, their current preference is to make their own consumer products. But how to design such personal products is also a difficult problem to be solved before them. At the same time, the dialogue column finally released a new program preview. When the audience saw that the low-key Wu Hao and the mysterious Hao Yu company appeared in the lens, everyone's curiosity was seduced. Especially Jiang Nan's series of sharp questions and a short video showing intelligent voice technology made the audience look forward to it. Will you hurt humans? Jiang Nan's question has also become the question that everyone wants to know. Just this 1 minute and 30-second notice quickly spread throughout the network. Everyone is curious now. How will that intelligent voice assistant answer? In addition, what does Wu Hao's soul and personality mean? More importantly, there are a series of questions such as Jiang Nan's last question, when this technology will be available. Not only netizens, many people in the society and industry are also very interested. Although Wu Hao already knows that they have developed artificial intelligence speech technology, but whether this technology is real or not, has it progressed to such an extent that it is as powerful as the outside world has said? It is important to know that once this technology is proven, it will bring major changes in many areas. No doubt, Wu Hao put another big satellite this time. In the expectation of everyone, this episode finally aired. I'm afraid that the column group and Jiang Nan have never thought of it, but it is just a hot character and hot news. I didn't expect to cause such a sensation. As soon as the program aired, the real-time audience rating reached 2.7, which is extremely rare in so many previous programs. Not to mention, when the program was broadcast until Jiang Nan demonstrated the intelligent voice technology in person, the audience rating broke through the historical date of 8. You should know that today, with the internet developed and TV programs blooming, even on CCTV, there are not many programs with such ratings, let alone a serious news interview program. www.intelnovel.com. Of course, this does not yet reflect the sensation of this program. What really makes it the whole network and even the whole world is talking about reporting, or is it fueling the internet? This program was first circulated on the domestic network, and it aroused heated discussion among netizens. Immediately, some up hosts translated this interview video and some previous videos of Weibo News into English on YouTube. This naturally attracted great attention from overseas netizens, and the outburst of attention was not less than domestic. I wondered, this news was quoted and reported by many overseas media, and soon became a hot topic. Human fear comes from itself. A robot doesn't hurt people, it's humans that really hurt people. True artificial intelligence should have a soul and its own independent personality. I am very optimistic about the future. This is not what the textbooks teach. Wu Hao's series of answers were also spread by netizens as famous sentences, and even gained a large number of fans. He even made him laugh and cry. Some people began to call him contemporary Edison, Newton, Einstein. He even called him Jobs, which made him very speechless, because he didn't want to be such a short-lived person. Anyway, he got angry, and even Hao Technology and his intelligent voice assistant got angry. Now everyone is most concerned about when this technology will be available in the market. Some technology companies have also smelled business opportunities and have come to Anxi to discuss related cooperation issues with them. Here, especially when paying more attention to some ambiguous words, we should make a comprehensive judgment in relation to the context and the tone of the speaker. Let Mr. Jiang speed up their progress. Only after they are finished can we proceed to the next test. Wu Hao was eating some already cold lunch, while commanding Zhou Xiaodong and several other technicians. Teacher Jiang, in their words, is actually a language and literature analysis project team composed of some language and literature teachers and experts they have hired. This project team is very large, with a total of nearly 100 teachers and experts who are more specialized in Chinese language and literature and culture, as well as young professionals. Of course, this is a relatively loose project team, and all members are hired temporarily. They have their own jobs, most of them teachers or cultural researchers in various schools, which is just their part-time job. Wu Hao naturally also hopes to have such a team specializing in this area, but they cannot afford it under their current conditions. Moreover, people like these good experts in language, literature, and culture have their own formal jobs, and Wu Hao is hard to pry. That's why I used this method to bring these people together for language dialogue and vocabulary understanding. I put it plainly, in fact, it is to study the language of dialogue. The content spoken by the user, the intelligent voice assistant must understand and make relevant answers. Normal conversation is of course no problem, but if it involves some relatively new words or everyday sayings, it may not be understandable. The role of this team is to mark these large numbers of new words and everyday sayings, and make corresponding and accurate understanding, so as to replace the information that can be understood by the intelligent voice assistant. And the program should not only hear the user's spoken content, but also speak or respond more naturally. The program itself does not have an independent consciousness, and how intelligent it is to embody is still given to it by the definition of a technical person. The job is not too difficult, but the workload is huge. To know that an area may have the daily sayings of an area, the influence of accents must also be considered, which undoubtedly increases the intensity of work. With their current abilities, they can only do Mandarin. As for the dialect field, they will not be touched for a short time, unless there is a need or project in this area. If it is just the content of this work, Wu Hao would certainly not be able to attract so many experts and professors to work for him. What's more, these are all serious literati, with arrogance and aloofness going deep into the bone marrow. It is difficult to impress them with money. Therefore, he used the name of artificial intelligence as a cover to attract the interest of these people. As it turns out, these people are very interested in the artificial intelligence in Wu Haoku. In everyone's impression, this seems to belong to the category of engineering, which has little to do with their literature. Now Wu Hao found them and asked them to take charge of the most core aspects of voice interaction, which really scratched the itch of these people. They don't care about money, but they value fame and reputation. If this project is successful, then they can naturally raise their eyebrows. To these people, it is happier than anything to be in the field of engineering. The Language and Literature Analysis Project is not located in the company, but a small building leased at the normal university. The members of the project team will come here to work outside of work. In theory, if there is nothing unexpected, Wu Hao can afford them, then the project team will exist for a long time. In the future, they will also recruit students from related majors to join them to cultivate their own relevant talents. In addition, there should be results in the Cloud Computing Center in the afternoon. Remember to stare. After getting the data, several people were chatting, and suddenly heard Jiang Jun's voice came. I said, "You are leisurely?" "Ah, I'm almost busy." Wu Hao turned his head and found Jiang Jun dragged his fat body towards them. His expression was exhausted. "Oh, why are you free to come to the laboratory? Have you eaten?" Wu Hao asked with a smile. Jiang Jun pulled a chair over to sit down, and said to him, "I didn't even drink a sip of water when I came to the company in the morning. Do you say I ate it? Well, hard." Wu Hao smiled and comforted, and then said to the staff who ate next to him, "Go, take our box lunch to Mr. Jiang. No, take two. And remember to warm up." "Okay." The young employee nodded after hearing the words and ran out. Then Wu Hao handed the water on the table to Jiang Jun and said, "Why, those people still didn't give up. Jiang Jun took a sip of water, then shook his head and said, "A big piece of fat, do you think they will give up easily?" Let me tell you now that not only domestic venture capital, but also several well-known overseas funds have sent someone to negotiate with us. In addition, there are a large number of technology company representatives, and the 4-star hotel on the north side of the park is basically overcrowded. So exaggerated. Zhu Xiaodong was surprised. It wasn't just him, even the technicians who ate next to him also grew up. It's more exaggerated than you think. Yesterday, a big tech company boss came directly and called to see you, but I refused. Now it is not only the management committee, but also other companies in the development zone are very happy. Every day we keep investing in the hotel to discuss cooperation. The management committee also hopes that we can reach cooperation as soon as possible. www.mentalnovel.com. This will help expand the influence of the development zone. But as you said, we will not contact these companies until our technology is really mature. Jiang Jun introduced to the two. Wu Hain nodded his head, gave cigarettes to several people, and took a deep breath. The venture capital fund can definitely reject it. Our current income can support the research and development of the project and the daily operation of the company. It is useless to have more funds, but it is a kind of burden. And once the venture capital comes in, we will lose a large part of the freedom, which is not conducive to the research and development of our future projects. As for the technology company, you should try to talk to them. It is not necessary to talk about the results, just talk to see what they can come up with. If you are annoying, you should give it to Dong Yiming, who is also more professional in this regard anyway. Jiang Jun smiled and shook his head. I actually like to contact these people. The big brands and big companies I heard before are kind and courteous in front of you. Haha, I think you just find your own crimes. Let you do it. Wu Hao cursed with a smile. Hey, after taking over the meals handed over by the staff, Jiang Jun immediately started eating madly. I ate a few bites as if I remembered something, and then stopped and looked at Wu Hao. Yes, I forgot to tell you. Last night the security police patrolled near our company and caught 3 sneaky people. Preliminary verification, these 3 people came to us. We were informed by the branch office this morning and let us take precautions. Okay. Is it soft but hard? Wu Hao frowned. Zhu Xiaodong even said indignantly, this group of people is really lawless, so we should let the police clean up and sentence them for a few more years. How to pack up without criminal facts is at most a law and order punishment. Detention came out after a few days of detention. Jiang Jun was not angry. Wu Hao pondered for a while, and then said in a straight line, the security and the police in the park alone can hardly control the situation. We must find ways to strengthen our own security protection. Let me say that we have to ask for more security guards by ourselves, and it is always impossible to rely on others. Zhu Xiaodong suggested. Jiang Jun waved his hands and said, these security guards on the market are basically just furnishings. It's useless to meet a real professional thief or the kind of people we encountered in Hangzhou. Wu Hao shook his head and said, in this way, I will come up with a solution. In the past few days, let everyone work hard and pay attention to precautions, as well as the security guards of the park and the duty points of the police in front of our company. You have to give more condolences, don't care about this money, and send more food and drink for duty. It's not easy for people to guard outdoors for us this winter. You can rest assured, I have arranged these. Each person will be issued a thick down jacket, plus goose, and some gloves, masks, hats and other cold-proof items. Hot tea and hot rice are available 24 hours a day. Now our company is fast. It became a logistical support point for the security guards and the police in the development zone. Jiang Jun said with a smile. Wu Hao said with a smile, this is good, and it can also show the good image of our company. I don't think it should be limited to the security and civilian police who are patrolling near us. You go back and buy some condolences directly to the security team and branch office go to condolences. Sending a pennant and then pulling a car for each house will not cost much money anyway. Okay, I'll go back and make arrangements. At that time, I'll find a gong and drum team, beat the bustle, and then invite reporters from TV stations and newspapers to do a good job." Zhang Jun smiled, and rushed toward him. He licked his mouth and added, "Very good." Wu Hao smiled and appreciated. Zhang Jun smiled, and then continued to eat. In the shortest time, this guy ate up 2 meals and leaned on the back of the chair to enjoy a full meal. "If it is not enough, I will let you have the chair," Zhuge Xiadong quipped as he looked at him. "Get off." Zhang Jun scolded a few words with a smile, and then drank the saliva. "It's Spring Festival right away. How can the company's holidays be arranged?" Wu Hao thought about it, and then said, "Just follow the normal holiday schedule. You can put it on for 2 days in advance and then go to work normally. Our project is relatively tight, it is really impossible to give everyone too many holidays. Come back and make up." "Yes, I know." Zhang Jun nodded and asked, "So, what do you think of the year-end award? You can't say nothing at the end of the year." Wu Hao heard the thought for a moment, and then asked, "What's your opinion?" "Everyone has worked for less than 1 year, and it is certainly not possible to implement the normal year-end award system. So I think this year's end-of-year award is fine. Send a red envelope to everyone." Zhang Jun expressed his thoughts, which was also his thinking. It took a long time to finalize it. Wu Hao nodded when he heard the plan, and then joined the ideas in his mind and added, "Yes, just send a red envelope. According to the position and time of entry, add up monthly, so it is fair to everyone." "This is good, just follow your plan," Zhang Jun said in front of his eyes. Speaking of this, Wu Hao remembered something, and then said to Zhang Jun, "Yes, you go back and contact the foundry to learn more about some cooperation information in this area. We will use it later." In addition, there are companies such as hardware electricians, home appliances, cameras, and audio. You arrange more people to run, and we may need to cooperate with them. When I heard this, Zhang Jun immediately got excited and said, "So we are going to put our products into production soon?" Wu Hao nodded and smiled. "If it goes well, it should be almost okay. Although it is still a little imperfect, but as Dong Tsai reminded, the first generation product, is it so perfect? Release and sell it first, and then we only with the funds and conditions to gradually improve the product. This is also to expand the benefits. That's the way it is. You see those companies slowly releasing new technologies and products like squeezing toothpaste, not to pursue the best interests. If we release a perfect product all at once, what will we do in the future? Sell this time?" Zhuge Xiadong continued his words. Zhang Jun heard his face shaking with flesh, smiling like a flower. "Yes, that's it. You can rest assured that I will look back on it as a top priority and try to make our products available sooner." I chatted a few more words. Zhang Jun left the fat, and the steps were much lighter, not like a fat man weighing more than 210 pounds. Wu Hao looked at the time and did not continue working. Instead, he called Liu Kai's phone after thinking about it. Youkanzu www.youkanzu.com. Although Liu Kai is usually serious, he really gets along well. During the time Wu Hao spent in Beijing, he also maintained a good relationship with Liu Kai. "Hello. How did your boy think of calling me?" There was a laugh from Liu Kai on the phone, and it looked good. "Well, Director Liu, what makes you so happy? There is a hint of joy in your voice." Wu Hao laughed and teased. Liu Kai laughed and scolded on the phone, "Your kid is coming less, but it's okay to tell you something. Our project has passed the acceptance of relevant units, and it will enter a new stage after the year." "Really? That's great." Wu Hao was happy. Hee, your boy is not bad. It just took a long time to put a big satellite." "By the way, what's the matter at this time?" Liu Kai changed the topic and said, "After all, it was on the phone. Such things can't be said until now." Hee. Wu Hao smiled and said, "This is not a bit of trouble, so I have something to ask you. Please. I have 625 pieces of Baomao on my body now, and take all of them if you want." Liu Kai gave a stun and then returned with a smile. Sigh. Wu Hao heard a black heart full of words. "It's not for money, I can't hit you where I'm hitting the autumn wind. Why is that? I can tell you that things that violate principles are not okay. Liu Kai put a smile on his face. Hee hee. Wu Hao laughed a few times, and then said seriously, it's like this, I want to ask you for some stuff. Let me ask for someone. I'll tell you, you don't have to think of the people in the institute. This is impossible. Liu Kai said seriously on the phone. Wu Hao was a little speechless. No, I have that courage. Let Zhao Lao know that I must not tear me off. This is the case. Recently, our company made a small name, so it attracted a lot of people's attention. I would like to retire from the army or retire veterans to strengthen the company's security work. There is a little name, your kid is really modest. Liu Kai sneered and said, it is a good thing to arrange employment for veterans and veterans. You can't find a local veteran office directly. Wu Hao he laughed. If that's the case, why should I look for you? You know that there are some special dangerous people in the people we face, and most people can't cope. So I asked you to see if you could help me. Some veterans with relatively good quality skills come here. You can rest assured that everything is superior in terms of treatment, and they will definitely not be disadvantaged. I still believe your kid in this regard. Liu Kai said with a smile, then paused. How many people do you need? Wu Hao said with a smile, give me a class first. Not enough. Fuck off. You have to fight. I'll give you a class first. Not enough? Liu Kai wasn't angry. Wu Hao laughed and said, just 12 or 3, I can't afford it now. Blind again. Your kid is now full of money and can't afford a few people. Liu Kai ridiculed. This is the only way. Let's go. I'll help you. Ask, when will it be? Anxious. Hurry. 100,000 fires. You don't know. Last night, 3 sneaky people beside our company were captured by the patrol police. We are nervous now that we are up and down the company, and today we are scheduling a 24-hour shift. Wu Hao said quickly. Liu Kai was surprised. So serious? If it is not serious, I will not come to ask you. Wu Hao smiled bitterly. Liu Kai frowned and said, okay, I will help you as soon as possible. Pay more attention to your own safety. These people must be staring at you. If it doesn't work, don't support it. Safety first. Relax. I will pay attention. Wu Hao thanked. Well, that's it. Hang up. Seeing Liu Kai hung up, Wu Hao was relieved. In fact, the situation was far less serious than what he said, but he wanted to make time for Oket, so he said so. I thought for a moment, and then Wu Hao called Xu Hu again. There were no 2 beeps, and a low voice came from the phone. Hey, Team Xu, it's me Wu Hao. I know it's you. What's wrong with calling? Xu Hu's voice without emotion touched on the phone. After a while, Wu Hao smiled and said, 3 people sneaked up next to our company last night and were caught by the patrol police. I know this, and what else? Xu Hu asked on the phone. Wonder, dealing with this host is really tiring. Wu Hao was too lazy to go around the corner and went straight to the topic. Yes, these days are too troublesome for the security and police in the park, and of course your comrades. So we want to build a security team ourselves. The protection of our company can also reduce your workload. So I would like to consult your opinion. Yes, chat is better than nothing. Xu Hu on the phone didn't seem to take a hard look at this kind of security team, so he took a disdainful tone of voice. Amount. Wu Hao, who was full of black lines, wanted to hang up the phone directly, but in a flash, I thought it was a request for others, so I would be more sincere. Of course we also know what the people in the so-called security companies on the market are mostly about, so we asked the leaders of the Air Force Research Institute to help find a few good veterans in the army. Wu Hao explained. Xu Hu heard what he said on the phone, and put away the previous contempt and took it seriously. Well, there is good help in the army, so we can also relieve some pressure. Wu Hao quickly thanked and said, this time is too much trouble for you. It was hard work. We wanted to go to condolences, but we couldn't find anyone. I can find you. What else do we mix? Xu Hu was a little proud, and then she took a hint of sour taste, hot tea and hot rice, down jacket, leather gloves. You really have to save money to protect yourself. Sigh. felt the jealousy in the words. Wu Hao quickly apologized, this is not to thank everyone. After all, we have to patrol outdoors to protect us this winter. Everyone is hard enough. Of course, it is even more difficult for our comrades in security. We will soon buy a batch of New Year's goods, and then organize the Gongs and Drums team and TV station reporters to visit these departments to pay New Year's condolences. Looking back, I asked them to come to your sympathy, and send them a pennant to thank them for taking care of us. Get out of here. Xihui heard Wu Hao's words and had the urge to be ridiculous. The most important thing for them is to be low-key, and the lower the key, the better. It is best to be a transparent person that everyone ignores. But now this little actually thinks about organizing the Gongs and Drums team and TV reporters to give them New Year's condolences. www.mentalnovel.com and also send a pennant. Isn't that going to hit their ice bowl? Xigang wanted to refuse, but Xihui suddenly thought of the condolences in Wu Hao's words, as if they were still a batch of New Year's goods, which made him unable to move. Although they are in a more special security department, they also work daily to deal with danger. The wages and salaries of everyone are very meager, and it can be said that they are silently dedicated by faith and loyalty. When I thought of the thick down jackets, leather gloves and hot rice served all day, the nose of the security guard and the police was sour. Does anyone know that not far from these people, a few plain-dressed young men, staring at everything while rubbing their frosty hands. The nature of work makes them necessary to remain mysterious and keep a low profile. Looking at those people drinking hot tea and eating hot rice, they could only borrow some boiling noodles. Many people have not taken a vacation for a long time, and many colleagues, including him, have not returned home for a long time. Since it is a little bit of care and concern of the people, it will not violate the regulations. So thinking of this, Xihui said, the Gongs and Drums team and the TV station will not be used. The condolences will be ready. Someone will ask you to get them. Okay, no problem. Wu Hao smiled wisely. Now that things have been collected, that's a good job. And before he spoke, Xihui said directly on the phone, say, what is it? Oh, no big deal. Even though these people have a good background, they have never done any security work. So I asked you to borrow 2 people to help train them. Wu Hoxiao laughed. After 2 days, Wu Hao received a call from Liu Kai. Although Liu Kai is a rank of 2 cents and 4, but after all he is still engaged in technical aspects, although he is intentional but weak. So he reported the incident to the head of the competent department. The leaders of the competent departments attach great importance to this. Not to mention that Wu Hao still has the core technology and information of the Keep the Unmanned Cluster Attack System. Once the enemy obtains great losses, it is said that he is also a rare technical genius. If there is any accident, it will also be a loss to the country. Adding Wu Hao's request is not excessive. It is reasonable and can find a good job for some veterans. Therefore, the director immediately gave instructions, asking relevant departments to do their best to meet this request. I can tell you, these people have performed very well during the service of the army, and many of them have made great achievements. A few of them found a good job as soon as they entered the society. Now when they hear of organizational needs, they immediately quit their jobs. When they come to you, you can't be wronged. Otherwise, not only can I not spare you, neither the chiefs nor the soldiers in the army can spare you. Rest assured, you still don't know me. I promise I will never treat them. Wu Hoqiang smiled and smiled. Well, the list of people and contact numbers for these people have been sent to you. I heard that there is an urgent situation on your side, and 3 of them have already boarded the high-speed rail. You are expected to arrive this evening. You will arrange someone to pick it up. Instructed him. Understand? I will take good care of them. Wu Hao once again assured. Okay, that's all. You have to hurry to arrange. If you have a call, don't hold on. After a few more words of concern, Liu Kai hung up the phone. Wu Hao looked at the list in the mailbox. with flowers on his face. It seems that the chief attaches great importance to him, otherwise he would not help him find these elite soldiers to help him in the future. Fat, come here for me. Wu Hao sent a message to Jiang Jun. I didn't take long, and when I saw Jiang Jun, he huffed and gasped towards him quickly. What's the matter? What's the matter? Wu Hao signaled the computer screen and said, security personnel are down. Really? Let me see. Jiang Jun's face was filled with joy, and her huge body came together. After seeing the list of people on the computer screen and the brief information, the fat face smiled. I'm going. You still have a way. With these people, I can sleep peacefully. These days are true, and I'm intimidated. These people are all treasures. After learning about our situation, the head of the army specially instructed the relevant departments to arrange it, so we can't treat them badly. Wu Hao laughed at him. Jiang Jun nodded quickly. Rest assured, I'll take care of it myself and make sure the arrangements are in place. In this regard, Wu Hao shook his head and said, I have promised it, so I will do it myself. In this way, they have a total of 15 people this time. You go back and arrange for someone to help them find a place near here. Conditions are better as for the cost company to dig. I know we are in a hurry, so 3 people are already on the train, and they will be there in the afternoon. At that time you will find someone to pick it up, and then you will let them arrange check-in at the hotel first. Okay, I'll do it. Jiang Jun nodded, then stood up and walked outside. Just halfway through, he stopped abruptly, and then asked Wu Hao, yes, how are these people's pay arranged? What's your opinion? Wu Hao asked. I have really learned about this. Half of Anxi's security salary is between 4,000 and 8,000. Jiang Jun did not directly give an opinion, but introduced the industry situation. He knows that these people Wu Hao care more, so let him make the decision himself. Wu Hao thought for a while and thought, just give it at 8,000 first, add 1,000 to the deputy captain, 2,000 to the captain, and then slowly increase according to the situation. Oh, this treatment is not low. Take care of it. 5 insurances and 1 payment, and tens of thousands of salaries, are about to catch up with the salary levels of some senior white-collar workers in Anxi. Jiang Jun said with a smile. Wu Hao waved his hands and said, I have a specialization in the surgery industry, and I think these people are far beyond this value. We can all put our lives in their hands in the future, can't we be better? Understand? I'll do it. Jiang Jun instantly understood what Wu Hao said, and immediately went out after answering. He originally thought he would see these people tomorrow, but he did not expect to see them in the office in the evening. Despite wearing casual clothes, her erect posture, firm eyes, and 3 camouflage backpacks neatly placed on one side all silently told the 3 people's glorious past. Hello, I'm Wu Hao, and the road has been hard. Wu Hao stepped forward and shook hands. The first person standing on the left is a young man of about 27 years old, not too tall but very sturdy, with a dark complexion. I saw that he immediately held Wu Hao's hand and said, report. The original airborne soldiers 20 Commando Sergeant Wai Bing, note www.mentalnovel.com reports that the former airborne 30 Brigade Hero Company Lieutenant Li Wenming, note 1. Report, Sergeant Zhao Jiaping, note 1, of the former 30 Brigade Model Company of the Airborne Forces. After shaking hands with the 3, Wu Hao had time to look at the 3 carefully. Wai Bing is the most mature and calm person. It seems that the 3 should have known each other long ago, and the 2 people next to them were very convinced of him, indicating that he had 2 brushes in his hand. Li Wenming is just the opposite. People are more active. The 188-foot man is very mighty, with straight facial features and bright lines. There is definitely a girl who turns his head when he goes out. What about Zhao Jiaping? The 1'7" man has a thin body and a normal appearance, which makes him the kind of person who is easily overlooked. Han Han said a few words. Wu Hao said, in this way, we will arrange a hotel for you to live in, and we are in the process of arranging related accommodation and apartments, and we should be able to move in soon. After 2 days, everyone will be here. We will specially arrange for you security comrades to give you training, mainly to teach some daily protection and precautions. You can also familiarize yourself with the environment during these days. If you need to mention anything, we will try to satisfy you. When he came, the chief said that the situation here was more urgent, so we could be on duty at any time. Why, June said at him. Wu Hao heard the boy waved his hand and said, "It's not bad this evening. You take a break first and arrange someone to take you familiar with the environment tomorrow. After you understand the relevant situation, arrange the relevant work according to the situation." Note 1: all characters, units, and backgrounds in this book are fictitious. Do not link them with reality. These 15 people arrived one after another in the next few days. It is almost the same as the previous 3. Basically all veterans of the corporal sergeant. Soon after entering the society, every word and deed still kept a strong mark of the army. I saw Wu Hao at first, and these people were slightly restrained. Seeing this, Wu Hao laughed at the people who were still standing upright and said, "Everyone don't restrain, just sit, let's sit down and talk." When I saw him signal, everyone sat down, but his body was still in a tight state. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for being able to rush to Anxi to help us as soon as possible. This is not a good job, because you may have to face relevant forces from overseas, so you will always face it. Danger. Speaking of this, Wu Hao glanced at everyone, and then went on to say, "So I hope everyone can think about it clearly. You are now retired, so you should have your own choice. Whether you choose to stay or leave home, I respect and support your decision. If we can come, it means that everyone is fully prepared. You can rest assured that we are not good at all. If these people dare to come, they will make them look good." Wei Bing stood up and straightened. Others also stood up to see the situation, their eyes firm, without a flicker of flinching. Wu Hao smiled and pressed the hand. "Sit. In fact, it is not as serious as you think. In fact, everyone's work is still very easy, that is, responsible for the safety maintenance of the company and the laboratory. It is special because some of the technologies in our laboratory involve military-sensitive fields, which are at the internationally advanced level. A while ago, this technology made a breakthrough in the Army's research institute, and it will not be long before it will be applied to weapons and equipment. As a result, I have also been coveted by some overseas countries and tried every means to acquire these technologies. Just before you came, the police arrested 3 suspicious people near our company. After trial, they came in our direction. So after realizing the seriousness of the problem, we asked the head of the army to recruit a group of veterans with good qualities and skills to form our own security force. To be honest, I was very excited after getting the list, because after seeing you, we can finally sleep peacefully. Hee. Everyone heard the words and smiled. Wu Hao continued with a smile and said, "You don't know. These days we are scared all day." Several girls at the front desk of the company opened their eyes and stared at the door every day, afraid that someone would come in. "I have you here." These girls can finally breathe a sigh of relief. "I think they will definitely come back and thank you for dinner." Hee. Everyone laughed again. The girls at the front desk of the company had seen them and looked very handsome. Among the 15 present here, there are few real girlfriends, wives and children, and most of them are still barefoot. At the hearing of Wu Hao, everyone's mind became active. Of course, Wu Hao is also a kind of ridicule. Although love is not prohibited in the company, it is never encouraged. As for whether these people have the ability to win those flowers, it depends on their own ability. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost relaxed, Wu Hao immediately entered the topic and said, "Okay, let's talk about business. First, the company will become the company's security department based on your 15 people. You are temporarily organized into a team, and the captain is first served by Wei Bing. As for Deputy Captain Zhao Jiaping's Monday Beak, the 2 of you worked hard. Of course, this is temporary. In the future, we will make corresponding adjustments based on your capabilities. Do you have any comments?" Crackling. Everyone applauded when they heard the words. On the other hand, Wei Bing and Zhao Jiaping stood up on Monday to pay everyone a standard military salute. Okay, let's set it this way. Wu Hao laughed. Your main task is to do a good job in the company's security. I don't understand the specifics. You should discuss it yourself. Comrades in security will come over tomorrow to give you some professional training. This is what I specially invited for you. It is very rare. Everyone cherished this opportunity. I have only one request. Get into work as soon as possible. If you have any needs or suggestions, you can tell me now that I can solve them as much as possible. Seeing the crowd was still a bit restrained, Wu Hao smiled and waved his hand. It's time now, everyone can speak freely. Anything you want to say or suggest, despite saying that there is no such good opportunity after this shop. I heard him say this, and everyone whispered to each other. General Manager Wu, when I came here, I specifically explained that I want to protect your safety. If these people really came along with these technical materials, I am afraid that their best goal is you. I think you should strengthen your protection and travel later. Just take us. Wei Bing thought for a while and said to him first. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile and said, I don't usually have a lot of opportunities to go out. www.mentalnovel.com. Basically 2 points and 1 line, the company's laboratory and the apartment I live in. There is no big problem. It's better to be careful. Wei Bing shook his head. Wu Hao heard and thought for a while, then laughed. Yes, just follow your plan. Anyway, I will give you more than £100. Wei Bing nodded after hearing what he said. His face became very dignified. Although Wu Hao said very easily, in Wei Jun's hearing, this meant that he had completely entrusted his personal safety to him. This is both a trust and a stress. General Manager Wu, can you buy us some fitness equipment? Monday Feng asked. Wu Hao nodded and said, yes. The company would have set up a gym to provide a place for everyone to exercise. But because our office area is currently tight, we have put it on hold. After waiting for a year, the R&D center moved to the new laboratory. After the first floor was vacated, a zone was set up for everyone to keep fit. I heard Wu Hao's answer, and everyone smiled. Li Wenming even shouted at him, General Manager Wu, can our uniform be handsome? Don't be as ugly as the security guards in those communities. Ha! Not only him, everyone else laughed when they heard. Wu Hao saw the eyes of everyone staring at him intentionally or unintentionally, and it seemed that everyone was listening to this matter. So he smiled and said, no problem. I fully follow your opinion in this regard, to see whether it is all in a suit, or training uniforms or other uniforms. You can even choose a few more sets for different places. Thank you Mr. Wu. Wei Bing's arrival made Wu Hao somewhat relieved, but this happy mood did not appear for a long time, because the company quickly jumped up and down by the energetic guys. After receiving comrade training in related security, these guys began to thoroughly figure out the company, not only measuring every corner of the office building, but also purchasing a large number of monitoring equipment, and the new experimental building is a top priority. In addition, these guys also installed gates for the company's gates and replaced the employees' work permit. There was even a baggage security machine and metal detection door set aside to detect suspicious luggage items and people. The employees who are now engaged in the company are just like going to the subway security check. Not only that, these guys also plan to coordinate the company's administrative department to compile a new employee handbook, which has added security and confidentiality. In addition, there is Wu Hao, who has also been regarded as a key protection object. The tall and mighty Li Wenming was arranged by Wei Bing as his exclusive driver. To be honest, although Wu Hao is not disgusted to have such an exclusive driver, but let a handsome man follow him, he is somewhat unhappy, because the girls seemed to see Li Wenming next to him instead of him, which made him taste a little bit. If he could, he would rather ask Zhao Jiaping, who was a little bit dumb, to be rejected by Wei Bing for his reasons. In his words, Li Wenming followed him to attract firepower, so that he would lose a lot of attention and be safer. This is also the different types of bodyguards, and the bosses are usually followed by those tall and mighty, which is more deterrent. Like Zhao Jiaping, He looks ordinary and has no sense of presence. Since Wu Hao promised that they could choose their own uniforms, these guys have hollowed out their minds. In addition to choosing the black training suits that are suitable for daily training patrols, these guys also got 2 black suits, black coats, white shirts, blue ties and so on. Coupled with her upright posture and masculine demeanor, this group of guys quickly became a handsome landscape in the company, which really attracted the attention of many young girls. There are even some other company girls who specifically come to make company employees in order to inquire about their information. This has made the girls in the company feel great satisfaction, and also made the men in the company resentful, especially a lot of technical men. Looking at the little stars in the eyes of the girls, one by one hated the teeth. What can I do? I can't beat them. But I can't beat them. Only those who can be compared can only be talented. But as science and engineering men, they can really come up with a rare talent. Although they are knowledgeable, they can't catch the girl to talk about the code formula. Wu Hao is also very unhappy. This kind of unpleasantness comes from incompatibility, and now every day with a tail behind his butt, he feels particularly awkward. Since moving here, Jiang Jun immediately bought some official vehicles for the company. Among them, there was a work specially prepared for Wu Hao. It's just that he hasn't drove this car much, and now Li Wenming is here. This car has truly become his exclusive private car. It finally made him feel the benefit of having an exclusive driver, at least no longer need to come out of the laboratory, and then yawned and drove himself. General Manager Wu, where are you going now? Seeing Wu Hao sitting tiredly in the car, Li Wenming turned his head and asked him. Wu Hao leaned on the back of his chair and squinted his eyes. Go and connect Wai Bing, and then let's go to the apartment that the company rents for you. Okay. Li Wenming nodded gently. The company's administrative office has been helping them clean up their accommodation these days, so they are staying in the hotel temporarily. I just got the news in the afternoon. The apartment over there has been packed and can be moved in at any time. So Wu Hao plans to take Wai Bing and Li Wenming to take a look. The new apartment arranged for these guys is about 5 or 6 minutes drive from the company. It belongs to a high-rise residential area and faces young white-collar workers working in the development zone. However, these white-collar workers are obviously unable to compete with the landlords who invest in wealth management. So the house sales here were sold out by these people soon, while waiting for the appreciation. These houses should not be left empty, so they rented out after just renovating. Wu Hao, they have rented 5 houses in this neighborhood, all of which are large rooms of 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. After renting, they reorganized the interior of the house. Because of the large number of people, it is impossible for them to let everyone live in a separate room. Anyway, they are temporary transition apartments. So the administrative department replaced the beds in the original rooms with solid wood high and low floors. Of course, compared with the iron frame bed in the school, the administrative department chose the wide solid wood bed. In addition, refrigerators, air conditioning, TVs, kitchen and bathroom facilities are all available, and the conditions can be said to be very superior. What's more, these are provided to them for free, which can save a lot of money. Of course, this is only temporary. They will have to move out when they have a girlfriend and a family in the future. How is it? Wu Hao asked at the two of them. Very good. Much better than we thought, Wai Bing said with a smile. www.mentalnovel.com. Li Wenming was also excited. When can we move out? I can't sleep on the kind of bed in the hotel, or this. The bunk is comfortable. I slept for 6 years. I see, you guys just like to be abused. Wu Hao cursed with a smile, and then said, this condition is limited, and you will live there. Anyway, it is just a transition. In the future, if you have a girlfriend, you will move out. I'm right, you see what needs to be improved. This is good. The conditions are much better than where we lived before. Wai Bing shook his head with a smile. Wu Hao nodded and said, that's okay, you see, when you have time, move in. Property costs, water grid, heating costs are all inclusive of the company. You want to fire yourself to improve your meals, but you will not be reimbursed. Of course, Considering that your night shift is hard, the company will give you a subsidy, and it is more than enough to use it to improve your life. Thank you, President Wu. The two were overjoyed. Wu Hao waved his hands, and then looked at the two people, apologized and said, "There will be a few more days of Chinese New Year, and the company can't leave the people, so you work hard. I'm sorry to say that, you can't spend the first New Year after your veteran with your family." Zai Bing quickly shook his head and said, "General Manager Wu, this is nothing. I have been here for so many years, and it is not bad this year. Yes, we have been with our parents for a while at home, but this year is the same." Li Wenming also smiled indifferently. Wu Hao heard the words and looked at the two of them, then nodded. "It will be hard for you, and I will arrange a compensatory rest for you after the year." As the Spring Festival approaches, various companies in the development zone also start to take holidays. This also made the employees of the company who were still at work distracted, so Wu Hao simply took a holiday in advance. There is no need for everyone to continue to boil. Anyway, the heart is gone. In the face of the rare reunion during the Spring Festival this year, Wu Hao had a headache. As he grew older, the relationship between him and his father began to flourish. Although the stepmother is not bad, Wu Hao still cannot find a sense of belonging to that family. Last year, he did not return by taking the opportunity of working as a holiday worker. This year, it was the Spring Festival again, and his heart murmured again. For those who are out, who do not desire to reunite with their family in this traditional festival. But when he thought of the bad father-son relationship and the quarrel that might occur after he went back, he had no desire to go home. "Are you still not going back this year?" Zhang Jun walked through a few boxes of small speculation, and went into his residence with a bottle of 5X liquid in his hand, which is a small house located on the 19th floor of Block B of the public rental housing complex. Because he lives alone and is busy with recent laboratory projects, he rarely stays in this home except to go back to sleep at night. Wu Hao helped to put a small stir from Zhang Jun on the coffee table, and shook his head at him. "I plan to go to Sucking, and Yang Fan are still there. I can't go to the big Chinese New Year." "Nonsense. They are there for work. What's going on with you?" "Listen to me, this is the New Year's Eve. At least go back to have a reunion dinner. After all, you haven't seen each other for a year or two." Father and son, can there be any deep hatred? Zhang Jun unscrewed the bottle cap and persuaded Wu Hao to pour a drink. He didn't tell anyone about this stall in his own house. Zhang Jun knew that he was in a bad mood because he had a quarrel with his father on the phone, and then pulled him to drink, and then told him through the wine. After that time, the relationship between the two was one step closer. That's why he started a business. The first thing he thought of was Zhang Jun. Wu Hao raised the glass and bumped into Zhang Jun, then took a deep sip. "You know what's going on in my family. Now the family has 3 happy people. I will go back and destroy this atmosphere. Come, eat." Zhang Jun said. He took the lead in chopsticks and ate. "Isn't it just for you to call Mom? Are you as stiff as it is now? It stands to reason that your stepmother is also good for you." "Yes, but I just can't open the mouth. I don't have any opinions about her. After all, they were introduced and recognized after my mother left. Alas, she is also good to me, and she has not lost me in all aspects. It's just that there is only one mother in my heart. You let me recognize and let me be honored, but I just can't open this mouth." Wu Hao said helplessly while eating vegetables. In his heart, he still couldn't get through the hurdle. How could he not open the mouth? Every time for this matter, the father and son are always upset. Since going to junior high school, he has lived on campus until college. If you can't go back for a long time, you won't go back, to avoid conflict with his father. Of course, he didn't think about reconciliation, but every time he talked, he quarreled again. As he grows older, he spends more and more time outside, and feels that this is not an issue. Only in special festivals like the Spring Festival and Mid-Autumn Festival every year will the fragile heartstring buried deep in my heart be touched. Then you can't hide like this big New Year. You are uncomfortable in this lonely room. They are even more uncomfortable when they can't expect their son to go home. Jiang Jun licked his stomach and persuaded him. Wu Hao raised his glass again and said, "Stop that, let's do it." "Slow down, what is the rush to drink?" Although he said so, Jiang Jun drank it after touching him. While adding wine to him, Jiang Jun asked, "Yes, how is Dong Tsai's performance lately?" Wu Hao glanced at him, then laughed. "It's a lot better. At least I recognize my position and have a good attitude." "That's all right, you also know the faults of this person. It's easy to be eclipsed by a little achievement. But no matter what, we came here together and still have to give him a chance." Jiang Jun said to him, "I also gave him a clear showdown, and if he had any further problems, then he left." He. How did he react when you heard this?" Wu Hao said with interest. Jiang Jun didn't feel good. "What can you do?" The old man, pulling his face, almost didn't rush. "But after I spread it out, he calmed down instantly." Although the relationship is good, some things must be made clear. It is very troublesome to stay behind. In this respect, Yang Fan is much smarter than him. "Well, this kid is good, very solid." Wu Hao heard praise. Compared to Zixia Dong, Yang Fan is simpler, and it is a typical kind of engineering and technical house, living in his hobby every day, and even a little lonely. I don't know what happened. He and Zixia Dong became friends, maybe complementary in character. Since Wu Hao has given him everything about drone www.untlenovel.com, Yang Fan has been running around. During this Chinese New Year, neither he nor related technical team members could go home, because they are working with the technical team led by Sun Shaoyang to be responsible for the Drone Cluster Light and Shadow Performance project in the Spring Festival Evening Sucking branch. In order to reflect the new look of Jiangnan Water Village, which perfectly integrates the classic and modern aspects of sucking, the director of the branch venue has made up his mind to show the characteristics of sucking to the people in the country. Wu Hao's wonderful performance in Yangqing before really shocked many people, so the director of the party also spent a lot of money to invite them to perform. Wu Hao is not present. As the technical team leader, Yang Fan must be there. This is why he said earlier that he would go to sucking to console Yang Fan. After all, the new year is really cruel. As a company leader, he has to go to condolences. However, as Jiang Jun said, there is Yang Fan over there. He is useless, but it will add unnecessary trouble. Rather than bother them, wait for the project to end. It is not enough to send more bonuses and benefits to everyone. This is more affordable. The two talked to each other while drinking and were uncomfortable. Such a drink is not without it before. They often do it in the dormitory. I was just poor at that time. Usually a few dollars a bottle of erguta with a bag of peanut rice and a few pieces of ham sausage. Sometimes I go to the street stall in front of the school to buy some cold dishes, but every time I come with spicy chrysanthemums and weak legs. Now that I have money and have the conditions, it is a pity that they are too busy, and such opportunities have become less. As Jiang Jun and Zixia Dong went home to celebrate the new year, Wu Hao's life became monotonous. Because the company is on vacation, all departments have affixed seals to Yibing for their management. But Wu Hao, who can't go to the laboratory, stays at home all day, tinkering with things that interest him. With the arrival of 30, the annual flavor of the whole city is getting stronger and stronger, and everyone is dispatching the whole family to purchase new products for the family. Wu Hao is alone, so there is nothing to buy. However, it was the new year, and he took Li Wenming to the supermarket to buy something. But for him who doesn't know how to cook, most of the food he buys is fast food. What about frozen dumplings, instant noodles, braised meat, bread and the like? At most, it is to buy some vegetables such as lettuce, fruit and accompany it. When your dreams come alive, unstoppable. Hey? After a while the phone rang, and though hesitated, he answered the call. Hey, Xia Hao, have you eaten? A familiar woman voice came from the phone. Wu Hao glanced at the instant noodle box on the coffee table that had not been thrown away, and nodded. Did you just eat it? We have eaten. How are you doing there? Otherwise, Your dad and your sister will miss you a lot. The woman's voice came over the phone again. This woman is Jiang Xiamen, his stepmother. After the mother was gone, the lonely father couldn't help but find the stepmother for him. After Jiang Xiamen married his father, he soon gave birth to a sister, an 8-year-old sister. Wu Hao hated this woman very much at that time, always thought that it was this woman who killed her mother, took away her father, and destroyed her family. Wu Hao never handed her a mom after Jiang Xiamen entered the house. Despite being tempted by his father countless times during this period, he never let go. However, with the passage of time, Wu Hao also grew up slowly. He also knew that his mother's death had nothing to do with her, but he still couldn't accept her replacement of his mother's place. This woman has been good to him in general over the years, so the relationship between the two has eased a lot, but he has not changed his tongue. I'm fine here, you don't have to worry. I'm busy, so I won't go back this year. Wu Hao tried to pretend to be happy. You child, now grown up, not even home, Jiang Xiamen complained. Wu Hao quickly explained, no, don't think about it. I just work here and I'm busy. I didn't go home. You can rest assured that I will go home to see you and my dad when I have time. Well, how about Wu Tong's exam this year? Wu Hao quickly shifted the topic. Seeing Wu Hao avoiding this aspect, Jiang Xiamen could only sigh. The dead girl now knows to play games all day long, and her grades have all fallen back. Last semester were all in the top 5. But this year it actually dropped to 25 famous. I'm so angry. I haven't stepped back. My grades this semester are 5 points higher than last semester. Let me tell my brother. Let me tell my brother. A sudden whisper came from the phone, and Wu Hao's mouth could not help smiling. Wu Tong, his half-sister. Although born of Jiang Xiamen, Wu Hao was particularly entangled from childhood. Therefore, the relationship with him is particularly good. Brother, why don't you come back for Chinese New Year this year? Wu Tong's complaining voice came from the phone. Hey, Xia Tong, this is not something I have this year. Wu Hao laughed. Wu Tong was a little unhappy. If you don't come back, no one will set off firecrackers with me. How old are you? I still play with it. Wu Hao joked with a smile. No, they play much better than me. Wu Tong murmured. Wu Hao laughed with a smile. Yes, I'll have fun with you next year. Why, I heard your mother said that you are now hooked on games and your academic performance has fallen back. Don't listen to him talking nonsense. I am 5 points higher than the final exam of the last semester. You don't know, the questions at the end of this semester are particularly biased. Many of our graders who have studied well this time rely on smashing. On the contrary, those usually I don't know how to get a high score suddenly. Wu Tong tried to explain to him on the phone. Wu Hao smiled. So it doesn't matter if you play games. Of course it doesn't matter. I only play 2 games with my classmates every night. Our classmates play it, Wu Tong said with a certain tone. That's good. Just don't affect the school. Wu Hao urged. Okay, you're the same as mom. Don't tell you. Do you tell dad? Wu Tong said impatiently. Wu Hao hesitated before answering. Give him the phone. Oh, bye-bye. Happy New Year. After speaking on the phone, Wu Tong shouted, Dad, my brother is on the phone. After a while, a low voice came from the phone. Hey, Dad. Wu Hao hesitated, but still shouted. Well, how is it over there? The voice of his father Wu Jianhua came from the phone. Wu Hao replied, okay. Do you know how to take care of yourself when you are alone? Well, I know, Wu Hao answered. Wu Jianhua asked for a while in silence, have you been working well recently? Also, it's just a bit busy. Wu Hao nodded. Young people are busy when they are working hard. But be aware of your body, don't forget everything when you get busy. Wu Jianhua paused for a while and then said, a few days ago, your mother replaced the bedding on your bed with a new one. Yu reads www.yukakanzu.com and thought you could come back. Now that you can't come back, she has hid to wipe her tears. When I'm busy, I'll go home and see you. Speaking of this, Wu Hao's eyes suddenly became wet. However, he reluctantly replied, You should pay more attention to your body and don't get tired. Are you still not willing to call her on mom until now? Wu Jianhua's reproachful voice came from the phone. I can't call it, Wu Hao stuttered. The phone was quiet for a long time, and finally I heard a sigh of sighing. Forget it, don't say this for the Chinese New Year, you pay attention to your body. That's it, hang up. When I heard the blind tone on the phone, Wu Hao showed a bitter expression. I have been for so many years, and it is easy to change my mind. Although Jiang Xiamen treated him very well, he was basically no different from his own son. But Wu Hao couldn't get through this. I don't know how to get it. I almost called it out several times, but I swallowed it again. He could feel Jiang Xiamen's disappointed expression, so he tried to avoid her every time. So, he was staying at junior high school and high school, and the university also passed Anxi directly. He originally wanted to escape from home, but he didn't want to be in a foreign country. But he was more homesick. My family is like a siege. In our youth, we are thinking about how to escape and want freedom. Wu waited for us to grow up, but found that home was like a cozy little harbor. We experienced stormy waves outside, thinking about going home many days and nights. Sighing, Wu Hao shook his head slightly. Grandma, he will go back, but not now. I'm on Sanjian, and a few words. Originally planned not to write. But think about it, a few words. This is Tenji's third book, so the pressure is extremely high. After experiencing the second book, this third book has been unable to write down, and is always afraid of the same results as the second book. So I hesitated for a long time on the choice of subject matter, story, and direction, and finally felt that it was back to technical subjects. But I don't want to write about traditional technology, because this aspect is really bad. Most of the routines can't write anything new. Of course, a more important reason is that it can't be written. Everyone knows the reason, so I won't say it. In addition to the hasty ending of Bay, there is a lot of content that has not yet been written, so I wonder if I should write at the end of this. I also have some ideas about the future development of weapons and equipment and science and technology, so I will rely on this idea to write the future development of weapons and equipment and technology in my mind. When I really started writing, it was another matter. There were many things in my mind, but how to tell them was a bit difficult. The outline was revised 7 or 8 times, and a dozen manuscripts were also changed at the beginning, which took about half a year. In the end, not only myself, but also my editing eraser collapsed. It's easy to think, but it's really hard to do it. This difficulty lies in the coordination and control of various aspects. The technical and professional terms must not be too deep, otherwise most readers will not understand. But it shouldn't be too shallow or not. It's too white, and it's no different from the black tech cheat text on the market. It's not new. There are many such tangles, and the hardest and most headache is how to fight the ancient monster. What's even more tragic is that, just a few days after the book was issued, it faced a strong storm. To be on the safe side, I can only modify the beginning to remove some dangerous content. So the previous stage you see now has been modified, which is why some people may wonder that the drone will have so much space. About this book, to be honest, I don't know. On the one hand, I don't know how well this book has achieved and whether it can support me to write it all the time. On the other hand, I am also worried about whether I can write this book all the time. In fact, I was very scared. When I woke up, the book would no longer be on the website. Every time, my heart is mentioned in my throat. Of course, if conditions permit, I will always write it down. The later story of this book is very ambitious. I even divided it into several parts to write it. Human beings have no end to the unknown, and I just want to show everyone the way I imagined in the future. In a blink of an eye, 200,000 words will soon be on the verge of being on the shelves. As a young writer, the pressure I bear is understandable by many older readers. So, I would like to ask for your support so that I also have the motivation or excuse to write it down. As I walked along the road, too many ups and downs, Those partners who had been in the mood with me had gradually faded. I also have new faces around me, and I have become an old street among these people. Sometimes it's actually sad. So many people have disappeared, leaving only a bunch of unsolicited text on the internet. Many years later, when someone saw these words, they would laugh at them. Oh, which one is talking nonsense? Thank you. Thank you for your continued support. I will continue to work hard, and I will continue to move forward. Time is not old. Let's continue. Zishanj. Early Sunday morning, June 19. The sun was shining and the birds were fragrant. Great New Year's Eve, frost and white moon, red light color couplets, laughter, and reunion. The sound of crackling firecrackers not only brings the joy of family reunion, resignation from the old and welcome the new, but also the sadness and loneliness of those who are alone in a different country and love each other during the festive season. Looking at the flickering Wanjie lights outside the window, watching the gorgeous fireworks over the city, Wu Hao's eyes could not help moistening. After a cold wind, he finally let him return. With a look of loneliness, Li Wenming, who was watching the car in front of him, asked, "This big new year, can't you get home to reunite?" Homesick? Li Wenming drove his car and shook his head with a smile and shook his head and said, "It's been a long time since I was in the army for 7 or 8 years. To say that homesickness is certain, but I didn't think so when I was a soldier in the first year of the Chinese New Year. I was still in the recruit company at that time. When the familiar melody of the Spring Festival Gala sounded, we all cried. Fortunately, there were instructors and monitors to accompany us, and everyone was arguing with each other, and this kind of thinking was alleviated a lot. I got a lot better in the second year, although I was homesick too. At that time I had learned to control myself. In the third year, I began to comfort the recruits with a group of veterans." Wu Hao said with a smile. "When you are free after the new year, you can also take time off to go back and see your parents, or invite them directly, and the company will reimburse you for air tickets and accommodation." "Thank you, Mr. Wu." Li Wenming suddenly excited. "Speaking of my parents would like to thank you in person." "Thank me?" Wu Hao curious. Li Wenming nodded and smiled. "Yes, thank you. When I first returned, there was nothing to do. The family trust relationship spent a lot of money on finding several jobs, which was not ideal. I come to you now. I am really happy to be with a group of comrades in arms. I feel as if I have returned to our days in the army. It's a good feeling that everyone is training together, on duty, and playing together. Also, work is relatively easy, relatively stable, excellent living conditions, rich wages, much better than our small county. I deserve to thank them. They can send their children to the barracks to defend the country with a deep sense of justice. They will also be willing to let you come out to me after you retire. If I don't treat you better, how can they be worthy of them?" Wu Hao shook his head and smiled. Compare heart to heart. With the continuous improvement of material life, how many parents are willing to send their children to military camps? In addition, they can support their children until they become sergeants. These 7 or 8 years will face the separation between the two places. Parents can think of them. Becoming a soldier is everyone's obligation and also everyone's responsibility. But how many people have fulfilled this obligation and responsibility? The peaceful life enjoyed by the general public does not yet have such a group of people silently paying behind it. The years are quiet, just because someone is carrying you forward. Speaking of which, he felt very cruel, and he finally retired with honor, and was about to enjoy the joy of a family. But he dragged these people away from his parents, and this big New Year's Day can't let them go home. General Wu, here, Li Wenming interrupted his thoughts. "Okay, let's get things up." Wu Hao looked back. Then they took the contents of the trunk and entered the elevator. Today is big New Year's Eve. He must not be alone, so he took Li Wenming to buy something, and then went to spend the new year with Wei Bing. "General Manager Wu, why are you here? Please come in." An old soldier who was opening the door hurriedly greeted after seeing Wu Hao. General Manager Wu has come to see everyone. General Manager Wu. When everyone who was still playing in the living room saw him, they all got up and called. Wu Hao gave the things in his hand to the veteran who picked it up, and smiled at everyone. That New Year today, I know there is some regret that the big guy can't go home, so I came to see everyone. Let's spend this year together. Thank you, President Wu. Everyone applauded. Wu Hao pressed his hand and laughed. Actually, I mainly have no place to go today. Here you are. Say ha 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 ha. After laughing for a while, Wu Hao looked at the crowd and asked, who isn't there? Wai Bing said with a smile, Zhao Jieping are not in the company and are on duty at the company. After 12 o'clock. Some of us will change shifts and they will be able to return to rest. Wu Hao nodded and said, this is a big new year. Everyone has to work duty. General Manager Wu, this is what we should do. Wai Jun said with a smile. Okay, then I won't say it. Wu Hao looked at the dough and fillings on the table and smiled. What's wrong? You are making dumplings. Hee hee. The 30-year-old New Year's Eve dinner can be ignored. But this reunion dumpling must be eaten, otherwise it cannot be regarded as New Year, which is also our army tradition. Wai Jun said with a smile. That is, this big New Year can be without big fish and meat, but not without dumplings. Yes, although the standard of living is good now, everyone can eat dumplings, but the meaning of this dumpling is not the same at 30 nights. Everything else will get tired of eating too much. www.mentalnovel.com. But dumplings will never be, especially my mom's green onion stuffing. What is the green onion? My mother's leek stuffing is delicious. Eating radish in winter and in summer, let me say, it must be the benefit of the radish meat, which is both nourishing and ventilating. I heard the people arguing with each other, and Wu Hao's lips slowly rose up. Yeah, compared to them, what's the matter? Making dumplings is very common. It is very easy to eat them whether you want to eat them yourself or go to a restaurant. But does anyone know that in the north, for many people, dumplings often represent the new year? Is like the dumplings in the south, although it is no longer scarce. No matter how rich your Chinese New Year dinner is, this bowl of glutinous and delicious dumplings is still indispensable. Without it, the New Year is not a complete holiday. Even though the style of Chinese New Year dinner is constantly changing, only the two remain unchanged, because the continuation of the past millennium has given people too much emotion to the two. They are no longer just a food, they are actually people's emotional trust for a better life. I am the same as a stranger in a foreign land. You can only dispel the thoughts in your heart in this way. After a while of trouble, Wu Hao also joined the sequence of making dumplings. At this moment, like these veterans, everyone is a wanderer far away. I have to say what kind of dumplings are made by what kind of people. These are big guys, so these dumplings are also big and thin. Fortunately, the skin is thin and the filling is rich. It is accompanied by white wine. It is not special in this special festival. With the end of the New Year holiday, the whole city is flourishing again. Different from other companies that will give employees a period of adjustment, as soon as Wu Hao receives their leave, all departments of the company will be fully operational. The time for the new product launch has been set and it was placed in mid-March, so the time left for them to prepare is not generous. I was so anxious mainly because they received the news that in April, several companies may launch their own intelligent voice assistants at their regular spring conference. Obviously, this is all coming to them. The influence and enthusiasm they caused before made countless people very interested in this one. As a technology giant, naturally has its own professional department to perceive market dynamics. So for such a great marketing opportunity, they will certainly not let go. Of course, Wu Hao is still confident in his technology, but if they can't rush to release products in front of them, their product influence will naturally be greatly reduced. In the market, it doesn't mean that if your technology is good, people will definitely buy your orders. There are too many cases and stories about how an excellent product was sieged by a pile of imitation defective products and lost its armor. They have technical skills, but they also have many insurmountable shortcomings, such as brand influence, such as various supporting resources, and then market consumption channels and so on. Before new products are released, these are needed to get through them one by one. So Jang Jun started his business trip with his luggage. The next day after his vacation, Wu Hao also had to free up work in the laboratory to deal with some company affairs. General Manager Wu, here is the relevant information from the foundry that General Manager Jang Jun, has been running over the past few days. Please take a look. Dong Yiming handed over a material. Are we the ones we identified before? Wu Hao took the documents and looked up. Dong Yiming shook his head and said, I changed a few more. The previous foundries had higher prices, so Mr. Jang went to find a few smaller ones. These founders, Mr. Jang, have inspected them. Although the scale is relatively small, the quality control of the products is still very good, and the other party is very sincere and willing to give us preferential terms in many aspects. How about the confidentiality measures? I don't hope that it will take a long time for our relevant production material information standards to be leaked out or templates to be directly copied by others, Wu Hao asked while looking at the documents. Compared with price, he is actually more concerned about the quality control of the product and the professional conduct and confidentiality measures of the foundry. It's not bad. The other party promised to strictly keep the security of relevant production technology information and signed related confidentiality agreements with us. Once a similar incident occurs, they will bear the corresponding responsibility and compensate. Dong Yiming introduced to him. Wu Hao glanced at the detailed report in the data, and then looked up at Dong Yiming and said, let's separate for insurance reasons. We must pay attention to this. The price can be more, but we must guarantee the quality and technical information of the product's safety. Hey, how's our patent application going? Chu Hongwei. They have applied for registration of more than 200 related domestic and international patents on our new product, and more than 100 are in the process of application. It is expected that they can be registered as soon as possible before our sale. Dong Yiming returned road. Chu Hongwei is Jang Jun's patent operation and management talent specially dug from other places, in order to set up a professional patent application registration operation management team in the company. On the peripheral technology patent application of cluster array control technology, because of lack of experience, several related patents have been squatted by others. It is their negligence and inexperience. Therefore, Wu Hao and Jang Jun attached great importance to this, and took the effort to establish such a professional patent application registration operation management team. In addition to related technical analysis, statistics, operation management, and related legal professionals, this team is responsible for matters related to patent application registration. In less than half a year, they have applied for more than 400 related patents for the company. There is no way out. In this age where both appearance and color are required to be patented, it is necessary to cover all aspects of technology protection. A technology can not only apply for this patent, it must apply for related patents that are similar to it, have the same function, and even have opposite functional structures. This is also to prevent theft of technology and cyber squatting of patented technology. There are too many examples in this regard. When your technology patent is so valuable, countless people will stare at it. Your technology patent not only means wealth, it will also become a stumbling block for many companies in this area. Either you use all means to obtain the technology, or you try to bypass the technology or look for loopholes in the patent protection of the technology. Although this method is a little shameful, it is a legitimate and reasonable business practice. www.mtlnovel.com. What is shameless and shameless compared to money and benefits? So many technology companies will have such a professional related team that is responsible for relevant professional applications for registration operations and management. The company's engineering samples have come out and are now undergoing internal testing. Jang Jun should speed up and get the production process as soon as possible. You must also pay attention to it. After our new product launch, we will carry out related pre-sale work. Not only do you have to interface with major e-commerce platforms, you also have to keep our own online operation window to prevent possible unexpected situations. Wu Hao thought about it, and then ordered. Dong Yiming nodded and smiled. We have asked relevant web design companies to set up their own online stores, and are currently undergoing testing and modification. After the conference, they will be officially launched and synchronized with other e-commerce platforms for pre-sale work. How is the connection with the app? I don't want to make any mistakes after the press conference. It will be big to make up for the cost. Wu Hao nodded and continued to ask. Dong Yiming shook his head when he heard the words. Progress is relatively slow, and some mainstream apps still have some doubts about us. But you can rest assured that we have sent additional staff to handle this matter, and it will not affect our new product launch. You have to talk in front of this, otherwise, as soon as we exhibit at the press conference, these app operators will start clapping at us. Wu Hao frowned. Without these service app docking support, the application scope of this product will be greatly reduced. To put it bluntly, it is still ecology. They do not have their own ecology, which is also a problem encountered by many products in the market. Coco, there will be a meeting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I will inform you then. Wu Hao walked into the office with a weary expression. Okay sir. Can you inform me 10 minutes in advance? A silver bell-like girl voice came from the speaker placed in the corner of the office. 20 minutes. Wu Hao sat on the office chair and said, Okay. Sir, the sensor shows that your heart rate is too fast. It is recommended that you pay more attention to rest. Good health is the foundation of everything. Wu Hao sat up and looked at the computer screen and said, Coco, open your language control interface. Okay, sir, are you dissatisfied with my performance? The voice is too young. Raise it up. What about it? The speaker first asked, and then replaced it with a slightly crisper young female voice. I'm your personal assistant, Coco, and I'm happy to serve you. The pitch is too sharp. Lower. Wu Hao shook his head. I'm your personal assistant, Coco, and I'm happy to help you. Wu Hao is still a little unsatisfied. Increase some magnetism. Be a little bit older. I'm your personal assistant, Coco, and I'm happy to help you. No, it's too flattering. A little clearer. Wu Hao snorted. The voice was too royal. Sister Fan. Long-term listening to absolute blood pressure fall. I'm your personal assistant, Coco, and I'm happy to help you. When he heard this voice, he smiled. Yes. Keep, set voice character file 2, replace it. It's all set up and I'm happy to help you. The sense of humor is strengthened, 60%. Wu Hao heard this tone and tried to adjust the road. Sir, I think you need an inflatable 20, which helps you release your physical stress. 15% reduction in sense of humor. Sir, there is still some time before 4 o'clock. I suggest you take a break first. Okay. Wu Hao's eyebrows stretched out and Xin leaned on the back of the chair and asked, Is there anything I need to deal with today? A soft voice came from the audio. Sir, you have 9 things to deal with today, and it is recommended that you give priority to 5. The first item. Your mobile phone has received the SMS notification from the mobile company. You have owed RMB 11.26. It is recommended that you pay as soon as possible to avoid affecting the normal call. Immediate delivery, 500 yuan. Wu Hao took out his cell phone and said, Okay, 500 yuan has been paid for your account. Please enter your fingerprint to confirm the payment. Wu Hao pressed his fingerprint and said, And there is, the Internet Plus Innovation Technology Expo will send you an invitation letter to invite you to participate in this year's Internet Plus Innovation Technology Expo. Do I need to read the contents of the email? No need. Wu Hao shook his head and said, Help me reply to them, and say that my company's affairs are busy this year and I can't participate in this exhibition. I'm very sorry for this and wish the exhibition better and better. Okay. I have generated an email rejection for you. Do you need to preview it? I saw a document on the computer screen, which was the text generated by the intelligent voice assistant based on what he just said. Wu Hao glanced, and then smiled. Send it. Sent successfully. There is still. Wu Hao sipped in the watercourse. The administrative office will send you an internal email notifying you that all employees of the company will conduct a regular spring physical examination next Monday to allow you to attend on time. You are also instructed to eat light food the day before, and refrain from eating after 24 o'clock to stay asleep. I see. Wu Hao said. Sir, do you need a reply to this email? No need. Continue. Wu Hao shook his head. Okay, sir, Mr. Jiang Jun calls. Get in. Wu Hao picked up his phone and said, Hey, Hiroko. Well, how is it over there? Wu Hao asked immediately. Jiang Jun's helpless expression came over the phone and said, Don't say it, it's hard to say a word. These people are really difficult to entangle. Hee. It's all old oilers. You white-faced fat man will definitely struggle to deal with them. Wu Hao joked with a smile. Jiang Jun whispered in the phone, That's true. I told you that this group of people saw you young, and deliberately bullied you, asking for prices, and their attitude was extremely arrogant. If it was not for the project, I would be cow forbearance when they ask us. Wu Hao expressed helpless expression, but still comforted. This is the case at this time, and unequal status means that dialogue cannot be equal. The other person's arrogance are his capital. If you want the other person to look down on you or respect you, you have to work hard. As long as your grades are good enough, these people will shake their tails like pugs to please you. In business arena, such things are too common. Business itself is chasing interest, so it is not surprising to have a snobbish eye. Of course I can bear it, otherwise I'm really damn it, really trademark ho. Jiang Jun complained and said to him, I have already talked about the relevant agreement here, except that the Great Wall Foundry wants us to pay a deposit in advance so that they can book production tasks for us. How much is it? Wu Hao Wenyun asked www.intelnovel.com. 12 million. So much. Wu Hao frowned. Jiang Jun's grinning voice came over the phone. This has been negotiated repeatedly. At first it cost 18 million people. I have been grinding there for a long time, and this has dropped to 12 million. I think the price is okay. They also have their own difficulties. After all, thousands of people are waiting to be paid. If there is no deposit, once our production task is cancelled, then thousands of people will not be able to work, which means that the factory has to feed these people in vain, and it is understandable that they have concerns. Yes, I will let the finance prepare the relevant funds immediately. Wu Hao thought for a while and then said. After hearing his words, Jiang Jun's voice with a little worry came over the phone. In this way, will our funds be a little tight? This raw material procurement, production, marketing and promotion all need money, and the company's account is probably a little nervous. Come on. It's okay. The 30 million support fund of the cooperation project with the research institute will soon be accounted for, and it will be no problem to support our product listing. Wu Hao said with a smile. That's good. I have been worried these days. This money is too expensive to spend. How long has it been? And nearly 2 billion yuan has hit the bottom so quickly. Oh, don't make money without money. We are throwing so much money now. Isn't it just to make more money in the future? Wu Hao smiled and comforted. Sure, although it was because of the previous drone project that made some money. You can then prepare the company, set up a laboratory, plus personnel recruitment, company operations, equipment and equipment purchase, project technology research and development, etc. This mess is really not enough. On March 25th, Anxi ushered in the first spring rain. Although the weather is a bit cold, Hall 2 of the Anxi International Conference Center is very lively, because today is the day of Wu Hao's new product launch. For this new product launch, they can be said to have made a lot of preparations and experienced many bumps. The new product launch conference originally planned to be held in mid-March, but had to be postponed to the 25th for various reasons. By nature, these troubles were finally resolved and the press conference was held as expected. In fact, Wu Hao's pictures of new products have appeared on the new product website of the Industrial and Information Department. It's just like most of the product pictures published on it. This picture is of poor quality. The whole body of the product is dark, except for the general outline. No details can be seen at all. This can also be regarded as a disguised measure of secrecy, so many manufacturers will be willing to choose black for submission. The purpose is to add mystery and not leak too much information. Although this is a poor quality picture, many tech media and bloggers have analyzed a lot of useful information from it. This smart voice assistant, for example, is different from the smart voice speakers and various sprite shapes released by previous companies. I have a different path, looking at the shape as if wearing a wireless headset, divided into two large and one small. The large Bluetooth earphone is similar to the hanging ear type, but compared to the Bluetooth earphone, there is also a relatively long slender microphone protruding from the lower end, which seems to be used for sound collection. The small ones are similar to the small wireless earphones. They are very small and should be used together. In addition, through inquiry, everyone knows that Haolt Technology has announced other products. For example, the mysterious Smart Home Control Center, Smart Camera, Remote Control Switch, and so on. From the names of these items, we can see that Wu Hao and theirs should be trying to build their own smart home systems. There are already many on the market. So what exactly is their system? This is also a topic that everyone is more interested in. After all, the several test videos shown earlier have been amazing. And I hope that this conference will really come up with something that will make everyone shine again. Regarding their new product launch conference, there are many interested media, self-media, public account, bloggers. However, Wu Hao only invited 40 of the more influential media from the media and public account, and blogger representatives to participate. 24 seem to have a huge lineup, but compared to the current noisy internet and self-media era, it is already relatively small. Now there are no hundreds of media in the new product launch conference of the technology company. I am embarrassed to say no words, let alone those comic actors who have rented stadium development conferences. In addition, they also sent 80 tickets to fans who followed them by way of Weibo retweets. So the media personnel, these fans and others add up to 100 or 200 people, which is not worth mentioning at all. Furthermore, they also opened live broadcasting rooms on multiple platforms to live broadcast the entire conference live process in real time. Instead of propagating to the public through the hands of the media, it is better to face the public directly, which is more intuitive and can stimulate everyone's buying impulse. Are you ready? Wu Hao, who carefully dressed up, took off his coat and handed it to Zhang Jun. Everything is ready. I'll wait for you to come on stage. Zhang Jun smiled and helped him wear a wireless microphone. Try your voice. How about it? Okay. The staff raised a thumb at him. Wu Hao took the PPT controller handed over by the staff, and took a deep breath and walked up to the stage. Crackling. After a while of applause, Wu Hao stood under the spotlight in the middle of the stage. Hello everyone, I'm glad you can come to our Haolt Technologies Spring New Product Launch Conference. Wu Hao looked at the audience and said, to be honest, I don't like to stand under such a spotlight, and I don't like to face so many lenses. This job was originally the task of our company's Deputy General Manager Zhang, the fat man sitting under the stage. Just say you don't hide, Wu Hao said at the same time. The camera at the scene also gave Zhang Jun a shot, which also caused a burst of laughter. Wu Hao was relieved when she saw this, and then smiled and said, although it was catching the ducks on the shelf, I can only stand on the stage to offer ugliness. Speaking of which, the whole conference was officially started, and a large PPT page was changed on the big screen behind it. As a technology practitioner, we actually imagine more of the future of science and technology. Too big a vision will become a human dream. 100 years ago, who would have thought that the Earth would develop to such a degree? It's like how we imagine the world 100 years from now. At present, we think that things on each side are very outrageous, and maybe 100 years later it will become commonplace. The prospects that are too small are actually the goal of our technology practitioners, or the development research plans of companies and laboratories. Among many research and development programs for the future, www.mtlnovel.com artificial intelligence is definitely the most concerned and most interesting one. In this regard, we have actually been making relevant forecasts and conjectures long ago. Although the novels, films and dramas are somewhat exaggerated, looking back at previous novels and movies, there are many conjectures describing robots and artificial intelligence. Among these many conjectures, the intelligent voice assistant is regarded as a future technology that is closest to our lives and is the easiest to be realized. In fact, almost all technology giants in the world are studying this field and have achieved some results. For example, all kinds of voice assistants we want to see in mobile phones, or various smart wizard speakers and other products we see on the market. These technologies are uneven, but most of them remain in simple language comprehension and basic information and data processing capabilities. Now many intelligent speech softwares have done a good job in language recognition, and basically can guarantee an accuracy rate of more than 99%. However, all of these speech recognition software can only recognize language content, but not the user's tone, and emotion. For the profound Chinese language culture, the meaning of a word is different in different tones and tones, even in different locales. Most speech recognition software can only contact the context to make some simple understanding choices, but ignores the information carried by the tone of speech. And what we have to do is make up for this part of the omitted information so that the program software can perceive our emotions. I left the audience with some reaction time to digest. Wu Hao continued, only by making AI programs perceive human emotions or the temperature of languages, can it learn and imitate human languages and make its own voice rich. This seems easy to say. The principle is just this principle, but it is really difficult to do it. First, we have to design and build the relevant AI speech program framework, and then fill the framework with enough language information content and various types of data. I don't understand this, but to make an analogy, you need to build a library first, and then fill the library with all kinds of books. However, it is only a library. How to make it smart, which uses AI's deep learning technology. To this end, we have hired hundreds of teachers and experts in Chinese language and literature and related digital language experts to build a huge digital scene model. Put the AI language program into it, and let it begin to gradually learn to absorb the content in this scene. Of course, this is just basic learning, just like the basic education stage in kindergartens and elementary schools. If you want AI speech programs to learn more and richer content, you must have huge data to support it. But our current strength is not able to obtain such resources, so we focus on the internet. On the huge internet, there are tens of thousands of massive voice message contents. Of course, these are public and can be found on the internet. From these huge voice information content, we screen out some voice information content that has characteristics or meets relevant conditions to provide AI voice programs to learn. As a result, it has gradually grown up. As a result, the core of our intelligent voice assistant was born. Based on this kernel, we have developed our product Haoai Technology H1 Intelligent Voice Assistant. As Wu Hao spoke, the big screen behind him also showed the full picture of this intelligent voice assistant. Like the pictures shown before, the whole device is divided into two parts, one large, one small. The big one is similar to the Earhook Bluetooth headset on the market, but it is smoother, rounder and smaller, and you don't see any physical buttons. At the lower end of the device, there is also a tapered-out microphone that looks like a small tail of this device. And the small device is more like a small in-ear wireless headset, which is more compact than Apple's. This is our intelligent voice assistant. It looks like it is similar to a normal wireless Bluetooth headset. Wu Hao pointed at the big screen using the laser pointer on the controller. Yes, everyone should reconcile. Oh, Yes, it can also be regarded as a wireless Bluetooth headset, Wu Hao said with a smile. Of course, it is more complicated than the ordinary wireless Bluetooth headset. The whole body is integrally formed, and the position of the ear hook and the microphone is made of a relatively soft rubber material. The total weight of the main device is only 83.2 grams, while the weight of the accessory headphones is only 9.5 grams. I wore it on my ears and could barely feel its weight. Don't look at the main device is only 83.2 grams, in which we stuff a lot of stuff. First of all, stereo high-fidelity headphones. We chose a miniature speaker that is used in most mobile phone headsets on the market, which greatly guarantees its sound quality. Activate the other half and you can enjoy the same experience as most wireless music headphones on the market. Let's look at the microphone at the end. Wu Hao controls the slide of the replacement page. At the tip of the tail, we put a total of 3 high-sensitivity professional miniature microphones. One of them is a call-grade microphone that is often used inside mobile phones, and the other is a miniature high-fidelity microphone for professional recording pens. There is one more, which is a sonic sensor specially developed by us. Its role is mainly used to collect and identify the tone, and color of the user when speaking. In addition, at the tip of this tail, we also designed and installed and LED a smart breathing light. This breathing light can not only make the whole device look more sci-fi fashion, but also make corresponding changes according to the relevant use environment. Users can also choose to turn off or change other colors and changes according to their preferences. After that, let's talk about the main body of the device. Wu Hao changed the picture on the page. The whole theme is smooth and round, without any test button. On the front of the device, we only set one touch button for starting and closing the entire device. All other control settings can be performed by voice control. Of course, you can also connect a mobile phone or computer for control. In addition to the processor and related hardware, this device is also equipped with Beidou navigation system, barometer, light sensor, 6-axis inertial sensor, PPG heart rate sensor, infrared wear monitoring sensor, and so on. We even put in a 110 mAh battery. Uukanzu www.uukanzu.com can work for the entire device for 14 hours. It may seem small, but it has hidden implications. Crackling. Everyone applauded. Wu Hao took the opportunity to drink saliva and moisten his throat, then went on to say, in order to adapt to the preferences of most people, we have designed different colors for it. In addition to the common cool black, ivory white, pearl silver 3 colors, we flame red, coral orange, glacial blue, grass green, banana yellow, and lavender purple are added. To be honest, I really admire the imagination of our planning team. No matter what color they are, they can always give you a nice name. Wu Hao couldn't help but murmur, alas, ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed after hearing the words. Well, isn't that the case with cell phones now? A new phone is embarrassed to come up with something that doesn't sound loud and alternative colors. As a result, some mobile phones now start to study the color of the back shell, and have applied for registration of related patents for protection. The overall appearance is like this, and I hope to bring you some surprises. Wu Hao gangstered at everyone. Well, I admit that there is nothing more glorious about this shape. I think the only thing that can surprise you is that we can make such a small and light device with so much hardware, he said. Wu Hao took over this intelligent voice assistant device from the staff on the stage. Troubleshooting the camera to give a close-up, it is too small, and everyone may not be able to see it clearly. This is why I did not show the real thing to everyone for the first time, because it is too small. At the reminder of Wu Hao, the media reporters in the audience aimed his guns at his hands. I saw that he had 2 devices, one large and one small in his hand. Compared to the palm of the hand, they were too small, so that everyone on the stage could see the full picture of the 2 devices through the large screen on the scene. So fine. Isn't this the wireless Bluetooth headset we wear? What's so special? Can such a small body really put down the bunch of sensors he said before? I don't know if it's expensive, it's good to buy it back as a wireless headset. While everyone was talking, Wu Hao took the device and introduced it. This is our intelligent voice assistant, which is composed of the main device and the accessory headset. Okay, let's take a look at the main body of HEOH1. Wu Hao put the accessory headset on the tray of the staff next to him and signaled him to leave, then picked up the main equipment road. The whole device body is relatively round and compact, and there are no physical buttons on it. Therefore, it has a good waterproof function. Not only can block ordinary rain, even if it accidentally falls into the water, it does not matter, pick it up and continue to use it. In addition to the basic PC plastic, the body of the fuselage also provides a lighter aluminum magnesium alloy and a lighter carbon fiber body. You can freely choose according to your preferences and needs. Wu Hao spoke, while the back of the large screen also shows pictures of the fuselage of different materials and different colors. Of course, 3 materials means 3 prices. Among them, the basic PC plastic is of course the cheapest, and it is also mainly for consumers. The aluminum magnesium alloy is aimed at some business people or consumers who have requirements for the body material. As for the final carbon fiber body, it is a chewing head. Because of the cost, they cannot produce on a large scale, so it is only used for some high-end people or local tyrants. Different levels determine that your quality of life and consumption outlook will not be the same. For high-end people and local tyrants, what they are pursuing is exquisite, luxurious and unique. This carbon fiber body can meet their psychological needs. Looking at the excited expression overflowing on the faces of the audience, Wu Hao resisted the excitement in his heart, and then continued. Ear hook and microphone parts, we use a softer matte rubber material. It can not only bend and deform at will, but also effectively fit the skin. It makes the entire device more secure, which means that after wearing the device you can engage in some more intense sports. Built-in Beidou, 6-axis inertial sensor and PPG heart rate sensor, you can record your movement trajectory in real time when you exercise, and monitor your heart rate changes. The intelligent voice assistant can also provide you with relevant reminders and suggestions based on these data. For example, when you are running, the weather suddenly changes. They will take the initiative to report to you the first time, and advise you to hide from the rain in time to avoid the embarrassment of falling chicken. The large screen behind, a picture of several young men and women wolf howling to hide from the rain appeared in the scene, which also attracted everyone's smile. Or when there is a traffic accident or something in front of your exercise route, it can prompt you to avoid it. Then there is an early warning if you detect a problem with your heart rhythm. Speaking of this, Wu Hao paused for a moment, then said with a solemn expression to the crowd. According to the statistics of the World Health Organization, there are tens of millions of deaths due to sudden cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases in the world every year, and 80% of these people can get out of danger if they receive timely and effective treatment. When many people get sick, it is because they are not found in time for medical treatment. China is a country with a large population and a country with a relatively severe aging population. The elderly are at a higher risk for this type of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular disease because of their gradual decline in physical fitness. This kind of disease is fierce and often difficult to detect. If you don't get medical treatment in time after the onset, it may be dangerous. Even if it saves lives, there can be serious sequelae. But most of our children cannot stay with the elderly because of their respective lives and work. Even if they are around or have a caregiver to accompany them, there are occasions of negligence. Old people cannot always be under your eyes. They also have their own lives, and we can't stare at them like we do at prisoners. His words seemed to touch the hearts of most people in the audience, making the scene quiet. He glanced at everyone. Wu Hao continued. In order to solve this problem, various technology companies have also developed a lot of technologies, and can also perform real-time monitoring of these data, such as early warning and help. But these products are relatively complicated. Most of the current social medical service institutions do not support these functions, so it is difficult to cover them. This intelligent voice assistant solves this problem very well. I heard Wu Hao's words, and everyone gathered their eyes on him, eager to know how they solved this problem. After all, this is also a real problem that everyone may encounter, and they can't help but not care. Wu Hao sees this and raises the voice introduction www.mentalnovel.com. When the user wears our intelligent voice assistant, it can monitor the user's physical condition in real time. If there is an abnormality in the body, it will prompt the user and give relevant suggestions for treatment. If the user does not respond, and the device detects that the user's physical condition continues to deteriorate, it will immediately call the relatives to notify the other party. At the same time, it will also automatically dial an emergency rescue phone to explain the user's physical condition and current location, waiting for relevant rescue. Crackling. A warm applause erupted again and again. Many people stood up and cheered at him on the stage. I can see that this function really touched a lot of people. This time everyone applauded sincerely, because this more practical life-saving function really touched everyone's heart. Most of us now live far away from their parents and live alone. For elderly parents, we are always worried, but because of work, we can't stay with us in real time. If there is such a device to protect the health of parents, it is definitely the one that everyone would like to see most. Heart rate monitoring technology is not uncommon, and the most outstanding feature of this device is that it can automatically make calls and send relevant information in a relaxed and effective voice. This is particularly rare, because it no longer needs a special information platform for docking with medical assistance agencies, and it is sufficient to just call for help. If you really do what Wu Hao said, then this is definitely a very amazing invention. For human beings, nothing is more important than the safety of one's life and physical health. Wu Hao changed a more peaceful tone. Of course, it is not perfect. Next, we will continue to research in this field, so that it can truly become our exclusive private health expert and serve the public. We hope that it will help more people in need so that the tragedy will not continue. Crackling. Slamming applause again. Not only the scene, but also the audience who watched the live broadcast of the conference gave high praise. Only in the live broadcast room of Catfish, Heo Technology received a lot of rewards from water users, which also made the popularity of this live broadcast room break through 10 million. So many water friends poured into a live broadcast room, and the instant barrage almost collapsed. Fortunately, Catfish fired an emergency to limit the amount of barrage, which made the live broadcast normal. Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene was almost relaxed, Wu Hao put the intelligent voice assistant directly on his ear and said, "So much said. Now let us see the true face of H1 Lushan. First, press and hold the touch button on the body surface for 5 seconds to boot. After booting, you need to take out your mobile phone or computer to connect it to the network." Wu Hao speaks. The big screen on the back also shows the background control interface of this device. After connecting, the device will install a small program on your mobile phone or computer. This will be your application software to assist in managing this device. Don't worry, after installation, you need to register a personal account as prompted. This account will be your exclusive account in the future. Please keep it safe. After the account registration is completed, the system will display the background setting information. You need to fill in order, or directly input by voice. Hello. Welcome to Use Heo Technology H1 Intelligent Voice Assistant, and I'm glad to meet you. Now, please give me a pleasant name. There was a playful girl's voice in the live audio, which made the audience, including everyone watching the live broadcast, excited. Good. This sound is so real. It was recorded by a real person. So cute. I like it. Say price, price, price. Important things 3 times. When does the sale start? Wu Hao saw everyone's surprise response and smiled. Our intelligent voice assistant supports users to name it at will, and you can choose a name you like according to your preference. Now let's take one casually. What's the name? When I saw him asking questions, everyone in the audience shouted and suggested. Wu Hao thought for a while, then said, Just call it Yaya. This name is a bit cute. As Wu Hao entered the settings, the voice of this playful girl appeared again. Yaya, I like the name so much. Thank you. Now please make sure I call you. You can define whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter if it's mum or dad, grandparents, husband or wife, or the owner, Mr. and Mrs. Then, Wu Hao is set as brother. It's great, I finally have an elder brother. Elder brother, you have to be nice to Yaya in the future. I'm going. This is 2-6. I found out that Wu Hao is a dead otaku, otherwise he would not take such a kawaii name and change his name to brother. It's too much, it seems like. Ah, so cute, I want to have such a sister. No, I feel soft when I hear this voice. What a soft heart, my bones are soft. Soft is what counts, and hard is the normal response. Who? After this sentence, the voice of this playful girl came again in the stereo. Brother, you can now choose the sex, age, and sound type of Yaya. Looking at the twinkling stars in the eyes of the audience, Wu Hao said with a smile, everyone can fill in these items, male or female, from children to the elderly. As for the sound type, whether it is rough, husky, euphemistic, gentle, crisp, sweet, charming, you can choose. Even in the future, you can change it to the voice of the star you like. I think this must be a very good experience. In theory, this intelligent voice assistant can already imitate the sound characteristics of most of us, and the similarity can reach more than 98%. And the more data the study references, the higher the similarity of its imitation. I heard Wu Hao say this, and the audience and netizens in the audience were excited again. Fuck, I have a bold idea. Too good, I want to. Where can I buy it? I want to make it the voice of our Kung Kun. Attorney letter warning. I don't know what it would be like to change and Mr. Lin's voice to coax you to sleep. I want to change to Maria. A bunch of dead otakus. If I were, I would definitely change to the deep magnetic voice of our high school male teaching director. Listen to my spirits and change my will. 6666. Looking at the crowds who were talking about it, Wu Hao said at this time, I know this feature must be cool, and everyone will like it too. But in order to avoid possible problems and risks, we turned off this learning imitation function. But in the future, we will get the authorization of related star artists according to your preferences, and then push these voices to everyone. When I heard him, everyone couldn't help but be disappointed. If you turn on this feature, how good it is. You can imitate the voice of the person you like according to your preferences. I can't help but think, Wu Hao, they are right. After all, if the program can imitate anyone's voice, it is really terrible. www.mentalnovel.com. It will even cause a series of social crime problems. As Wu said, Wu Hao also made relevant choices, and then a slightly mature, gentle female voice came from the stereo. Hello, brother, I'm your personal assistant, Yaya, may I help you? Wow, this sounds great, I like it. Fuck, like my ex-girlfriend at college. Can I say this voice speaks like my wife? A bunch of shameless faces. Yaya, what's the weather like today? Wu Hao asked with a smile while watching the restless people in the audience. Brother, according to the real-time forecast issued by the Meteorological Observatory, there is light to moderate rain today, and the temperature is 2 to 8 degrees low in Anxi City. Please keep warm and don't forget to bring an umbrella when you go out. Yeah, help me book a place at a nearby restaurant tonight. Okay, brother, I have already got you information about 5 kilometers of Western restaurants nearby. According to the Consumer Evaluation Recommendation Index, I recommend you a French restaurant 3.2 kilometers away from here. The overall evaluation is good. The per capita consumption is 320 yuan to 1000 between yuan. Can I help you book? Book? Remember to help me choose a window location. Wu Hao said with a smile. Okay, I have already booked it for you. Please take out your phone and enter your fingerprint to confirm the payment. Wu Hao naturally didn't carry a cell phone, so he shook his head and said, I suddenly don't want to go anymore, help me cancel it. Okay, I've helped you cancel your order. Brother, enjoying life properly will help regulate physical and mental health and enhance interpersonal skills. Really? But I don't want to go out. Oh, okay. Rainy weather is really not suitable for travel. May I help you order takeaway? Say ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed when they heard the reply from the intelligent voice assistant. 6666. It's so funny. It's embarrassing. It turns out that the procedure is also awkward. Why do I think it's so human? And it should be answered by a real person. Although it is almost as efficient as manual querying, it is quite convenient to just move your mouth. Nothing about efficiency. It is important to have such a person at all times. No, it should be a program to help you pay attention to various developments and remind you in time. This is important. Yes, this is also the job of the personal butler assistant secretary in reality. According to you, wouldn't it be that there is no profession of housekeeper assistant secretary in the future? No, the machine is a machine. It still cannot replace humans. Yes. For example, some functions of the secretary cannot be realized. Some features. Sorry, I think too much. Stop, I want to go down. Seeing that the scene was quiet for a while, Wu Hao went on to say, my demonstration just now is only a small part of its own function. Because of time, I won't do it one by one. In fact, there is much more that it can do, such as helping you answer the phone, send text messages, order takeaways, read the news, arrange various schedules, provide various information consulting services and so on. In the future, we will make it dock with more computer and mobile phone applications, so that its service items will become more and more complete. We also hope that more people get involved and work with us to develop its new features. Crackling. After a short burst of applause, Wu Hao sipped and went on. We know that even if we humans talk in the same language, we cannot understand the content of the other person and the meaning of the words. Only after you and him gradually become familiar can you gradually understand his words and understand meaning. The same is true of the intelligent voice assistant, which also needs to slowly adapt to you, which is why everyone needs to register their personal account at the beginning. With this account, the smart assistant can continuously learn to adapt to your speaking characteristics, thereby improving its language recognition rate and meaning accuracy. The longer you use it in theory, the higher the recognition rate of your language and meaning. Even it can record your related preferences, living habits, and provide you with relevant services more intimately. To this end, it has also taken relevant psychology courses in order to make it understand you better. It can also provide you with comfort and enlightenment when you are down. From this point, it is not much different from ordinary personal nanny, personal assistant, secretary, except that it has no body, no hands and feet. Everyone on the stage cheered, and netizens watching the live broadcast on the internet exploded. I'm not surprised now. I'm afraid. If there is a machine that knows you so much and is starting to control you, isn't it terrifying? It's good to have such a good understanding of your existence so that it can enlighten you and talk with you. If you want, I will lack such a daughter-in-law. Perfect, but there are regrets. Why does it have no body? Heo Technology is strongly requested to be able to develop an inflatable 20 equipped with this intelligent voice system, so that we can have more in-depth communication. Not just spiritual. More in-depth communication. Although the heat is a bit shame, I wanted 2+1. Wu Hao had expected everyone to respond in this way, and said with a smile, in order to provide more services, we designed and developed related auxiliary equipment for it. First of all, what I want to introduce to you is our mid-range smart home control. As he speaks, a large device on the back shows a device similar to a router. It's actually like the hands and feet of an intelligent voice assistant, which will help you control related appliances in your home. Using it, you can let the intelligent voice assistant connect with the appliances in your home, so as to control the operation status of these appliances. In theory, we can connect all devices with wireless remote control, such as your TV, air conditioner, fresh air system, water heater, automatic curtain, computer, printer, sweeping robot and so on. With it, you can control these devices at will, or the intelligent voice assistant can intelligently control and manage according to your preferences. For example, just after you get off work, the intelligent voice assistant will help you turn on the water heater, so you can take a hot bath when you get home. As soon as the door was opened, the lights in the room turned on, and the air conditioning and fresh air systems turned on. When you are sitting on the sofa, the TV lights up automatically, and changes to your favorite channel, or your favorite song is on the stereo. If you don't like it, just say a word and it will help you change it at any time. All you have to do is to enjoy the quality service it provides you with peace of mind. Speaking of this, www.mentalnovel.com Woohow paused, then changed to a more regretful tone. Of course, it has flaws and no physical hands and feet. In this way, it will not be able to help you do laundry, cooking, cleaning the room, watering flowers and other related home services. In this regard, we also invite relevant electrical appliance manufacturers to jointly develop research here, and strive to completely liberate people from housework. His remarks caused a sigh of sigh. It is indeed a wonderful dream to release people from housework, but it may take time to realize it. But the life scene described by Woohow is ideal enough. At least there is this intelligent voice assistant, which can really help you do a lot of things. At this time, netizens also returned from normal excitement to normal rationality. I think there are some things that can be replaced, and some things can't be replaced. If daily household chores such as cooking, watering flowers, cleaning the room, and washing clothes are replaced, what's the meaning of life? Agree, this will only breed a group of slackers without any survival skills. If these functions suddenly fail one day, will these people starve to death? I don't agree. This is an inevitable trend of technological advancement. As far as I am concerned, how much I want to go home and do nothing, open my clothes and open my mouth. Yes, the work is tired enough, and the housework really has no strength to do it again. If there is a machine to help you organize this home well, then I can rest and enjoy life. Isn't the joy of life sour? Isn't it short in the family? Without this, what's the meaning of life? Obviously, there is still some controversy about the deep involvement of machines in family life, which also shows different understandings of life by different age groups. But as far as Woohow is concerned, with the development of science and technology, this is an inevitable trend. The purpose of the machine is to release people from work. From this point of view, there is nothing wrong with smart devices intervening in people's lives. Moreover, the choice is everyone. You can choose to use or not, but you cannot decide whether this device is available or not. It just appeared to provide choices and help for those in need. Seeing that the crowd under the stage calmed down, Woohow changed a page of slides and said, in the smart home system, there is a function that seems simple but is closely related to our daily lives. This is the lighting system. Speaking of which, everyone may be confused. Isn't it the lamp? Guank is actually this simple lamp, but there are a lot of details. For example, its color temperature, its brightness, and the frequency of flickering are all quietly affecting our lives. Too dark or too bright lights, and different brightness lights in different environments will bring inconvenience to our lives, and will hurt our eyes, especially the eyesight of young people. Therefore, we urgently need a home intelligence system to manage it. This is not without before. Many technology companies have come up with their own solutions, but without exception, they are very cumbersome. For the family being renovated, this is nothing. Just buy it and renovate. Can be replaced by the family that has been renovated. It will involve circuit modification, and this one also involves the circuit safety aspect, so few companies come to this aspect. I paused for a while. Woohow looked at the crowd and said, many people persuaded me that we are just a startup company, we don't have to take this risk, and we accept it when we see it. But I think that since we are making a smart home service system, we should add this lighting system that is closely related to our lives. We have no experience in this area, nor do we have the relevant production qualifications. So we searched for it from all sides, and finally cooperated with well-known domestic hardware and appliance manufacturers to jointly develop this smart switch. With Wuhao's introduction, the full picture of this switch also appeared on the big screen in the background. It doesn't seem to be different from the traditional switch panel. What may be different is that it is relatively simple and has a strong sense of technology. Its shape is the same as the switches traditionally used in our homes, and the specifications are the same. This means that users can directly buy this smart switch panel without having to modify the related circuits, and install and replace the original panel. Please ask an electrician to replace all of them in half an hour, or if you know the electrician, you can replace them yourself. At this time, Wuhao took the smart switch handed over by the staff. After installing this smart switch, you can manually control the switch. Of course, you can also use our intelligent voice assistant to control it. Here I want to tell you about our intelligent light management technology. This smart switch has a light sensor inside, which can automatically adjust the brightness of the light according to the intensity of the light. After wearing the smart voice assistant, when you enter that room, the lights in this room will automatically turn on, and when you leave, it will automatically turn off. Even if there are enough lights in your home, the intelligent voice assistant can also locate your location to turn on the lights in your area. In this way, the waste situation of people walking on the lights is avoided, saving energy, reducing emissions and protecting the environment. In fact, such a product already exists, and we just integrate it into the entire intelligent home management system to make it better serve our lives. Of course, this is just an attempt in our field. In the future, we will continue to cooperate with related electrical manufacturers to provide more and better related services for everyone. I have said so much and everyone is a bit tired, so let's watch a video and take a break first. After that, the lights on the scene dimmed and the big screen started to play. This is a promotional video based on this intelligent voice assistant. The video demonstrates the life of a family of 3. Waking up in the morning, the male owner wears an intelligent voice assistant, and the day begins. First, the curtains in the bedroom opened and the lights turned on. The family of 3 started to get up and Washington, with the smart toothbrush and sensors on the toilet. The intelligent voice assistant can help you analyze your physical condition, and give corresponding suggestions and warnings. When exercising in the morning run, it can help you to record the exercise route, physical state and so on, and give reasonable suggestions. After breakfast, the family of 3 began to send their children to school to go to work by themselves. The intelligent voice assistant will notify today's weather of adding and subtracting clothes and carrying rain gear. Then when you drive, it can also connect to the navigation system in the car to help you navigate the road in real time. When I arrived at the company, it became a personal assistant, helping you read the news, check emails, answer calls, handle simple things, etc. www.mentalnovel.com at noon. It can also help you book restaurants or takeaways. When I get home in the afternoon, the water heater and air conditioner fresh air system are on. You just need to enjoy your life. Husband can sit on the sofa and relax while watching TV and listening to music, while wife is cooking happily with the help of intelligent voice assistant. For children, intelligent voice assistants help with homework and solve problems. It was detected that the sky was getting dark, the lights in the room were on automatically, and the curtains were slowly pulled up. After dinner, the family began to enjoy a leisurely family time. Make video calls with parents who are far away from home, or watch movies and videos, play games, and more. When it's time to go to bed, the intelligent voice assistant can also help children coax the story to sleep through the audio. And the couple, they are beginning to enjoy their 2-person world. The whole video was shot very well, perfectly showing the day life under the service of intelligent voice assistant. Let countless people watch this kind of beauty one after another, without a wake for a long time. So beautiful. This is the life I want. It's really warm and I look forward to them becoming a reality. I want to know what is true and what is exaggerated in this video. If it's really like what's shown in the video, then smart life is really here. Price. I want to know the price now. When will it be listed? I want to buy it. It's too idealistic. I don't believe it. Why men watch TV and rest, women cook, it's not fair. After a burst of lively applause, Wu Hao took a rest and stepped back onto the stage. Looking at the people who are still talking about the audience, he smiled and said, "So many words." Then someone asked, "So many devices are connected to our intelligent voice assistant. If there is a security problem, it is hacked. I wonder if all our information has been leaked, and whether normal life will be affected." After asking this question, Wu Hao paused and said solemnly to the crowd, "First of all, we are very confident in our system. So I will not preach to everyone the grandeur of how safe our equipment is. Here we invite cybersecurity experts and hackers all over the world. You are welcome to test our intelligent voice system. If anyone can remotely invade successfully, we will reward it with 1 million yuan. For specific rules and procedures, please pay attention to our official website announcement." I heard that the news announced by Wu Hao was not only live, but the netizens who were watching the live broadcast of the conference were even more agitated. "I'm going, 1 million. How to participate? I'm going to sign up." This Wu Hao is also too arrogant. He actually invited hackers from all over the world to give back 1 million bonuses. You must know that those powerful hackers can even capture the defense of the Mi Pentagon building. No matter how secure this system is, safety. Since people say this, they must have their own confidence. You think he is a fool? I look like a fool? I don't know what the sky is after. This is purely eye-catching hype. Do you think these hackers will come forward to collect this million? This is not a door-to-door arrest. Although there is suspicion of hype, there are still some things from Wu Hao's explanation. Yes, it's still good in terms of security. After all, most powerful hackers won't attack your ordinary person's camera, which is of little value. It's very fragrant. I'm ready to start, so that I will be more convenient when I have a video chat with my girlfriend. How much? How much? How much? Once I digested the time for everyone, Wu Hao changed the page slide, and a big question mark appeared on it. So much said. How much are these devices? I think this is what everyone is most concerned about now. First, let me announce the prices of several of our auxiliary equipment. While Wu Hao was talking, the big screen on the back showed the previous smart home device control mid-range, smart switch panel, and the smart camera in the video. Beneath the device is a question mark, apparently waiting for Wu Hao to announce the price. Wu Hao paused intentionally, and then yelled, "Let's first reveal the price of the smart switch panel. Its national unified retail price is 98 yuan. Next we will reveal this smart camera. Our official unified price is 599 yuan. Finally, this is our smart home device control mid-range that connects multiple home appliances at the same time, and its price is 898 yuan. But it seems that everyone in the audience is not too interested in these three devices, so the applause is also courteous, not as lively as before." Looking at the audience staring at him, Wu Hao smiled, and then increased the volume and said, "Okay, not much nonsense. Now I will announce the price of this Hao Technology H1 Intelligent Voice Assistant." Boom. A sound effect. 4 large numbers displayed on the big screen. $1,689. Yes, this is the price. The price of 6,891,689 is actually not expensive compared to some smart bracelet watches and wireless headphones on the market. The specific price can be compared by yourself. Wu Hao accentuated. What I want to say is that we are not afraid of competition, nor are we afraid of competition, so we will not fight the so-called price war. We believe that everyone's eyes are clear, 1 penny and 1 penny. Well, you know if you actually use it. Wu paused for a while. Wu Hao calmed his tone. In addition to the basic version, we also launched the H1S with aluminum magnesium alloy shell, which sells for 1898 yuan. Finally, it is the H1 Pro with a carbon fiber body, which costs 3,898 yuan. Don't think it's expensive because it's good value for money. It is not just a carbon fiber body. We have also optimized it in other aspects to provide users with more comfortable services. Owning it is equivalent to having a VIP member provided by our technology. Not only has a dedicated server, but also exclusive VIP membership services. Without giving everyone a chance to breathe, Wu Hao went on to say, 24 o'clock after the press conference today, which is 0 o'clock tomorrow, everyone can go to our newly launched official website and the official stores of several major online shopping platforms. The first batch of 100,000 units will be shipped as soon as the order is full. Although we will not engage in hungry marketing, for some reasons these devices cannot be put into mass production in advance. We will also continue to communicate with manufacturers and strive to expand the production scale. www.intelnovel.com. We will send the equipment to everyone as soon as possible. That's all for today's press conference. We have arranged a new product experience area outside. Welcome everyone to experience it. In order to thank everyone for coming, we will send a H1 intelligent voice assistant worth 1,689 yuan to all friends who come today, and wait for everyone to receive our invitation in the past. We also welcome media friends and netizens who have received this device to actively evaluate and compare and share your first-hand information after you start using it. We always believe that real gold is not afraid of fire. Today's press conference ends everywhere. Thank you all. After saying that, Wu Hao bowed deeply to the audience. The audience also gave him warm applause. Wu Hao, who was a little lost, finally gave a sigh of relief, then wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked down the stage. Hurry up, be careful of the cold. Zhang Jun took a dry towel and handed it to him. Wu Hao took the towel, wiped his sweat, and asked, "How, Bulby?" Zhang Jun gave a thumbs up, then put his coat on him and said, "For the first time to host such a press conference, it is really amazing to say so much. I looked at the future conference and gave it to you. You don't know how many netizens on the internet praise you for being handsome. Don't. I'll do my research with peace of mind. Standing down this day will be more tiring than staying up a few days." Wu Hao waved his hands again and again. Zhang Jun smiled and said, "Hurry to the hotel next to you to take a bath and rest for a while. I will now go to the new product experience area and stare." Wu Hao shook his head and said, "Let's go together." Then multimedia still has a stomach problem to ask me. Sure enough, when Wu Hao first appeared in the new product experience hall, the media who were still watching the products and equipment rushed over to them. General Manager Wu, General Manager Wu, Mr. Wu, excuse me. Zhang Jun immediately pressed the hand and said loudly, "Everyone is quiet. We have 15 minutes for everyone to ask questions. I hope everyone can think about their own problems. Each one is limited to one." This reporter, you first ask questions. Seeing Zhang Jun point to her, a young female reporter in front of her quickly said, "Hello, President Wu, I'm a reporter from Trendy Technology. The intelligent voice assistant you showed at the press conference is very smart. May I ask, does it have an IQ already in existence?" Wu Hao asked with a smile and asked, "How do you think people and computers are smart?" This problem should be dialectically seen. In some respects, computers are indeed smarter than humans. But in some places computers are not as good as humans. What is IQ? It mainly expresses humans' rational ability. In this regard, computers are also advancing rapidly, and I think it is not impossible to surpass humans in the future. In other words, can't your device surpass human IQ? The female reporter asked. Wu Hao didn't pay attention anymore, but he replied, "Human IQ is also divided into many types, including cognitive ability, thinking ability, language ability, observation ability, calculation ability, rhythm ability, etc. I don't know you refers to that aspect. People from different ethnic groups and regions have different IQs. This comparison is meaningless." When I saw this reporter and wanted to ask a question, Zhang Jun quickly interrupted. Next, this male reporter in a shirt. "Hello, Mr. Wu, I'm a reporter from Fox Technology. What you just said on the stage is fantastic. I want to know if this device can really achieve the features you said. Wu Hao said with a smile. Is it a dream or a reality? I suggest that you first experience it and then make relevant judgments. No matter how good our product is, you can't believe it, so you have to experience it yourself. Fan is even more persuasive. General Manager Wu, I'm an IT technology reporter. Have you ever considered revealing the technology of this intelligent voice assistant? I mean open source, let more scientific and technological personnel join in joint development. Promote the development of this technology, and serve the community, the public. Wu Hao shook his head decisively. No, never. Some things are suitable for disclosure, and some things are not suitable for disclosure. For the needs of user privacy and information security, we will never disclose the core technology. Even if the relevant technology is not disclosed, can this device not be used by the general public? WSoft, GSong, Fruit have their core technologies made public, which did not delay them to serve the public. Mr. Wu, Suzaku technology reporter, is the price of 1,689 a bit high? Is there any related reduction in price to allow more people to enjoy the convenience brought by technology? Wu Hao smiled and said, I already said on the stage, 1 penny and 1 penny. We have set the price very sincerely. When you look at a product, you often only see its hardware and ignore its system software. The main feature of our device is its system. In order to develop this intelligent voice system, we also spent a lot of financial resources, which almost made the company reach the end of the mountain. I think with its excellent performance, the price is definitely not excessive. General Manager Wu, I am a reporter of Xun Technology. Do you have any relevant cooperation with related companies to jointly develop this intelligent voice system? Wu Hao heard the thought for a moment, and then said, at present we do not consider this aspect, but we do not exclude companies from coming to us for cooperation. Wu answered some questions and Wu Hakai got away with the help of Zhang Jun and other staff. Without the goal, media reporters set their sights on the new products in the experience area. If you have already experienced it, or you don't want to experience it, take the brand new H1 you just got for disassembly and evaluation. At the same time, the first round of news of these reporters was also released on their respective platforms. Heo Technology Shock, the release of Intelligent Voice Assistant, more content. First look, Heavy. Heo Technology released the first cross-age intelligent voice assistant, on will change the world. Shock. The advent of intelligent robots, humans will. Amazing. China released the first real-life intelligent voice device. Speech is the same as real people. In addition to watching the discussions of netizens on the web, smart voice assistants, Wu Hao, Heo Technology, these terms quickly entered the top of various hot search charts. This has aroused the interest of many netizens, and everyone is wondering what is going on with this intelligent voice assistant, and how such a multimedia report can be found. When the netizens started searching for related news, the 80 netizens who had invited to the scene started to work hard. Xa said it was 80 netizens, but Wu Hao didn't believe it. Because these tickets are not real name systems, they are just a place to enter. So many netizens who got the prize turned around and sold the ticket, and most of the people who bought the ticket were some bloggers who did not receive the invitation letter or some from the media. These people do everything they can to grab the headlines on the news. In addition to secretly broadcasting live conferences, they also took photos of products online for the first time, in order to create a wave of popularity. Of course, these video pictures are not as sophisticated as professional media's www.mentalnovel.com, but they are fast, which also satisfy the curiosity of netizens. In addition, these self-media and app owners who have opened their minds or sought freshness have also created some funny videos to attract everyone's attention. For example, on a short video platform, a spoof video quickly became popular. The app owner should be one of the 80 people who received the invitation, so he received an H1 intelligent voice assistant. He opened his mind to name the voice assistant as a woman. and changed his name to Official. Then the Upmaster called the lady with a very exaggerated expression, and the voice assistant also called the Official every time. Coupled with that classic music, it really turned over a lot of people with a smile. Just a few hours or millions of hearts. I saw this Upmaster so hot, and another Upmaster who got the H1 intelligent voice assistant was to make a magic modification to this content and reinterpret it. He named the voice assistant Xiaoking, and the title was still Official, so there was a scene of parting between Xiaoking and the Official. After seeing these two videos in flames, various versions were performed. There are princes and princesses, Erkang and Lagastroemia, Beiji and Master, Brother Jing and Ronga, Huan and Pomegranate, Xung Da and Xung and so on. Various videos are blooming and spread all over the network at one time. Notice everyone that this book will be available at 12 o'clock this Sunday evening, which is the 0 o'clock on the first. Lounge. I'm very upset and nervous. So I also ask the big guys for their support. And I will give you back with more exciting stories and open-minded technology. Not to mention, at that time, uploading the first 5 or 6 more to solve the problem for everyone. Please don't miss it. Old thanks. Professional media evaluation is slower than these self-media and big V bloggers, but more comprehensive. Gengel, the well-known digital product evaluation lead, is one of them. His evaluation focuses on fairness, transparency, and scientific rigor, so he has gained a large number of fans. This time, he is one of the 40 invited media and bloggers from the media. After researching this H1 intelligent voice assistant for 2 days, he finally released his evaluation video and related articles. I have paid attention to this product before, and at the time, I have the same doubts as most netizens. Is this really a technological breakthrough or a malicious hype that attracts attention? Fortunately, I'm still a little firm in the evaluation, so I received the invitation letter of Haoh Technologies' spring new product launch. I will not talk about the hardships along the way. Let's get to the topic. The press conference is very small. Compared to the press conference with thousands of people, this press conference looks a bit shabby. The press conference was hosted by Wu Hao, the founder of this technology and the developer of this technology. Very young, and the real person is much handsomer than the video, which adds a lot of highlights to the conference. In this press conference, Haoh Technology released a total of 4 products, namely Smart Voice Assistant, Smart Home Device Control Mid-Range, Smart Switch and Smart Camera. In addition to the Smart Voice Assistant, I also experienced these devices in their new product experience area. Let's talk about this later. Let's talk about the intelligent voice assistants that everyone cares about most. Opening the box. In addition to the main body of the device, an accessory headset was distributed. In addition, there is a manual, a charging base, a USB cable and a 15-watt charging plug. Speaking back to the main body of the device, I tested the sound quality of the entire headset, which is comparable to the hundreds of dollars of mobile phone headsets on the market, but there is no special highlight. Maybe I got it or the regular version. I don't know if the sound quality of the Pro version is better. The main device is divided into 3 parts: body, ear hook and microphone. The material of the ear hook and microphone is relatively soft and can be deformed at will. The fuselage is made of PC plastic, which is relatively smooth as a whole, and there are various colors to choose from. I got white. In addition, in order to meet the needs of different people, Haoh Technology also launched the H1S version of magnesium aluminium alloy and the H1 Pro version of carbon fiber fuselage. Personally, I prefer the H1 Pro version, because both the appearance and the feel are really good. There is no physical button on the fuselage. There is only one touch key position. You can use it to switch on and off. All other operation controls can be continued through the program on the mobile phone or computer, or you can directly operate by voice. Since it is an intelligent voice assistant, its main focus is on the voice aspect. Next, we will conduct a series of evaluations on it. Through a series of tests we see that its language recognition rate is still very high. It understands even if you speak normally. I tried dialects and speeded up my speech without any problems. I just misunderstood the individual everyday vocabulary, and this is not to blame them. After all, these words are only known to those we know. It is a mess for others to listen to, let alone a machine program. It has the advantage of learning your speaking habits at any time. When you mark the explanation, the next time it will understand directly, which is great. Its sound is very natural, basically similar to those of characters you hear in film and television dramas. If you don't know in advance that it is an intelligent voice assistant, you might think that this is someone chatting with you over the phone. There are many types of speech, and I also tried to choose different types. It just seems that only a few voice types are currently supported. It is strongly suggested that HeyOi technology can open more options. However, judging by the sound types selected, it is still very good. Here I want to tell you something interesting. My mother called me and I didn't understand in the bath. It was a call from an intelligent voice assistant. My mother thought I had a girlfriend, so I had to take the time to pick it up and take a look. I explained for a long time that she still didn't believe it, and finally simply sent her a video to explain it clearly. As Wu Hao said at the press conference, it can help you do a lot of work, and sometimes it really creates an illusion, just like you really have a personal secretary of your own. As long as your phone is connected, basically the app on the phone can be used. You just need to say a word and it will help you execute it. For example, voice-to-text chat, takeaway, ride-hailing, navigation, alarm setting, weather check, etc. One thing is that after you order a takeaway, you need to manually enter the password on the phone, which is more troublesome, but if you turn around and think about it, it will be safer. So you don't have to worry about someone holding your smart voice assistant to spend your money. But it turns out that I think too much. This thing can distinguish your voice from other people. It is very sensitive, and even other people can imitate it. Although I only tried it for 2 days, I think I may not be able to do without it in the future. It is really convenient. This convenience is not like you are using a device, but it is really like someone intruding into your life at once and taking good care of you. Especially for you who have been single for a long time, you reading www.uukanzu.com suddenly wanted to find someone to show your heart. It is definitely the best choice. To be honest, I was so big. I was comforted by a machine program for the first time, and I felt so comfortable. Thank Wu Hao. Thank HeyOi technology, this is really a great invention. To be honest, I now look forward to the early sale of 3 other devices, so that I can experience more convenient services. I know that you may not believe the content of this video. I think this is just for dinner, and I have collected money from HeyOi technology. But I can guarantee that what I said is true. If you don't believe it, you can buy it and experience it for yourself. I believe that Gen Da. I also watched the entire press conference. It is really great. I want. This voice is so amazing. I want it. It's already booked. But wait, it's annoying. Is the stone also bought? It's such a boast. Oh, after all, do you want to eat right? Are you guys? Hasn't Geng said it in the video? Don't believe you buy it for yourself? No, no money. Yes, it's too expensive. Isn't it just a broken voice assistant? Dare to sell more than 1,000? Yes, I think 100 or 200 is suitable after all. More than 1,000 is too expensive. That is, I might as well buy a mobile phone for more than 1,000. This is more affordable. Not all of its feature phones. Summer bugs can't speak ice. This book will be on shelves at 2400 hours on Sunday evening, which is 0 AM on the 1st. At that time, we will update 5 or 6 chapters or more in one breath. Welcome everyone to pay attention to it. With the release of these media evaluations and a series of reports, and the enthusiastic discussions among netizens, the popularity of intelligent voice assistants has remained high. This naturally attracted the attention of many bloggers and self-media. For these people, Whether it is out of interest in the product itself, or enthusiasm, these people have released their views. Only in addition to the high praise of the technology media, these bloggers and self-media may be aimed at attracting the attention of netizens, so they deliberately sang the opposite. In this case, naturally the most concerned is Wang Xiren, the boss of a company known as the Canon of the technology circle. He wrote on Weibo, after watching the press conference, "There is nothing special except that it can simulate the real person's voice. There is nothing special. Don't blow it up so much." Now many intelligent voice programs support these functions. So-called smart voice assistants do better and cheaper. And I have always been concerned about security. If the machine records the surrounding information at all times, wouldn't that person's privacy become transparent? So in my opinion, this thing is a toy. Just play with everyone, don't take it seriously. Sure enough, with the mouth of Wang Canon, he immediately won a response from the crowd, and began to verbally scrimp. Eternal QS, a well-known blogger, said, "It's not useful at all. It's nothing like the ordinary intelligent voice assistant. It just repackages the existing technology. Don't be arrogant, don't take a little bit of results and brag about your world-leading position, which is far worse than a company like Fruit G Song." I previously paid attention to this aspect of the editor-in-chief of the Science and Technology Circle. I want to be quiet. On the other hand, several young people can come up with such technology is commendable, but I don't like Wu Hao's arrogant character. A good technology should be shared with everyone, not alone. It is more meaningful to publish it for the benefit of all mankind than to hold it in our hands. How can young people now be so selfish? The well-known technology blogger Star Watcher even directly asked, "It is understandable how to use my own technology. I am very interested in the 1 million promised by Wu Hao. If someone really breaks your system, I am really willing to pay 1 million." These people are too trademark hateful. Don't they not invite them? As for attacking us like this, it's shameless. Zhang Jun couldn't help getting angry when he saw these blog posts. Wu Hao smiled and said, "What's your name with them? These people are just for enthusiasm. If you treat them, they will be happier. I'm not fooled, but I can't let them spray like this." Zhang Jun frowned angrily. Wu Hao shook her head with a smile and said, "Of course you can't let them spray like this. But you don't need to care about them. The results will tell you everything. Ask the company's official blog to post a Weibo to announce our reservations for the past 2 days. This is good. I use the data to face. I like it." Zhang Jun smiled brightly in front of his eyes. Since the pre-sale of our H1 intelligent voice assistant, it has been warmly welcomed by consumers. As of 15:30 p.m. today, our official website, mall and major online shopping platforms have received a total of 275,074 orders. Currently weak coordinating manufacturers have been stepping up production, and the first batch of 100,000 devices has begun to be shipped. Children's shoes that have not yet been received, please be patient. We will send the product to your hands as soon as possible. Thank you for your support and love. Wu Hao immediately reposted this Weibo post. "We have arranged for someone to stare at the factory, produce 1 batch and send 1 batch. I hope everyone can enjoy the services brought by the intelligent voice assistant as soon as possible." I'm still saying that, real gold is not afraid of refining. How to use things will be known. Children's shoes that have been used are welcome to actively share their own experience and share happiness with others. Regarding the 1 million bonus safety test, my promise is still valid. The company's official website will release relevant details in the near future, and those interested will pay attention to it. Sure enough, this Weibo sent another shock on the internet. In just a few days, it received nearly 300,000 orders, which is absolutely amazing for a new company. As for the moisture content of this odd order, I am afraid only Wu Hao knows it. In fact, Wu Hao did not exaggerate. This number is indeed the number of real-time orders intercepted and not processed. This is what Wu Hao specifically explained. There is no need to falsify in this regard, because this number is already very good. I may not feel much about this digital public, but my peers or digital products are also sold. especially for mobile phone companies. Everyone makes digital products. Those numbers are real and those are fake. Obviously you can see them, let alone have their own information channels. Several factories on the Great Wall have been operating at full capacity. This cannot hide many people. For these companies, what they want to know most about the technology on this product is if it really bragged so much to Wu Hao himself and the outside world. www.mtnovel.com and this technology can't copy. Are there any holes to drill and so on? Snow. The test report of the technical department came out. A middle-aged man in his 30s passed the information to a middle-aged man in his 40s and 50s. How is it? Xu asked as he took the report. The middle-aged man in his 30s nodded and said, "Very good. Amazing for all of our technicians. There is nothing strange about the hardware. The key lies in this intelligent voice system. Our smart speakers are not a little bit worse. And the security of the entire system is very high. Our technicians can't crack it at all, unless we get the source code." Is it impossible to learn from others? Xu always frowned. The middle-aged man in his 30s shook his head and said, "The kernel cannot be cracked, and the peripheral technology has either applied for related copyrights or has been registered with related patents. We checked that for more than 6 months. Our technology applied for 2 registrations, 300 technology patents. Unless we obtain the corresponding authorization, even if we break the core technology, we cannot use it, so I can only cooperate with them." Xu always looked dignified. The middle-aged man in his 30s said with a bitter smile, "I am afraid that now the representatives of S**H*P*Go are already rushing to Anxi. Once this smart device is promoted, I am afraid it will overturn the entire intelligence, the pattern of the voice assistant industry." Obviously, these manufacturers have already smelled the danger in this respect, and now they have rushed over to negotiate. What are you waiting for? You must hurry up. Boss, our website and server have been attacked by a lot of hackers since 0 o'clock yesterday. In addition to a large number of domestic attack IPs, we have also detected a large number of network attack IP addresses from Europe and North America. Our technicians have already seen a lot of related posts in Anton and K5. These people seem to be very interested in this 1 million bonus. Zhu Xiaodong said to Wu Hao. Wu Hao looked at the attack data on the computer screen, and then shook his head. The drunkard's meaning is not alcohol. This group of people really focus on our intelligent voice system. Compared to this 1 million counts again. What happened? Since you know, why did you announce this thing at the beginning? Isn't this a delivery of meat? Zhu Xiaodong was a little puzzled. Wu Hao smiled and said, "I don't announce that you think they will let us go. Do you really think that there will not be some dirty work behind those big and beautiful companies? I'll just say, there are a few waves of attack methods that are obviously different. It seems that the masters in these companies have shot," Zhu Xiaodong said rudely. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile. That wouldn't be the case. This group of people still have to be skinny. At most, privately find some hackers they secretly raise to try it out before they can do it themselves. How is our firewall doing? Very good. Except for a few waves of attacks that can penetrate the first layer of defense, other attacks were blocked by the first firewall. And we took a lot of real IP addresses and took them to the internet police. Zhu Xiaodong smiled. Wu Hao waved his hand and waved his hand. Forget it. These are some small fishes and shrimps. It doesn't make sense to grab them. Send an email to warn you. Please give me attention to those waves of hackers who broke through the first firewall. It is the object you focus on. I think the previous one was only a trial, and the next one is a real attack. I'm not worried about the website, I'm worried about the server. The cloud server we rented temporarily. I'm afraid it's difficult to cope with the waves of strong attacks. Zhu Xiaodong worried. Wu Hao thought about it, and then said, "Don't worry too much about the cloud server, and focus on protecting our core server. Our system on the device is completely closed, and foreign programs cannot be written in, so they have nothing but you can start with our server. Although we are not afraid, we also need to prevent this group of people from destroying you with more attacks. they can always be touched by them. Here you can rest assured, I have organized a dedicated technical staff to stay 24 hours a day. With our own developed firewall, we can ensure that there will not be any problems. But we can't let them attack unscrupulously. This way, our business cannot be carried out normally. Xiaodong frowned. Well, they really can't be made so unbridled. Wu Hao thought for a moment and thought, in this way, put up a list on the official website and hang out those unscrupulous IPs to make a difference. This is good, there is reference, at least to make these people converge. Xiaodong said in front of his eyes. In hacker circles, hanging IP means a warning. It means that I already know your real address and can find you. If you do not concede anymore, then the next step is to notify the police department in the area to arrest you, or go straight to your house to clean up you. Often by this time, it is the beginning of the death of these cattle. Let the big guys work hard. It will be fine after a few days. After the first batch of money is recovered, we will also consider building our own server group. Some things are suitable for cloud servers, but some things still use ourselves. Dedicated server is better. Wu Hao comforted. Xiaodong waved his hand. This is nothing. This is what we should do. By the way, Huko, I see that the number of online users is quite objective in the background. Should our virtual service hall be opened? Xiaodong said that this virtual service hall was built by Wu Hao to serve customers. It is similar to a service hotline on a network, except that the intelligent voice program is answering and performing services. This is also an application test of this technology. After obtaining considerable test data, they will proceed to recommend this system to other hotline service departments, such as medical institutions, 114 platform, mobile customer service and so on. This virtual service hall, in addition to helping users answer some problems and perform some basic services. More importantly, it also has a mall, but it only sells related virtual services. For example, Wu Hao demonstrated the change of voice agent type of service at the press conference. This requires users to purchase their own in the virtual service hall. The device itself only sends basic sound types. If you want other sounds, you have to buy them separately. This is why Wu Hao sold this product so cheaply and insisted that users sign up for a proprietary account. At first, they had thought about setting the price of the product higher, which would not be conducive to rapid promotion. Then I wondered whether this intelligent voice service can be charged monthly, but in this way, it is afraid that it will affect the user experience of ordinary users. That's why they chose this method to target different consumer groups. For ordinary users, the basic sound types are enough. www.mentalnovel.com. If you want a better sound, I'm sorry, I can only pay extra. After all, for most young people, who wouldn't want a good voice after talking about $10 a month? And after that, they will also launch some star sounds with high voice recognition to target those high-end or demanding users. Compared with a device, maintaining a large and good user group is more important. When you have a huge network of users, even if you don't do anything, there will be companies rushing to send you money. That's why the companies that do social networking make crazy money. After thinking for a while, Wu Hao nodded and said, the virtual service hall can be opened, and users will definitely have some questions for use. But the mall is not in a hurry. Wait until the user scale reaches 1 million before opening it. Why, isn't it better to open it directly? Xiaodong was a little puzzled. Wu Hao smiled with a smile. We have to give users time to adapt. After they get used to this device, we will give them a surprise, and we can increase some sales by then. I see. Xiaodong smiled intently. Tata is like this. You give him everything at once, he can only be surprised once. Not easy to satisfy. If you give things separately and give a little more surprise each time, he will be happier and more satisfied. Since the same amount of things can surprise people many times, why not give it all at once? It will be available at 24 o'clock this evening. Please pay attention to it then. Wu Hao is very busy these days, But if he is the busiest person in the company, he must not be ranked. Now the company's busiest should be the Commerce Operation Department. Since the product reservation started, the entire department has begun to run at full capacity. Faced with fast-growing orders, the limited manpower in the business operations department is overwhelmed. Even Jiang Jun personally went to the town and urged the human resources department to continue to increase its efforts to recruit relevant business operation personnel. The other side is to mobilize relevant and useful personnel of the company in the past, and make every effort to ensure the full operation of the commercial transportation department. Wu Hao, although his work intensity is not as good as they are, he is also fully handling other aspects of the company's work and doing logistical work for them. With the arrival of the first batch of users' devices, the relevant user experience of this batch of users has also spread. Coupled with the heat that has not been dissipated, the sales of this product have rapidly increased. 700,000. The employee who constantly monitors the mall data suddenly raised the volume and shouted, crackling. The busy employees in the entire large office heard the words and began to applaud excitedly. This is not only because of their work performance, but also the bonuses that follow, so everyone cares a lot. Jiang Jun stood up and pressed the hand to the crowd. Everyone keep on cheering. Let's try to break through the 1 million mark as soon as possible. After the battle is over, I will give you a feast. Thank you, President Jiang. Come on. Employees cheered for themselves, and immediately began to work hard. When Jiang Jun saw the situation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then complained to Wu Hao, who had been watching it, complaining, "No, if I don't send more staff, I can't stand it." Wu Hao said with a smile, "It is useless for you to force me now. I have asked Lin Jianliang to dig people everywhere, but there has to be a process. In the final analysis, it is because your preliminary estimates are not enough. Otherwise, how can this happen? How did we know that sales would be so fierce that we thought it would take a step-by-step growth process? How did you know that so many orders were piled up all of a sudden? Fortunately, we just opened online sales channels. If we opened a physical store, that must not be exhausted." Jiang Jun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Wu Hao threw a cigarette at him, and then he ordered one himself, and the two came to the rest area and sat down. There must still be offline channels. Many people don't trust our devices yet. They have to let them experience it before they know how good our products are. Do you mean to prepare for our offline experience stores in various places? Jiang Jun looked at him and asked. Wu Hao shook his head. There is no such consideration for the time being, mainly because our current staff can't spread it at all. In this way, you go back and contact the people in the 2 physical malls of Sumaya and discuss the cooperation of offline sales with them. It can be appropriate to make some profit, and it is important to borrow their platform to serve our customers. I see. I will arrange for people to come back in contact with them. Just a few days ago, their people came to contact us to discuss cooperation. Jiang Jun answered with a smile. After the press conference, their intelligent voice assistants became a hit. Both the professional test and the first users gave a good evaluation, which also caused the sales of this product to grow rapidly. So in the eyes of many companies, they are a piece of fat with flowing oil, and everyone wants to take the opportunity to take a bite. But Wu Hao, they are not very enthusiastic about these companies that come to their door. They either sent away in a few words, or just closed their doors. This is undoubtedly the itch that the jealous companies hate. Everyone knows that this product has a very promising development prospect and a huge consumer market, so in recent years, all the larger companies have begun to launch their own intelligent voice products in order to seize the opportunity. But now, Heot Technology, a little-known company, has come up with a cross-age intelligent voice product and quickly put it on the market. They were caught by surprise. If this is just an ordinary product, it doesn't matter if they arrive. The big deal is just a piece of cake. Anyway, this market is big enough to accommodate so many companies. Now, the intelligent voice assistant launched by Wu Hao is equivalent to subverting all their previous products. or it is no longer a level. This is like the transition of mobile phones and smartphones. If you don't keep up, you will be eliminated by the market. These companies that felt the crisis began to contact Wu Hao and study this intelligent voice assistant. After being busy for a while, these companies sadly found that there was no result on either side. The first is to contact Haolt Technology in this regard. Wu Hao and they seem to have no interest, so naturally no result. You reading book www.yuukansu.com. The results from the laboratory even crashed them. The kernel of this product was written in a voice they did not know, and it also used a new architecture. At first they thought it was the latest V language, Note 1, but after careful comparison, they found it was not. In addition to a new language and a new architecture, the entire kernel also uses a new encryption method. Many technologies have fought for several days and nights, but they still can't help it. However, it has not been a long time for me to get some peripheral-related technical information. I was told that people have applied for software copyrights, and other technologies have also been registered for related patents. That is to say, even if they overcome this kernel, they cannot bypass the barriers of patent and copyright protection. In the end, they still have to contact Wu Hao. But facing Wu Hao, who wasn't able to get into the oil and salt, these people are no different. They did not think of other methods, such as acquisition, capital injection, purchase authorization, etc., but all failed. In fact, this part of the company is not the most anxious. The most anxious should be the mobile phone industry. Representatives sent by several major mobile phone companies have squatted in the hotels in the development zone in the morning, but because Wu Hao is busy with sales, they have no time to deal with it. Now these delegates call every day to ask Wu Hao and Zhang Jun's schedule. Note 1, the V-Language developer announced the release of the first available version of V-Language. V-Language is a new language that combines the simplicity of Go language with the security features of Rust. The main features of this language are fast compilation, security, and conversion to C. C++. Its compiler is only 400 kilobytes and has no third-party dependencies. The official V-Language Twitter account also announced a demo created by V-Language. This book will be officially launched at 2400 hours this evening, that is, around 0 o'clock tomorrow morning. As usual, a testimonial is required. In fact, that is to say a few words, and almost everyone begging for a subscription. Since the book was published, there has never been any slackness. Even when the cervical spine hurts and I can't turn my head, I still insist on the code. For this reason, I have stopped all the old books, and just want to make every effort to ensure that the new books are updated normally. I now have it on the shelves. My heart is terrified, and all kinds of anxieties are spontaneous, which makes people feel more stressed. The so-called on the shelf is actually a big test for our authors. How you really score depends on your support. I feel the same as everyone on the verge of taking the exam. There are so many things about this book that it is not easy, and the sadness in it is hard to talk to others. I wrote the outline for 3 months, and I revised a total of 7 or 8 versions. I changed the sample at the beginning more than 10 times, and even my editor eraser crashed. I'm okay, I still worked hard, so I have this book. What you may not know is that, as soon as the book was opened, it encountered an unprecedented storm. For security reasons, the book was revised again when nearly 100,000 manuscripts were in the archives, removing some of the bad content. I was really nervous during that time. Basically, I would brush the app page every few hours. I was afraid that the book would disappear suddenly. Sometimes I wonder why I am looking for abuse. Didn't the previous military industry crash right itself? Why should it continue? For dreams, this is nonsense. For the sake of dinner, this is the helplessness of an older author. There is no way. Life is not easy. As a pillar of my home I have to face reality. That's why I chose such a less than flattering subject matter, and even more unfortunately I chose to choose such a time period, which is really sad. I'm still interested in this book because I have a lot of ideas in my head. In particular, the rush to complete the bay caused a lot of things to be written later. This time I just took this opportunity to make up for this regret. In addition, I also want to write my judgment on the future development of weapons and equipment and technology. What exactly will be the future weapons and equipment? What kind of war will it evolve into? And how will science and technology change the human life? These are all worthy of our in-depth discussion. Every hot-blooded man has a dream of the rise of a great power, but our ultimate journey is the endless sea of stars. If you have a dream, you must try it bravely. Otherwise, how do you know if it will succeed? So I tried it, and although this attempt I did not know whether it was correct or not, whether it would succeed. But I want to say, I will still write it down. Although this process will be much more difficult, I will still write it down. I am nothing but you who support me. Nothing else. I only hope that the story I wrote can accompany you through boring and lonely time. If you do not leave, I will continue. Thank you in the end. And thank me for writing The Eraser. In fact, this book has been worrying about the eraser, and I really appreciate it. Although the relationship is good, I don't need to see this way, but I still have to say a word of thanks to prevent this guy from seeing no heartache after seeing it, and then break my recommendation. Thank you to all the book friends who saw this book. It was your support that kept me going all the way. Finally, let's talk about the arrangements after the shelves. After the shelves, the first 6 or 7 more guarantees will be uploaded. As for whether they can burst, it depends on your support. Finally, I look cheeky again and ask for collection. Please subscribe. Ask for tickets. Hatgo. Something happened? Jang Jun walked quickly, his face pale. What's wrong? Wu Hao, who was working on the file, looked at him with a look in his heart, and then asked. Jang Jun handed him the fruit phone in his hand. Many users have just reported that the fruit company has labeled the management app installed by our intelligent voice assistant in the fruit phone as an unknown risk program and recommends uninstalling it clearly. Is this abnormal? Our program has not been certified by them all, and there will be an unknown risk reminder. Wu Hao wondered. Jang Jun shook his head. It's not like this. It didn't happen a few days ago, it just suddenly appeared today. And users will use our products to connect with other apps, and various warning blocking windows will pop up, which will affect the experience. Our intelligent voice customer service has received several such user feedback messages in the morning, and there is already relevant information on them all. Wu Hao frowned and said, it seems to touch the interests of others. Otherwise it won't respond so quickly. Is the fruit representative still in the hotel over the development zone? Still. I called in the morning to ask when we were free and wanted to meet with us. Jang Jun nodded. Wu Hao thought for a moment, and then said to him, this is forcing us to talk to them. Then go and contact them. Just talk about this and see what medicine is sold in the other person's gourd. Since the other party is doing this, I'm afraid we won't let it go easily. Jang Jun worried. Wu Hao stood up and turned around. After thinking about many possibilities, he finally made a decision. It's better to be straight away than to cover up. Let the official blog post to Weibo to appease the users. When you talk to the fruit, pay attention. If the other party has to make an inch, pay attention. If they continue to intensify extortion and cunning, then we have to start plan B. Backup plan. Either push a special version for Fruit mobile phone users, use web management or directly embed related service apps, and then they will get nothing. But in this case, our smart voice assistant will have less linkage with these service apps, which will greatly affect the user experience. Jang Jun heard worry. Wu Hao looked at him and shook his head. There are quite a lot of fruit extortion apps. They can't get used to this, otherwise they will only intensify. If they want to charge some service charges. Anyway, there are users who pay for the fruit. But if you want to use this to blackmail, there is no way. I still don't believe it. And I won't live without it. We are just getting started. It is not necessary to be so. After all, they are multinational giants, and our body weight is too small. Jang Jun persuaded him. Wu Hao smiled and said, Rest assured, I have something in mind. In this current environment, fruits definitely don't want to provoke anger. After all, the domestic market is still its largest market, and they will not give up so easily. Now that they are afraid, let us release this fear. After a while I tweeted and put a smoke bomb. What do you want to do? Wu Hao smiled slightly. You think I released news that we are considering integrating mobile phone core and internet access functions, and may replace mobile phones in the future? How will these mobile giants react? You are crazy. You dare to send this message? Those mobile phone manufacturers are not allowed to explode. Zhang Jun jumped excitedly. It's not as serious as you think. We don't have that much influence. Wu Hao motioned to him with a smile. No, you can't post this. I don't agree. You're not solving the problem, but you're pouring oil on the fire. Let's put it in the public eye. Zhang Jun shook his head like a rattle. Wu Hao saw the appearance of this guy, and cursed with a smile. Okay, I'm just kidding. You can talk to them and talk to people who are H-Corn at the same time, so use your strengths. It's almost there. Scared me. Zhang Jun breathed a sigh of relief. They launched a solution with their own independent internet access and calling products. They hadn't thought about it before, but they all rejected it. The first is the technical issue. If these two functions are integrated, the weight and size of the device body will inevitably be increased, which will affect the wearing experience. In addition, although the voice interaction is convenient, it is still not intuitive enough, so it is still inseparable from the display. If you leave the phone, how to convey this information to users is also a difficult problem. The other is at the operational level. They have just started and do not have to set up too many opponents. This makes it easy for people to be targeted and targeted everywhere. Fruit is just the beginning. As our product sales increase and the user base continues to expand, such things will definitely occur and will increase. But these things will be said later. The key is that now, you must carry these pressures. As long as this level is carried on, the next things will be easy to handle. Wu Hao rushed to Zhang Jun positively. Zhang Jun heard it seriously. I'm not afraid of these pressures. I'm afraid that someone will use the back to make it overcast. Now those monsters are staring at us drooling. If it is not the brand of military-civilian cooperation that makes them discouraged, I'm afraid it has already come up. How long can this brand protect us? To be honest, I don't know. Relax. Let me handle this. Wu Hao comforted him. I have already contacted the Equipment Research Institute to see if there is any possibility of cooperation on this technology. The military is very interested in this technology, and has begun to organize relevant experts to come to Anxi to contact us and discuss it. www.mentalnovel.com. In addition, the 3 military certificates we have been applying for have also gained some attention. No problem. It should be approved soon. As for the other 2 certificates, if our cooperation with the Air Force is smooth this time, there will be no problem. Really? If the 3 certificates are obtained, then the pressure on our heads can be relieved a lot. Zhang Jun said with joy when he heard him. However, Wu Hao shook his head and worried. Don't be too happy. This thing has its advantages and disadvantages. Once these 3 certificates are obtained, then our military background will definitely not be washed away. This is okay in the domestic market. Once in the international market, it will be more troublesome. What's this? Let's talk about the domestic market first. As for the foreign market, to do it slowly. Anyway, I have confidence in our products. Zhang Jun waved optimism. Yes. Let's take down the domestic market first. Wu Hao smiled after hearing Zhang Jun's words. If you are so afraid of doing something before and after, you are done. Anyway, there must be a road to the front of the mountain, and there is nothing to worry about. On April 10th, just 15 days after Wu Hao's new product launch conference, Heo's official Weibo posted a new announcement. As of 1:13 and 47 seconds AM on the 10th, Haoy Technologies H1 Smart Assistant has sold 1 million units in official malls and official brand-operated stores on several online shopping platforms. In order to thank the users for their support, we will open the application store in the official virtual service hall. Some of the service functions that have not been unlocked before can be found in the mall, and users are welcome to actively try them out. Starting today, you can enjoy 50% discount on all purchases in the App Store. In addition, in response to the strong demand of customers, Haoy Technology will sell related auxiliary equipment at noon on the 11th. Welcome customers to buy. Smart home life starts here. Are you ready? This is just a record of the results and a notice of the product's sale. Nothing surprising, except that everyone is surprised that this 1 million sales result is coming too fast. You know, it has only been on sale for 15 days, and it has already sold 1 million units. From obscurity to become a hot topic of public debate, Haoy's rise speed is really like sitting on a rocket. Is it really good luck to suddenly get up? People who pay a little attention to technology news will shake their heads. Although the name of this company is unknown, it really does not depend on a single product. Many people still remember the highlight of the Drone Cluster Light and Shadow show in Yangqing and the news of the previous exhibition. Someone who knows a little bit knows that although this company is relatively small, it has already come up with amazing technologies that have amazing the world. It is said that the previous drone technology has been cooperating with the military, which shows that this company still has something. But they did not expect that Wu Hao could put a mushroom cloud outside in such a short time. This intelligent voice technology is undoubtedly more shocking than the previous drone cluster array technology. Everyone did not expect such a technology that the world's technology giants are scrambling to study, but it was a small company that made breakthroughs for a few young people. Is this artificial intelligence? The answer is yes. And it still belongs to the category of weak artificial intelligence. But it is epoch-making in technology. First of all, as Wu Hao said, they make the language rich in temperature, instead of being such a cold program mechanical language. The second is that this device can feel the joy and sorrow of people. Based on the tone of voice and the heart rate of the person in different emotions, this device can determine the person's expression at that time and respond accordingly. Now they finally understand why Wu Hao didn't make a mobile phone or a bracelet, but made a device for mounting ears. This means that after wearing the device, users no longer need to deliberately perform operations. Only voice control is sufficient. If it is another device, mobile phone, even a bracelet, you have to take out the mobile phone or raise your hand to operate, and this device can be close to the ears and the mouth. There is no need to deliberately operate, only normal conversation is required. This is a big improvement, which means that this device will be completely integrated into everyone's life. Maybe at first you will feel nothing, but once you leave it, you will not adapt. People are like this. Once you take a shortcut, you won't go that long distance again. Therefore, we often see that there are often many shortcuts that are artificially stepped on the corners of some roads. By the same token, once you accept a more convenient product, it is difficult to accept the original product. What is more convenient than Wu Hao's intelligent voice assistant is everyone thinking. Perhaps in addition to the real AR technology that will come out in the future to replace it, it seems that these wearable products or personal information products on the market today can't compare to it. Of course, this intelligent voice assistant is not without its disadvantages. It has many disadvantages. For example, you cannot connect to the mobile network independently. You must use a mobile phone. In addition, some information must be transmitted through a mobile phone or computer TV screen. The voice is not very intuitive. But it is undeniable that this is a successful product, successful enough to amaze every user who uses it. So in such a short period of time, it is not surprising to be able to sell 1 million units quickly. Some people even feel that it is a pity that if Wu Hao can be good at operation and speculation again, the sales volume of this product is much more than that. This cannot be said to be Wu Hao's negligence. It can only be said to be a marketing strategy. They can choose to hold a press conference vigorously and make a good hype, so that sales will definitely explode. But this means that they will face a large number of orders in a short time. At present, their cooperation with foundries cannot bear it at all. Even the expansion of the foundry side requires a gradual process. It is not only necessary to add equipment to make abrasive tools, but also to retrain related staff. What's more, this will mean higher costs and initial investment, and currently Wuhao cannot afford them at all. That's why we choose to go this way, relying on the user's word of mouth to slowly ferment and grow in a step-up manner. It turns out that www.metalnovel.com, their marketing strategy is right. With more and more users, more and more discussions and evaluations of this product on the internet have undoubtedly saved them a lot of publicity costs. With excellent reputation, orders are also growing rapidly. From the perspective of sales monitoring over the past 10 days, their order quantity has also grown exponentially. Simply put, it is an accelerated growth. And their foundry, the Great Wall, has begun to value cooperation with them. At present, several production lines have been vacated to produce at full capacity, and even if this is still not enough to keep up with sales, for this reason, Zhang Jun was getting angry, and even considered whether to cooperate with other manufacturers to increase sales. In the end, the deputy general manager of the Great Wall personally ran to Anxi to appease and promised to mobilize relevant resources as soon as possible to fully produce before stabilizing Zhang Jun temporarily. The same situation also appeared in several other manufacturers of auxiliary equipment. Originally, everyone thought that 70,000 or 80,000 such auxiliary equipment was almost the same. But the envisioned launch was less than a week. 50,000 sets of smart home devices controlled the mid-range, 20,000 smart cameras and 120,000 smart switch panels have all been sold out, which really shocked everyone. Ask for a monthly pass, ask for it.